I hope you are great. It is Wednesday. It is party time. It is go time. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you? I hope you're living the dream. Greetings and aloha. What's going on? It's Mike from livemyassoff.com. And let's get back over here to the cool kids table, shall we? And I really, really hope you guys are doing great. I hope that you woke up this morning and you were like, oh my God, what lottery did my soul just win? This is spectacular. I cannot believe I got this lucky to wake up this morning. And if not, well, then let's talk about that and let's figure out a solution to that. I have a new toy, which is that thing right there, which is the ability to actually add light to my face, which I know you've been sorely wanting. Let me get to some of these comments first, and then I will readjust. I am using Restream.io. I am streaming like a crazy person, and I'm using their solution in browser. I'm in the cloud right now. I'm so in the cloud. You guys don't even know. I mean, all I do is hang out in the cloud. My head is in the clouds, and my feet are firmly planted on the ground. Thank you, Casey Kasem. Okie dokie. Da-da-ba-da-ba-ba. Happy Wednesday all over your body. It is Way Cool Wednesday. I don't know if I ever told you guys about Way Cool Wednesday. Way Cool Wednesday was basically something that I started where I was working. And, ladies and gentlemen, Ron West is number one. No big whoop. High five to Ron. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for coming by. Ron West, I could have been a contender. Paul, good to see you. Aztec, what ungodly hour of the day is this? Bangkok doesn't start until 10 a.m. Yeah, well, that's what the Thais do. And guess what? This guy. I put the bang in Bangkok, baby. How you doing? Status, yep, MetTech. Status was Mike was 2 minutes late. And you can chastise me publicly as well as on social media for that if you'd like. Good morning. Do more life. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, my friend. I saw you over on Jeremy's, I believe, yesterday. Cool headset, by the way. I like the brightness of your microphone. That was quite good. MedTech says, Jeremy, I recently asked a question of you, but I received a phone call and thus missed the answer. Jeremy, why does YouTube want to demonetize you if I use the Q word? Oh, okay. Your stream is a reflection of real life, not the imaginary virus-free life. And I have a feeling, let's see, I'm not seeing a response from him, but I can probably guess the answer to that, and I will actually address that, MedTech. Gotta love Thailand. I will let you know if I get notified. Yeah, well, if you do, that would be awesome. If you don't, that wouldn't surprise me. Party time to Aaron. Thank you so much. Go time, says Patrick. Very cool. Earl, hello. Good to see you as well. I'm running on Thai time. Dude, if I was running on Thai time, we would do this like 20, 30 minutes late and then be like, what? Here's, I'm going to address that actually. And if that were the case, I would start around 9 a.m., wouldn't I? Is Mike trolling you? Yes, I'm absolutely trolling him because I have nothing better to do and I have zero self-esteem. So let me manifest that online here. Listen as I drive to the next job. Okay, very cool. Mariano, finally, I catch you live 3 a.m. here in Germany. Mariano, thank you very much for your email. I hope I responded to it. Literally, I have been like all excited. I type these emails up. I get really proud of myself. And I forget to hit the submit button and I move on to something. And then I like go back to my phone and I'm like, outbox. And it's just like queued up and I haven't done it yet. So anyway, thank you very much, man, for reaching. Thank you all you guys who have reached out. I'm really honored. The downside is that I'm not able to sort of get back to you as soon as I'd like. And sometimes potentially without the depth of response that I'd like to. So anyway, I'm still trying to figure out a solution to that, guys. Justin says, good morning. It's Groundhog's Day. I'm tired of not doing anything and not knowing what's going to happen 1 minute to the next. I am right there with you. I want to talk about that as well. Matt Tech says, I think Malin is right. A vaccine is the solution. I assume you mean Scott. Scott's a cool guy. Hey, Unscripted. Jason, good to see you, buddy. I'm trying to get to these comments as soon as I can, meaning not delay them too much. That's a And that's a difficult thing to do, at least for me. Hello, my Colombian journey. That's very cool. I believe you're new. I don't know if I've seen you in the chat before. Well, you may have watched before, but I haven't seen you in the chat before. So thank you very much. I'm really honored that you came by. Thanks. Todd, good to see you. Hopefully I got an answer to your question as well. Ron says, sabai, sabai. Chai make it up. DDD, mak, mak. Kambo mak up. Gotta love Thailand. I did not. I saw you on Facebook, so I knew what time you were going to go on. Okay, one word. Cerveza sickness. Code word, cerveza sickness. The code word is combo plate. Combo plate. I'm a legend. I will enjoy my drive. OMG. I will ideally agree with the second part of that, meaning I hope you enjoy your drive, and if not, then I hope you'll let me know why you didn't and what I can do to improve it. Thanks, Mike. Yes, I got the mail. Awesome. Very cool, Mariano. Very, very good. Isaac says, morning, Mike. Looking fitter after your domestic travel. Really? Okay. Well, I weigh myself occasionally, just not so much to like, oh my God, if I'm not, this amount at a certain time. But just sort of a reference. Like, in other words, if I weigh myself, I'm like 100 kilos, and then the next day I'm 90 kilos. I'm like, whoa, probably need to dial back on the caffeine. Richard! Okay, guys, here's why this is totally important, and let me make sure that I'm not too late on his... Okay, 8:09, and it's 8:10. Awesome, cool. Richard, thank you for coming by. Okay, guys, so remember when I was on the beach, and I was talking about that guy who, like, you should go to for stock advice because he's got backbone and great advice? Richard Garnash. And here's the other thing, Richard, is I apologize in advance if I pronounced your last name incorrectly. So sorry about that. But yes, all right, Richard. Guys, so anyway, so that was the channel that I told you guys to go to. Because Richard, as you might guess, the question was, so Mike, what should we invest in? Well, this is the paraphrasing. And I said, you should invest in watching Richard. And he came out with a new video, I want to say yesterday. I believe it was your first cameo on live on the camera. A little harder, but close enough. Right on, man. Right on. And I think the title of it was, because he gave basically a list of, I believe, 10 stocks. And he said 4 of the 10 have now hit all-time highs, right? Because, of course, I think the fear that he was discussing was the fact that, okay, so we cratered, right? And then we've come back up, and now it's going to be like that infamous second leg. And it was his first on-screen video. Yeah, that's totally cool. It's always interesting about that because I don't know about you guys. Like when I was younger, right? Obviously, there was no YouTube. There was no YouTube a decade ago, basically. And, I would like meet the DJ for the first time, right? The guy that I was just like, oh my God, he's the coolest thing in the whole world. Jeremy Savage from WCOZ 94.5 FM in Boston. And I have absolutely no clue. Errol Kalkan from D Live swung by and says, Ian Senin Kafaya Ane Vululu Hihi Sapo. I don't know what that means. Sorry. Hey, Carl. Good to see you, buddy. So anyway, I don't know what language that is that the gentleman from D Live is communicating to me on. So I absolutely apologize if I'm unable to respond. But my ignorance of whatever language you're using sadly prevails in the chat here. On the mighty tube. And let me actually just kind of move that over there so I'm making sure that I get all of these. Oh, wait, what does it say? And then Zero made some comment about Richard wishing death to a certain Thai monger. Okay, well, whatever. I'm not going to repeat that. Zero, I'm sorry. But what other people do on their channels is their gig. So anyway, I hope you guys are great. Carl says, appreciate your feedback. Good. Very cool, man. I'm honored. And again, like I said, the only downside for me responding to you guys is the fact that I'm unable to do it sort of as one-on-one as I'd like. Let's just say that, meaning that I'm not really able to get to them as many. But yeah, that's pretty cool. So we got a bunch of people watching on YouTube. I'm honored. 25. Oh my goodness, guys, thank you so much. That's fantastic. 2 over at Facebook, 1 at Twitch, and 1 over at D Live. Why is that important on D Live? Because D Live is live streaming on the blockchain, ladies and gentlemen. And if you never heard of the blockchain, well, if I got 4 hours to walk on the beach and answer a quick question, Mike, what do you think of the blockchain? You guys remember that? I think like Rob asked me this like really question. Hey, Mike, what about the color red? Well, let me tell you about the full light spectrum if you want to talk about something, you know. And then I think his next statement was, sorry I asked. Let me make sure I get my full, all my pectorals in there as well as my bald head. So why did I title this baby Domestic Travel? And what else do I want to talk about today? I want to talk about myself. No. I want to talk about what I'm doing to stay sane, if for no other reason than a really good buddy of mine sent me a message this morning. He's back in California, and he's like, "How are you not bored?" And he's kind of in lockdown-ish. So anyway, well, yeah, Zero, I get it, but no big deal. Anyway. So where to next? Yeah, that's a great question, and that's exactly what we're gonna talk about. Richard says, I apologize for that comment, and I have him ignored already, I guess. Yeah, it's just one of those deals. Every now and then, like I've never said the wrong thing on camera. The one nice thing about before all of these live videos occurred is you could, well, let me just fix that in post. Let me remove that. Whereas when it's live, it's there forever, right? But here's the thing. If you watch any of Richard's videos, and again, I'm judging right now, right? If you watch any of Richard's videos, I would submit you will at least, okay, let me speak about myself. I got the impression that he's pretty much, he's not sugarcoating anything. While at the same time, I don't believe he's being, vulgar or inappropriate. I mean, he's just, for effect. In other words, it's not sweeps week and he's using the F-bomb and, girls with like bikinis behind him just so his ratings will go up. It's like he's giving data in fact and he's giving his opinion, And I think that that's important because I resonate with it. Now, again, I take what I like and I leave the rest for later. Do I take everything that he says as gospel and that sort of thing? No. Should you guys take everything I say as gospel? No, because you are not. Even though welcome to the Church of the Epic Mics, but no, this is the cool kids table, and it's cool if you're new to the channel. It's cool because you're here. I just happened to buy the table and open the front doors. So we're cool because you're cool. Chat keeps freezing. Be back in asked. Okay, really? Like, you mean on YouTube? The chat keeps freezing? That's kind of weird. It's weird that the chat keeps freezing. I hope the video's not freezing because that's sort of if the chat's freezing, there's not a whole lot I can do about that. If the video's freezing, then I could potentially warm it up. And I'm actually not even using Pigeon Cam, but I may use it for a break, so I'll leave it out there. How was my trip, Roy? It was outstanding. I came back on the train again. Yes, I did. The train ride back was about 7.5 hours. And it was, it was okay. It was fine. I mean, it was 56 baht, right? So, I mean, it was, I was sitting in a chair. There was limited padding. And it was a lot busier. There were a lot more people on the train coming north. The northbound trains usually seem to get delayed, and they usually seem to take longer, meaning delayed to get to your stop and then delayed to get to the end. But, it was fine. Now, the biggest downside for me, because I don't mind hot and humid, and once the train even starts moving a little bit, you've got some breeze. The downside for me is that it is incredibly dusty, and the windows are open the whole time, right? So, I mean, by the time, and what did I do? Of course, I get all excited that I found this place to do my laundry in Prachuap Khiri Khan because I got this white shirt that I wore down there that is now basically a light brown shirt because of all the dirt and the sweat and everything. So I get this thing laundered. I'm all excited because the people that did my laundry, they had basically washed it twice and it got white, and I was like, this is fantastic. So, of course, I wear that northbound. And then I get home and I'm like, oh my God, now I got this light brown shirt again, So good morning, Stock. Good to see you, buddy. Awesome. Thank you came by. Thank you for coming by. Richard asks, can you comment on why people who hate fiat currency like Bitcoin? I don't get that if you want. I can't really comment on why other people do anything, really. The short answer for me, Richard, is when I look at something and I kind of do like, the 2-month-old puppy, huh? Is I'm from another planet. That's my default setting because I have the way that I see life. And ideally, it's open-minded enough so that I could potentially, i.e., if a Richard dude shows up and I'm like, hey, that guy's like stock tips. Hopefully it's open-minded enough to that. But I have absolutely no idea other than, like some people hate big banks. Some people hate big pharma. Everyone hates big pharma until you're in the ER and you're dying of pain and you're like, okay, would you please give me some FDA-approved morphine right now from X company who's been in business forever and Johnson & Johnson is about to acquire? Because I trust that more than I trust this pain in my gut. But let me pay you in let me pay you in altcoin. How's that? What is it? There's no atheists in the foxhole. Max, good evening from the States. Good morning to you. Awesome. Great. Good to see you, Max. Where are you? What state are you in? Are you stuck in Florida? MedTech, I'm never bored. In fact, always much to do. I completely agree with that, MedTech. I'll never forget, I forget exactly when the first time that I heard it was, but I reflect back on the repetitive hearing of the statement on Mondays. Oh, hey, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, my God, I was so bored. I had nothing to do. I'm like, what? I'm like, dude, I have had an ever-expanding to-do list ever since I was like 5 years old. I've always got something to do. It's just the prioritization of it, That's a tough one. Patrick says, fiat currency is manipulated, quantitative easing. Okay. Patrick, Mike, ever considered Malaysia to retire to, maybe under the My Second Home program? So Gracie and I gave Malaysia what I believe was a fair shot, meaning that we went to KL a couple of times. We went over to Langkawi, went over to Penang. Langkawi I liked the most, but at the end of the day, it just was not a good fit. I didn't feel comfortable there. And again, that's a feeling, right? So I can't tell you exactly the data and fact and scenarios necessarily that occurred such that I make the statement, I don't feel comfortable there. By contrast, I make the statement, I feel very comfortable here in Thailand. I didn't feel unsafe in Malaysia, like I was going to get attacked or anything. And obviously, my dollar went as far pretty much as it does here in Thailand. It just was not a good fit. So I have never considered it to retire to. I might consider Kuala Lumpur to open up a business. But Carl says, yeah, my messages aren't showing after submitting reconnect and works for a bit. Bitcoin is trash. Richard laughs at that. Take that back, Patrick. Do you have to quarantine 14 days after trip? I do not. And in fact, so here's what's funny. Let me, it's just a piece of paper. At the end of the day, they give you a piece of paper to fill out when you get on this train. And it's like your name and your age and where your home is and your passport number. And then at the bottom, actually, let me get it because there are 14 things at the bottom that I want to talk about. So hold on one second. Well, the short answer to your question is no. I didn't need to quarantine, and no one sort of verified any of this. But basically, what this is, this piece of paper here, is, well, it says something at the top in Thai, which I can't tell. They call it a T8, and basically they want the train number and your ticket. Anyway, it's over there. Your ticket number. There's like a generated number that's on the ticket, and at the bottom. Then they ask for like your phone number and stuff. And why I'm showing you this is because this is the amount that was filled out that was totally cool with the guy. Like he filled out the top part as far as the train info goes. And then they ask you your purpose of travel. I wrote down meeting each time rather than tourism because again, technically, the travel is supposed to be essential, right? And I suppose going to the beach in Prachuap Khiri Khan and doing live streams with you guys isn't essential. It's pretty damn essential for me. I don't know about you guys, but The cool kids table can't remain cool forever from my living room. Anyway, at the bottom, it says, please mark with a checkbox if you have had any of the following symptoms within 2 weeks before arrival. Diarrhea, vomiting, abdominal pain, fever, rash, enlarged lymph glands. Actually, I didn't double check that before. Cough or shortness of breath, headache, sore throat. So if you, I didn't check any of these. You may. And then I took this piece of paper and I put it in my pocket. I then took the ticket that they give me after I buy it, and I showed that to like the guard basically the first time that he walks through the train, and he does the metal stamp or the little clip thing that like takes a piece of paper out of it and puts a hole in it, so therefore I guess it's used up. No one ever asked me for this. I actually asked, officials like standing at the train, oh, you need. And they're like, no, on train. I was like, okay. And then I figured, well, when I get to my destination, right? I mean, maybe not down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, but when I get back to Bangkok, they'll ask me for this, or they'll go, boop, with the temperature. No. Now, to be fair, so to your point, Ron, one of the things that I'm not considering doing is really stopping anywhere near Pattaya, because there is this belief in my mind, it may change on June 1st. That if or to get into Pattaya, I mean, I'm not going to have to show a lease that I have there. But there is a possibility in my mind, well, that there will be limited stuff to do in Pattaya. And if I go to Pattaya, I mean, I'm not going to go swimming, right? I mean, the beach is lame, but I don't necessarily, low tide, I kind of like walking on the beach, and the sunsets are pretty cool. But I don't go to Pattaya for the normal reason that, like a sailor will go to Pattaya. That's not part of my life any longer. But I love beach. I also like Jomtien, which is pretty cool because I like walking on that beach. But for me, what I will probably do is keep heading further south from there and go to Rayong. I don't believe I'm going to have any issue getting in and out of Rayong. I can catch a bus from the Ekamai main bus terminal, if you will, or eastern bus terminal here in Bangkok. And from there, I believe I can get down to Rayong. And what's the name of the pier you go from there? To get over to Koh Samet. Is it like Ban Che or something like that? I can't remember the name of it, but MedTech says, I hope not, Patrick. I'm buying. Patrick, never. Bitcoin has good branding, but it's a terrible product. First mover advantage, and that's it. So I could not agree with you more, Patrick. And I'll tell you something too, dude. If you look at the underlying technology of what it takes to basically mine, or if you've ever done any transfer of value, because I was going to say, if you've ever moved dollars, and that's all relative, but if you've ever moved Bitcoin from one wallet to the next, or used it to basically buy something else like Ethereum or something, it's so slow. It is so lame. It has got to be the most inefficient blockchain technology. I mean, it's so lame. Patrick made a good point that even though both are fiat Bitcoin, it's not devalued. So that's likely the reason. Here's what I love. And here's the usual response I give to someone that's like, oh yeah, fiat currency is, well, there's a couple of things that I do, because I know that fiat, F-A-I-T, doesn't really stand for anything. But what I love to do when someone's thinking they're really smart and they talk about Bitcoin, I'm like, well, you know what fiat stands for, right? And they're like, let's see, foreign interface, and I'm like, okay, whatever you keep. But the point is that I'm like, if Bitcoin is the thing, then why does everybody, certainly that I've heard, who talks about Bitcoin always roll into the value of Bitcoin in US dollars? If that's the case, then, well, okay, skip the middle coin, skip the middleman, and let's just use US dollars, for God's sake. Here's the thing. Here's why I know that other currencies, while very valid and important, at the end of the day, I love these guys that have been doing these webinars, and they're like, well, a lot of people are ditching their US dollars, and they're starting to use, Russian ruble to buy real estate. You really need to have gold in bags or slung over your shoulder. So Japan is very Japanese. Okay. And just as an example, you go into, say, Tokyo Airport. And in Japan, you can spend their currency or you can spend US dollars. And for the most part, that is sort of what clarified for me. Okay, this country is very, because you can't spend Japanese, is it yen, right? You can't spend that in like San Diego. I mean, and so, but I get it. The U.S., we're the U.S., so you can't do anything but what we do, especially if you're here. But anyway, my point is that everywhere I go, I'll tell you something right now. You put a $100 US bill in your wallet, and I would submit anywhere anyone on this stream goes throughout the course of your lifetime, you could use that as currency. You may not get $100 US or value worth it. I mean, if you're in the middle of the woods and they're still using, paper currency, you may not get, like 5,100 pesos in the middle of the village if you're in the middle of, the province in the Philippines. But I'm telling you, people will accept a $100 bill. And they would look at a piece of gold and be like, what? How many like camels can I buy with this thing? Anyway, less opinion about me and money. New Jersey. Right on, Max. Good to see you, man. A really, really good. My business partner, actually, he's from there originally. And I gotta love Thailand. Me too. Cool. Stuck says, Carl K, since YouTube updated, the chat has been freezing on many of the stream services other than YouTube. Interesting. Aztec said, streaming is all good here. Chat included. Phone notification was instant today. Browser notification, however, just came through 17 minutes late. I guess maybe they were like, well, let's make sure he's serious because he's got this whole pigeon cam thing going on. And for the God's sake, the guy doesn't even have hair. So that's like really. Oh, cool. And it's good to see that Max and Todd are kind of hanging out and chatting back and forth. That's totally awesome. TG. Oh, did you change it to TG? Are you that guy? Did you change it? Anyway, regardless. TG says, hi, Mike. Did you happen to read the Thai Examiner or watch the videos from the deputy commander on the 5 groups allowed in Thailand after July 1st? Almost seems impossible for a foreigner to enter. Was planning to retire on a retirement visa in September. My thoughts. And so, okay, so I know that TG is not that guy, actually, because I got his email on that. And thank you for your recommendation. Yeah. And so actually the Thai Examiner, if you guys want pretty decent reporting, data and fact sort of thing, I completely agree with TG. And they have a really good way of displaying that. Yes, there's a little bit of bias and opinion, but for the most part, I rely on their data to be correct. So to that point, I did watch it, and I watched it in Thai with the subtitles to kind of see his inflection and his, mannerisms, that sort of thing. So there's a very limited group of folks that will be allowed in. And the whole getting in process to the point of, hey, Mike, after your train ride, did you have to quarantine for 14 days? So if you're like a tourist and you want to try and get into Thailand, even over the summer, right? Or, our summer, July, it's not going to be comfy. And I would submit that what I also got from the article, TG, is the fact that they are highly focused on the fact that the people that we will allow in first will be the wealthy ones. I don't know if you saw Scott Mallon's post this morning on like his community tab, and it was a screenshot of the sort of advertisement or the flyer or whatever from this one hospital. And I believe they're charging 55,000 baht a night. I don't know if that's like maybe it's 55,000 baht for 14 days. But in any case, it was a ridiculous amount of money. And they were, it was all about the experience. I mean, it was effectively saying, look, if you come into the country, then we're going to allow. Here's actually, I think, a great way of describing it. Just ask me. Is that for the most part, they're saying, look, if you can qualify for an elite visa, if you're that kind of person, then we'll allow you in the country. And we may make you sit down and, hang out for a little bit. But whoops. I just clicked on something. Where am I? Now my chat is, okay, so... I mean, it's one thing if your chat freezes up. It's another if my... No, I'm kidding. So anyway, I mean, I'll tell you what. Let me let me open up my email, and I will I'll share the URL that TG's talking about, the Thai Examiner article, while I have my last sippo. So I got emailed because I have another account that I use to basically make sure that, like, so that I'm sort of operating like a user to kind of get the user experience. I got an email at 8:03. I believe I went live late at 8:03. So as far as I know, that was basically when you guys got it too. Let me see. I think I went to the wrong email, Addy. So let me get his URL that he sent me. But in any case, I think it was yeah. So I go live on my channel at 8:03, and YouTube notifies me, "Oh, you're now live on your channel at 8:06." So good to know. Thanks for that 3-minute caching, dude. Amazing.com. Let me see if I can Thai Examiner. Let me see if I can find that URL. Oh, that's right, Todd. We were talking about Insurancia. Okay, cool. Let me double click on that, and boom and boom. Okay, there you go. So that hopefully will go to all of you guys. And now the chat just also jumped all over the place. So let me make sure that that I can read up there. Max is in Hoboken. Excuse me. Hey, TG, I emailed him that too. Oh, okay. Because I was like, wait a minute, T. And then I was like, TG, is that Todd? But then, yeah, thanks. Anyway, so Todd Yoel. Yoel? Did I pronounce that right? I hope I did. I'm sorry if I didn't. Anyway, Todd Y. Todd Yoel. He emailed me that URL that I just sent to you guys, and so that was definitely pretty interesting. Carl K. Stuck in Florida. Thanks, brother. It updated yesterday, so likely the issue. More reason to move to BitChute. Are you watching on a phone? Because it seems to be worse on a phone. Oh, the chat? Yeah. I mean, who knows? No, on an iPad. I mean, an iPad is essentially a phone, meaning that it's apps that are rendering it, not necessarily the browser. And I would argue that probably the best way to watch YouTube is probably in Chrome. I mean, I'm sure they design it for all browsers, but I'm sure they have a bias. Paul T says cryptocurrencies are all about speculation, not simple exchange for fiat currencies. Indeed. Aaron at Carl might have to downgrade the quality of the video to work. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting, again, over here, what do I see? It says excellent connection on the YouTube live stream portal. 30 people watching. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys so much. Restream tells me I'm doing about 2.7 megabits a second at 30 frames per second. So with any luck, you guys are having a fairly decent experience. And if not, then please just let me know if it's horrible, and then I'll do something different. Daniel says, U.S. currency is welcome almost world over. Bought beer in the middle of former Yugoslavia, mom and pop store riddled with bullet holes. Yeah, absolutely. Your money was riddled with bullet holes? I like Kichichai in Thailand channel. Never heard of that one, MedTech. Thanks, man. Definitely check it out. Stuck says, Carl K, where you choose between top chat and live chat, you can go there and hit live chat and it'll refresh the chat. Yeah, that's another thing. I don't know why it defaults to top chat. It should, as far as I'm concerned, especially when there is a live stream, it should totally default to live chat. I mean, anyway. Todd says, so you think they will let a person in with an elite visa over a retirement visa then, at least for this year remaining? Carl says, try to Stuck in Florida. Didn't work. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, you guys. So let me clarify what I meant by that. I didn't necessarily mean if you have an elite visa, then you can get in. It was more of like, if you guys know about the elite visa, then you know that the requirements for it are financially high, right? And that's the deal. I mean, we live in a kingdom, and so it's all, or I live in a kingdom, or this is a kingdom. And so therefore it's very status related. And therefore, if you have money, you can basically get more done. It's the ultimate in capitalism is a kingdom. The guy with the most money wins, right? And so anyway, if you know anything about the elite visa, you know that it is not just a visa that lasts 5 years or 10 years with it's a dual 5-year visa basically with renewals, and they do your 90-day reporting. There's multiple things that you can get with it based on how much status you are basically buying. Meaning, if you get the big package, then you get like the 20-year visa, i.e., a 5-year visa that renews 3 more times. And you then get like free limo rides. You get either free or discount, play at the greens at various golf courses, free spa treatment, and that sort of thing. So anyway, that's sort of what I was referring to. Now, that said, if you do have an elite visa, then you go through the priority lane certainly at Suvarnabhumi. And I will argue that if you have the ability to go through the priority lane when you come in next time, that will be very helpful because, I'm pretty certain they're going to be doing the temperature thing and just that extra sort of amount of time. At scale, it's not so bad, really, actually, because, I've walked into the BTS recently and I was on the MRT at about 5:30, 6 o'clock on Monday night after I got back from Prachuap Khiri Khan when I got off the last station for the train, which was Thonburi. And then you just kind of walk down the street, or I actually took a motorbike taxi. And then you just walk up onto the MRT. And it's kind of towards the end of the MRT where there's not a whole lot of traffic. So that wasn't human trafficking. No, so there wasn't a lot of people waiting, right? But the options, once you get sort of closer to the city center, decrease significantly, meaning that you are waiting in a line to wait in a line. And so you're waiting in a line to get to the stairs, and then you're waiting in a line to get down the escalator. Because of course, if people bunch up on the escalator, then right? So they will rope it off and they'll wait at the top of the escalator for you and all that. So anyway, the sort of something analogous to that I'm submitting will be when more tourists start coming into Thailand or are allowed to. And there will be, the cattle call lines, as they say, and that will be really a disappointment. So if you have any way to get into the priority lane, be that through an APEC business travel card, or you're buying a business or first class ticket that then allows you priority lane, or if you have, the elite card, basically, is what you get in addition to this multiple, year visa, right? The elite program, just so you know, a lot of us will be like, oh yeah, it's the elite. Well, yes, you get it. You get a visa. It is the elite visa, but it's actually the elite program, and it's supposed to have all of this status and that sort of thing. The majority of the people that have them are Chinese, and then South Korean and wealthy people, right? And then there's a very small subset that are from the U.S. that actually have it. But in any case. What they're doing right now, it appears, is that they're sort of setting it up such that if you're like a backpacker and you're coming in and you want to drop ship online and live off $1,000 a month, they're making it more difficult for those people. Here's what I'm very surprised at. And because of after this announcement, again, there were hospitals and there were hotels and there were hospital-hotel combos that were like, okay, this is how you're going to quarantine for 14 days. You're going to get a massage every day. You're going to have a personal chef. It was just amazing level of status, right? And options and that sort of thing. So with that said, I was sort of surprised that, and maybe it's going to happen this week, that there aren't people that are, well, first of all, there's very reasonably priced empty real estate now. But again, it's a little bit more expensive in the airports. But for the sake of argument, let's just say, that there's now these little empty sort of stalls in the airport. And I'm very surprised that there aren't people that are setting up businesses that are like, get your COVID test here. So you don't have to do any of this 72-hour nonsense and then try and jockey it in case your flight gets delayed. Potentially your 72-hour fit to fly piece of paper could be expired. You'd be like, great. So now I can make my flight, but I can't make... and all of that nonsense that's going to be added. You thought TSA was a bummer. This is going to be a delay of epic proportion, and I'm quite certain a gargantuan emotional disappointment to the beginning of very a lot of people's vacation. 37 people watching. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. You know what this doesn't tell me is the number of thumbs up. Hold on. Well, this says I have 7 concurrent listeners and 5 likes. So thank you, YouTube, for being so accurate. But let me cruise over to the actual channel, and then maybe what I can do is I can pop the chat out from there, and that'll be a little bit more. At least I can have your experience, so we can talk intelligently about that. Oh, 19? Okay. All right. Well, whatever. Who knows? And let me make sure that I mute this as it comes on. Yeah, no, okay. So it says, whoa. Oh, there we go. Okay. 37 people watching, 23 thumbs up. Thank you, guys. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. And then 21. You guys are going crazy. Hey, just so you know, like these numbers increasing at this speed, that's what you'll get if you go with Richard Stock Tips. I still got to look at the alpha list. His last 24. Thanks, Aztec. Yeah, his list that he came up with was the alpha list, and I'm waiting for the beta list. And I love the percentages that he gives, and I love the description. So anyway, I don't know. I mean, I'm honored that Richard's here because he's a new sub and he's a new guy who's like hanging out with us at the Cool Kids table. But what I think would be totally rad, because he lives here in Thailand. Now I know he did a video, and I'm not going to like say, "Hey, dude, give me your home address." No, he was down in Cha Am, plus or minus a month or so when I was there, and one of his first videos he did. It's talking about it was when he walked around this one resort that was in Cha Am that I used to walk by literally every single morning. I don't know if you ever saw it. I didn't do any live streams when I was down in Cha Am. I was doing published videos and, making them look bitchin' in post. And so some of the videos were just like really walking by his resort. So anyway, so that was actually a pretty cool one. So but as far as I know, he doesn't live down in Cha Am or, I'm not saying, but the point is that he lives in Thailand. Boo, 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 boo. Let me make sure I get to everything. So as far as do I think they will let a person in with an elite visa over a retirement visa? As far as I'm concerned, if you can get a visa and you have the additional paperwork, I think that there will be no debate. They won't be like, oh, sorry, dude, you've got a retirement visa. No. I mean, if you've got a retirement visa, I mean, you've basically proven to them that you have means and you have insurance. I mean, that's a requirement now, right? So now here's the other thing. So you know what I did? I double checked. I think I told you guys before why I got the amount of coverage on insurance policy that I got before. If you don't know, the reason that I chose the amount is because I knew Kev well enough and watched his videos where he stated this publicly about approximately how much money that he spent to go through his cancer treatment here in Thailand. And I hope you don't get offended by this, but when he did that, I thought to myself, okay, well, heaven forbid, worst case scenario, what is likely the most expensive thing that could happen to me that I would need to be able to have insurance for here in Thailand? And trust me, I'm not saying that this is my plan, but heaven forbid I get cancer, which seems like the absolute worst crapshoot you could do. It doesn't seem like a whole lot of people get it because of things that they do. I mean, yeah, Kev was a smoker, but it's not like he got lung cancer. Okay. So, and regardless, the point is that he got a certain amount. So I said, okay, fine, I'll get that amount. Well, what I noticed the other day is that the current insurance policy that I have, the annual policy, is not the about 3.2 million baht that you're going to need now, i.e. $100,000 to come in. But that's okay, because if I were to go out and come back in, I have an insurance policy, a traveler's insurance policy, and that covers me up to $250,000 for the first 30 days. Of travel into any country, and then I get that on an annual basis. So I have like this crazy insurance policy that covers literally everything, and I've had to use it before, so I actually know that they pay immediately, and they send a letter to the hospital or the ER that you're in, and I've experienced this sadly in the Philippines and in Thailand, and basically I get them on the phone. They always answer. There's always a human. There's none of this, well, please hold. And I'm talking middle of the night there, and like 2-3 a.m. in the Philippines, or it was, I want to say 2 or 3 in the afternoon in Thailand. Someone always answered, and one of the first things they make sure is, well, one of the first things that they check, and this is Geo Blue, by the way. one of the first things they check is your hospital that you're at, on their list, basically, of places that already know, hey, I have GeoBlue. Okay, great. We just go in and we choose the GeoBlue, blam, and we immediately invoice. The second thing they'll do is be like, okay, well, what do they need to treat you right now? What sort of proof? And then usually they will either email or they will fax, and they've done this within like minutes, guys, of me needing coverage. Because, if you know anything about the Philippines, they're like, okay, yeah, you're dying. You totally need medical coverage. You got any cash? You going to be able to pay us? So it's a different business model, but I'm definitely able to satisfy their needs with my insurance that I have. So I'm not concerned, and I don't think I need to run out and basically crank up my level of coverage with Pacific Cross, even though that was the insurance that I had, or that I would continue to use if I needed to renew and or get a new visa. The way that I am planning my visa actually is I got it in like October 7th of last year. And it wasn't until October 31st where it was a mandatory requirement that you had health insurance, you had health coverage to get an OA retirement visa. And so I didn't need it, but I had it anyway because, again, wherever I travel, I always have insurance. So anyway, I think they will let both of those classes of people in, meaning that if you can get a visa, then you can come in. Can you get a visa right now? No. You can't get in, and you can't get, you can get all your paperwork ready, and I would highly recommend you do that because it does take some attention units. At least for this year remaining. Carl K said, tried it, stuck in Florida, didn't work. And what exactly were you referring to? Were you talking about trying to get into Thailand with a retirement visa? Or were you just talking about the silly live stream garbage that sadly didn't work for you guys, that I hope is working? Okay, great. Yeah, Jimmy, good to see you, man. Thanks for coming by. Live stream is working great here in Cebu City. Very good. If I'm streaming good in a country that doesn't necessarily have great internet, then I think we're doing okay. Now, that said, in Cebu, the default setting, if you're in a decent condo, is you got solid glass coming into your condo, so that's pretty good. Isaac says, I cast YouTube on my TV via Chromecast, utilize the phone to chime in on the chat. De tiempo a tiempo. Todo bien, amigo. Qué bueno. Yeah, I like Chromecast. I have one of those too. And because I do all my live streams on my Chromebook. And so everything is in Chrome. So that's why I like the solutions like StreamYard and Restream, and Splitstream is incredibly unreliable. I've tried those guys, but Streamlabs has some cool boxes, basically some widgets that I use. But right now I'm just simply using Restream.io because the only thing it doesn't do, it will allow me to bring friends in via the URL, which is a beta option, but it won't display the chat on the screen, similar to what I mean, sort of. Okay, so here's what I can do. So for example, what I can do is I can cruise down here and I can do that, right? The quality of it, it's not as good, let's say, as it's not as good as probably StreamYard, but Restream still does a pretty good job of it. And there's a little bit of delay, but the text isn't necessarily awesome sauce. Hey, how you doing, Teresa? Hi, Mike's, love your show. If you guys are from San Diego, you know what radio station that comes from. Hey, dude, love your show. Love yours. It's from the 101 KGB. Love that radio station. Loved it. It's a little bit over-programmed right now, but that's okay. Paul T says the chat keeps dying on me, but the video has been working okay. All right, man. Sorry. Hopefully I'm getting to the comments good enough, and you guys are able to do that. So Paul T asks, did you get my email about grabbing live chat message authors? Yes, Paul, and thank you very much. And what he's talking about is the API hooks, basically, and the code. I definitely read it, Paul. It is sort of in the queue, and it's one of those things that I definitely want to get to, but I haven't had the attention units yet to look at that. But I really appreciate you doing that. That took some time, dude, and it also took some brain power and your skills, and so I highly appreciate that. And so hopefully, with any luck, fairly soon, I will have the ability to take the data of all of you that chat here inside of YouTube, pull your names out, and at the end of my chat, I will ideally, hopefully, be able to scroll up, much like the ending credits of a movie, before the chat is over, thanking every single one of you guys. Right now, I do it manually. I do it to the best of my ability, but I guarantee you I miss at least one person. And if it were me and I were that one person, I might be bummed. And so I totally get that. And you know what? To the point of like, not feeling as though you're sort of a part of Aztec. If you're still here, I really hope that Rob got back to you. He actually pinged me and I said, look, dude, what's the deal? This guy was disappointed, and I know that you take your Patreons very seriously. Anyway, Aztec, I hope everything worked out, because I know that many of you guys are here because of Rob, because of Rike, because of JC, meaning because of Do More Life, because of Jeremy. And so I hope that you guys are having there is a sync option stuck in Florida. Interesting. Rolling in there late, but cooking the burgers is a priority. Absolutely, says Keith. I completely agree with you, dude. Cook your burgers, because guess what? This is the land of smiles. This is not the land of good hamburgers and pizza. That's for sure. Richard says, thanks for pimping my stock bits. No, dude, I mean, your data is relevant. And, and I hope that some of the guys here at the Cool Kids table cruise over, because, that would be a very cool thing, I think, for us to talk about over here, because a lot of people will be like, what's it going to take me to cost me to retire? I need to have $1 million and then 3% this and that, whatever, dude. I mean, I love the people. Well, as long as I get 8% interest a year, if I get 8% interest in a year, I'm asleep. I mean, even before Richard, my picking skills were not stellar, but my God, 8% a year, dude, for the love of God, if you can't, I mean, come on. I'm not at the lame kids table. Oh, near Bang Na. Right on, dude. That's absolutely cool. You know what's funny is I was over near Bang Na because I was heading where the sort of MRT and everything comes. And so that's way out there, man. Because if you've seen like the pictures of his backyard, when he does his videos, I thought, my God, you must live like way in the province. But Bang Na, that's pretty cool. Todd says, but will the 400,000 baht insurance requirement for retirement visa is enough money amount they are asking for? Not all retirement visa extensions require insurance. Absolutely. I completely agree. And just so you know, you guys, when I talk about retirement visa, my mind defaults to, because I don't know the other countries, my mind defaults to my experience that I had as a U.S. citizen getting my third visa in the U.S. last October at the Thai consulate in Los Angeles, and the requirements that I needed for that. And again, my recommendation for any U.S. person that is not over here yet, that wants to get a long stay visa and have that be a retirement visa, meaning that you're over 50, I highly encourage you to get it in your home country. Sorry, I highly encourage you to get it in the U.S. I can't speak about any other countries, but for my experience in the U.S., because a lot of people are like, I don't want to move 400,000 baht because I'm married, or I don't want to move 800,000 baht into a bank account here in Thailand for whatever reason, which is like, okay, whatever. I don't really care. As long as I can get it my money, I'm not really concerned where it's at. Whatever. But I didn't have to put any money in Thai bank accounts to get my retirement visa. Richard says, if you've had one for years, the law does not require it for the extension stamp. That's accurate if you're over here. MedTech says, I read that most travel health insurance policies exclude CCP virus. So I can tell you right now that I emailed my guy and I said, hey, I'm sure you're getting this question a lot. Does it cover any, related to, he said, absolutely. I mean, he literally responded within, I want to say 15 minutes because, valid question, right? So as far as travel insurance policies go, I can tell you that my Geo Blue one does. It covers pretty much everything. And it's not, it's 100 and like, I don't know what it is. It goes up like $5 or $10 or whatever. It is not $200 a year. And it covers me for $250,000 worth of coverage. Now, again, it's travel insurance, okay? So it only covers me into a country for 30 days. So anyway, And Richard says, I think most insurance policies do not cover things that do not exist when you buy them because they can't evaluate the risk. That's absolutely true. And so that's why I was really pleased with Pacific Cross when they were like, no, we covered you for that. And so, so that was very good. God to Love Thailand says the streaming is great, but the chat is not. But you don't need it. Don't have much to say anyway, just like listening. Hey, says Go More Hike. Oh, congratulations. Well, look at this. I mean, I got to tell you right now, as you guys know, my ego is incredibly fragile. So the fact that I get some acknowledgement along the way here, oh my goodness. I've received 100 messages today from the Restream chat. Look at me clicking my heels together. Guys, how cool is it that they manufacture a very commonly purchased type of shoe here in Thailand that has the 2 metal plates on the heels so they can click their heels together and salute you when you walk in? Oh, boy. You want to talk about living the dream all day long with that thing, baby. Roy says, I'm on a tourist visa, okay, until July 31st on amnesty. Very cool. But want to stay longer. Been told I have to do a border run. Oh, and you know what? It only displays the thing. So hopefully the borders will open by then. So here's the thing. You may have to shout out another guy as I wipe the oil off my face. Isn't that hot when I do that, guys? That's why I have the light ring up there, because of my makeup. Because I got that whole ladyboy thing going on. So I need to spend at least 2, if not 3 hours in the morning doing my makeup. The discussion around that, I will shout out Integrity Legal. I have asked Benjamin Hart several questions. And he is someone that I can highly recommend as far as if you have any questions about what to do there, because you can absolutely listen to what my experience has been. However, I have never had a tourist visa. One of the questions that I actually, I'm the client, right? So paid the ante because I wanted his professional opinion. And as a professional, that's what I pay people for. If you guys want me to basically work in your data center and make sure that your cloud is available 105% of the time, that costs money because I had to spend money to get the degree, to do the experience, to do it, right? And there's a guy who's in here, he's a truck driver. I don't expect him to put 20 kilos, in the back of his truck just for me for free. No, I mean, it costs money to do that stuff, and I completely pay for that. Anyway, one of the discussions that we had that he actually did a video on recently is, okay, so like July 31st, everyone's got this amnesty. What does that mean? Does that mean that the clock then begins ticking as if everyone sort of re-entered the country on August 1st? Or is it more of a, hey, on August 1st, you basically got to get over here and do stuff? So does that mean that social distancing is completely out the window and everyone's going to be basically lined up August 1st over at Changwatana to do everything? And because I can tell you right now, like I use the app, right, to do the 90-day report, which means I can do it about 2 weeks after about 2 weeks before and about 1 week after. And it's not reliable, but it gets the job done if necessary, as does the website if I download IE and use that. Anyway, regardless, you can also, have someone do it for you, or you can go over there. I've been over to Changwatana twice, and I did my 90-day report, and I did a TM28 because I needed documentation for something else. And so I basically needed a residency certificate. So I've done that before. And in doing so, my Changwatana experience was never disappointing. In fact, it exceeded my expectations one time because I got the wrong ticket and I waited there, nothing happened. Then I went up to the info booth and they said, oh my God, we gave you the wrong ticket. You're in the thing. They just bam, right in the beginning, right in the front of the line. No more waiting, that sort of thing. So yeah, they've been very, very cordial to me, very professional actually. And customer service was decent. Again, I don't forget, when I go to Changwatana, I have the experience of, okay, as long as this is at least as bad as the DMV experience in Southern California, then I'm fine. And it's never been that bad. There is no experience in the world that is as bad as the DMV in Southern California, in my experience. I'll just say that. You guys have a preferred drinking water in San Diego? Do you guys have a preferred drinking water in the kingdom? I'm a big fan of this stuff, the mineral water. Shiny red ball. Next topic, Mike. So I mean, again, but like you said, hopefully you will be. And right now, I would submit that if you're like speculating about like what life's going to be like, even on July 1st, let alone August 1st, then you are, you're speculating. And there's not a lot of that I'm doing. Now, I can postulate on what possibly might occur, you might be able to do this. You might not be able to do this. Jason and I, actually, so Asia Unscripted, he and I were chatting about, options that he's got, right? Because he's in the Philippines. And so it was kind of like, well, maybe I'll cruise home. And I'm like, yeah, I got plans to go home and see my parents in August. Who knows if that's going to happen? And again, it gets around the discussion of, well, yeah, I could physically get on a plane and head back and then do this 14-day quarantine or whatever the limitations will be. Who knows? By then, maybe there won't be a 14-day quarantine. But, so I show up at my parents' house and say, hey, how's it going? I've been in a silver tube for the last 12 hours. Here are all my germs. I mean, that's not going to happen, Gomar Heck says, I liked your Khiri Khan beach videos. Thanks a lot, man. I really dug it. It was cool. I really liked getting up in the morning and doing a live stream, walking there on the beach. Because, by the time I got done with my video, it was only 111. So it's kind of like, whew, now that I've lost my 6 pounds, time for a donut. That was good. Rackman, good to see you, buddy. Hello from Atlanta. Do more life fan club in the house. Absolutely. I'm a bit, see, now here's again my real disappointment that I have not been able to get to this at the speed with which I did. Blue Room, I apologize. I am 8 minutes late in acknowledging you. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it, man. A $10, that is just, I'm honored, Blue Room. Thank you so much, man. I really, really, really appreciate the super chat. That is huge. Some of you have done that, and you've also what is the deleted message that I see what Richard's talking about hookers. So shocker that YouTube was like, no, let's gray that out for now, Mike. But anyway, Blue Room, thank you. You've also donated in the past, and I really cannot thank you, man. I mean, it really, really means a lot to me that you did that. One of you sent me a PayPal. The thing I love about PayPal is that when I get the money is that I know in an email. Well, I don't know necessarily the one you always use, but I certainly, know the email address because essentially you're buying something from me, right? So I need to be able to email you and say, hey, your eBay package is on the way. What I always do is that I will email that email address directly. And what I have been in the habit of doing recently is the fact that I will say, hey, so just so you know, like, here's what I'm spending it on. And the gentleman who sent me, I think it was $10 recently, or maybe it was even, just $5. And I said, oh, hey, so that's really cool that you sent this to me right now, because Gracie over the front of her shop, she had like a tarp kind of thing, that like, how like they have the little shops and then, there'll be like an angled sort of tarp that sort of sticks out on a frame. Well, hers was kind of ripped. And so that $10 that you sent went to, fix that tarp just then. And so to Blue Room's donation, I actually am not totally sure what I'm going to do with that $10, but I hope I can report that to you guys because I think that's really cool. I need to let you know that I don't spend it on drugs. if there's a bar, I suppose, but anyway, Blue Room, thank you, man. That's just, I'm just blown away that you guys are like, oh yeah, here's money, Mike, for doing what you love to do anyway. That's when you know you're not working, right? That's when you know you're at the cool kids table and I'm just hanging out with you guys having coffee. And I might need some more too, because I'm really falling asleep. Blue Room says, I would never join a club that would have me as a member. I do have standards. Do any of you guys know who said that first, right? Absolutely. I completely agree with that. When I heard that, I thought, you know what? I want to hang out with that chaplain. That was really cool. Anyway, Blue Room, thank you, man. I'm really, 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 really honored. And great stream, brah. Stay classy. Shaka. Mahalo. And Blue Room, laughing out loud. It's good to see you, Aztec. I'm glad you're here, man. And dude, up top, B, up top. Can you buy an alcoholic beverage? Yeah, sure, you can buy them. You can't buy. I mean, there's the standard Thai. You can't buy them. I think between like 11 and 2 in the afternoon, or like noon and 3 or whatever. There's that, that little the the shade that they pull down over the alcoholic thing. So I experienced that, because I don't look, right? But every now and then it like catches my eye. Oh, yeah, there's beer there or whatever. But I noticed that when I was Prachuap Khiri Khan and I was in the 7-Eleven, they had that little thing down in front of it. So you couldn't buy it. Missy, good to see you. Hey, guys. You know, Missy, if you don't know, you're actually the only no, I'm sorry. Cool. There's two. There's Missy and there's Teresa. They're the only females that actually come by the stream. But what's interesting is, for whatever reason, they both come over via Facebook. And so because of that, when I look at my metrics inside of YouTube, I mean, literally, guys, it is 0 females, 100% male are the guys. So it's really cool, because I want this to be the cool kids table. And back to that quote from a person in our past from a very long time ago, I want to make sure that this is not the He-Man Woman Haters Club, and we're not kicking it with Spanky's gang. So, man, that was showing my age on that one, wasn't I? Speaking of banks, what's been your experience with banks overseas? Okay, so I will start. Go more hike. And you know what? I misspoke, I believe, when I think Jeremy popped on in the beginning just to say, hey, Mike, have a great stream, which I really appreciate. Jeremy's so cool, man. But what I think I mistakenly did, Go More Hike, is I said, hey, dude, I really love your headset. It's got a lot of, and actually what I meant was your headset, because you were on Jeremy's stream the other morning, and he's got I think it's a gamer headset. If I'm labeling it incorrectly, I apologize. But, it's got some decent cans, right? It's like over the ear, but the microphone it's a crisp microphone. It sounded pretty good. What I don't like about StreamYard is when there's 2 people talking, it doesn't mix the audio really well, meaning like person A and person B can't basically talk at the same time. And that's how humans work. And so it always ducks one audio and does the other. And I just, it drives me bonkers. So that's the only thing I don't particularly like about it. So my experience with banks overseas. So my experience in Thailand is with, basically I've used them all, in the sense that I've used their ATMs. One of the things that I like about Krung Thai, the yellow ATMs here, is whenever I do an ATM withdrawal there, as part of my receipt, I get a coupon for a free soda at, not 7-Eleven. What's the other ones over here? My Family Mart, right? And so what I do is I take that receipt and I get my free EST, which EST, if you guys don't know that's basically the Thai version of Coca-Cola, which actually it's more like the Thai version of Pepsi. It kind of tastes like flat Pepsi, but it's pretty cool. And when it's cold, and I'll take free stuff all day long, right? But as far as Krung Thai, then I get on my little ATM card, on my ATM receipt. They give you 2 receipts. They give you the one for the money you took out and all that. And then they give you a second one that basically says, hey, next time you're at a Family Mart, you get a free EST. So I did Krung Thai for that. Casa Corn I've been using literally, like the first ATM I used when I was in Thailand for less than 12 hours has been Casa Corn. They, for the most part, give me the best exchange rate. And they've always been incredibly reliable, and their customer service has been very reliable as well, and fairly pleasant. I also have Bangkok Bank. And that transfer sometimes will take a little longer, but it's reliable. And they gave me great customer service when I physically went into one of their branches in Cha-am to move. So they've been good. My experience with other banks. Okay. So I have never had an issue getting money in any country I've been to. So which ones are those? So I'll start from the U.S. and then I'll just sort of, in my mind, move around the globe. Jamaica, and Spain, the U.K. That was pretty much all I did in Europe. And then, Thailand, Vietnam, China, like mainland China, as well as Hong Kong, Singapore, Singapore is basically San Diego at latitude 1. And then multiplied by about 4x if you're going to actually buy a car. But it's not cheap to live there. I have a Union Bank card, meaning I have kind of a prepaid ATM card from Union Bank. I can't get a Union Bank account. It's Chinese. Because I don't have the proper documentation or address or that sort of thing in China. I don't have a Chinese phone. But it is as if I'm going to the Bank of America ATM in Phoenix and taking money out. That has been my experience getting money. And then I've been indoors in a couple of them, and I've never had a bad experience. I will tell you right now that the worst customer support experience of banks globally I have had in my entire life has been Bank of America. I've gone to their website and made an appointment and showed up, and the person's not there. And they're like, well, they're going to be here in an hour and a half. Now, I almost expect that kind of behavior if I'm in like the Philippines or I'm in, if I'm in Thailand, Thai time as we joke around. But I'm like, dude, like, what are you talking about? Like the person knew they had an appointment. I made this appointment on the website because you told me to, meaning this was like and I was just like, you are totally incompetent. So Bank of America is pretty, it's reliably unreliable, but they've never lost my money and I've never not been able to get it. So anyway, I got 30 likes now. OMG, guys. What do we got going on over here? Look at this. 42 watching. Oh, that is just fantastic. I can't believe this. I remember when, I was looking at Rike's yesterday and his was at like 165 or something. And I will tell you that, one of the things that I have experienced, and I see it happening on his thing too, is that you don't get to answer the questions potentially as soon as you'd like because, and again, of course, I have this gift of gab thing going on. So, so there's that delay. Do I have to buy insurance if I'm carrying my insurance policy from my job into retirement? I will tell you right now that my experience with the insurance thing, getting a retirement visa, is that there is a list, and I actually put it in one of my other videos, but what you can do is you can Google, if you're talking about Thai visa, I assume, you can Google list of Thai insurance companies, OA visa, okay? And with any luck, you'll get one, and it says it's a very simple URL that many people, I'm sure, have shown, and it allows you to choose from, again, it's a subset of insurance companies, but again, there's only about, there's of I think the list of 10 or so, like 3 of them on there, I would literally choose blindfolded, and Pacific Cross is on there. It's one of them. So, Go Mohawk says, makeup. What is your beauty regime? My beauty regime, dude, is that I wake up and I'm like 0 to gorgeous in like 5 minutes. And you? Well, that's true. You do have that headset. I don't know if it's got the, the nice warm low mids that you're probably looking for, but it probably gives you that 20 dB of headroom. But question is that it costs $12. That's what I'm talking about. 48 volts of absolute awesome sauce. Oh my God. I just love listening to myself. Actually, what really helps too is the JBL, the JBL earbuds. JBL, if you don't know, of course, stands for just basically loud. Richard says his experience with overseas banks is improved if you can get the black card. Casacorn is 10 million baht. My service is fine. Yeah. And if you mean black card, you mean the one that American Express issues by invitation only? Yeah, I guess. I have a black card from Chase, but I've never. I don't have any of that, and I get great customer service. I'll tell you that right now. And I don't know whether it's, like you, Richard, you probably go in and I'll speak about myself. When I go in, I'm quite certain about what I would like to accomplish. And, the way that gets done after traveling internationally for a little while, I discovered that, okay, so I need to have reasonable so I will tell you this, the banks in the Philippines, their policies are a little disappointing. But like I've said before, everything in the Philippines takes way too long. So like to get into the physical bank, just to like sit down in the air conditioning, to then have a ticket, to then get called up to the front, that takes easily 4 times longer than it takes in Thailand. And I don't know why. Maybe they have less people working in there. Maybe every single transaction that a person does is 4 times more complicated for a Filipino than it is for a Thai person. Maybe they have more ability to do things online in Thailand, and people are more defaulted to doing that, or they have an app versus in the Philippines, like BDO, BPI, I think those are pretty much the only 2 banks I have had personal experience with in the Philippines. But then there's policy stuff. Like, for example, like you have to go to the branch where you opened up your account to get like certain things. So for Gracie to get the paperwork that she needed to be able to prove, hey, so I've had this money like in the bank for a while. Here are my last 6 months of statements or whatever. Because heaven forbid you should be able to log into a website and download that. I don't get because again, it's not like the paper that she gets is certified. Like she doesn't go to a bank to physically get her statements and then they apostille it, So I'm like, I don't understand why you can't just do that, But regardless, they have various different policies. So anyway, that's been my experience. I will highly encourage you to stay the hell away from HSBC. I have never heard anybody speak of good customer service from HSBC. The only interface I've had with HSBC is trying to open up an account, meaning trying to like sort of get into the queue to open up an account to do anything with HSBC online prior to, basically like setting up an appointment to do the thing. And they were just ridiculous. They were totally incompetent. I have actually had really, really good customer service from Fidelity and Schwab. And if you're one of these guys that's going to be distracted by the potential fees you may have to pay from your ATM withdrawals in a foreign country from a US-based piece of plastic attached to your bank, then I highly recommend you getting a Schwab high yield interest savings account, which of course, that's a relative statement. It's hardly a lot of yield. But zero to gorgeous, baby. Zero to gorgeous. Go more high. Some of the city country buildings departments give the DMV a run for their money. Yeah, I'm not saying it's perfect. Trust me. But again, I have realistic expectations. Absolutely. Richard says, I like the water that has hops and barley and is in a little brown made by Chang. Very good. Khiri Khan. Hello, Mike. Chopping Mall. Colombia is proposing international flights from August 31st. I wonder if this is World Health Organization guidelines. Unknown, Rackman. Good point, though. That's a good question. Nico Greco, good to see you, my friend. Glad you're here. Fellas, let's support our boy Mike with a PayPal or two. A real honest bloke. Hey, dude, thank you, man. I'm honored. If you don't know, one of the reasons I know Nico Greco, other than the fact that, of course, his name is in all caps, and so therefore he's yelling, Nico Greco, which I fully support. Big fan of the outdoor voice indoors. Is the fact that he was the first person ever to give the channel money. And in fact, he did so by saying, dude, what's your PayPal? Because I'm like, I don't have Super Chat yet or whatever. So, Nico, yeah, you want to talk about a real honest bloke, my friend. That's you. So thanks, man. That was totally I'm honored. Thank you very, very much. That Groucho Marx. Thank you. Shoot. Why did I think it was absolutely, yeah. Any club that Groucho Marx. I've heard that said about AA. Not that I have any personal experience because, of course, it's an anonymous program. Gomar Heck says, speaking of money, what's your take on the 2836 rule for saving money? I'll tell you what, go into a little bit more depth by what you mean by the 2836 rule. Because I want to clarify that I am interpreting what you mean by that. So let's start there. Let me scroll down and make sure you haven't already. But yeah, let's start there, and then I bet Richard's going to kind of what's going to then we'll talk about it. Rackman says 3 females when Gracie joins. It'll be like an IT table. Absolutely, dude. I mean, I got to tell you, and what's crazy, because I joke around, people like, oh, what'd you go to school for? I say, oh, I went into electrical engineering for all the girls, just like, forget it. And, but yeah, IT is very frustrating because again, it's a newer field. Okay. So I get why, like engineering in general, that's been around forever, but I mean, I was in IT before it was called IT, right? And that's not that long ago. I mean, that's only like 25 years ago before people, it was IS. Instead of being a director of information technology, you were the manager of information systems or whatever. But But yeah, there are not enough women in IT, and I'll tell you, every single time I've brought a woman onto our team, a woman onto our team, it's added more value than I could certainly even interpret from the resume. I mean, she was just great. And who knows? I mean, maybe it was because she's like, well, I got more to prove, so I'm going to work harder or whatever. But I doubt it. I mean, again, like the Cool Kids table guys, I mean, there's basically a culture that I will tend to sort of default to, and I would like to submit that by my energy being present, then that culture is sort of there. I mean, hopefully you haven't interpreted me as sitting here saying, hey, let's badmouth a whole bunch of others. It doesn't work for me, But anyway, so Richard, that's cool that he chimed in. 2836 is more of a guideline for bankers giving loans than a guide for people in savings. Thank you very much, Richard. That's very cool. Could you also, okay, hold on. There we go. Yeah. Let me just go to this and then I'll go back up to the other thing because I want to know why he asked that, why Richard responded that way, and what he's referring to. 2836 rule states that a household should spend a maximum of 20% of its gross monthly income on total housing expenses. It should spend no more than 36% on total debt service. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't, here's what I do is that I go into a scenario with limited obsession about trying to save money, okay? And meaning that I want to figure out how much it's going to pretty much cost me to live comfortably. Not live ridiculously. I'm not 32 anymore. Like BMW is not going to make me feel better anymore. It used to. Having a Rolls Royce was like need at first, but of course I didn't, I only had the one British car, so of course I needed a Range Rover real soon. But I have a lot less of that in my life now. So it's like, okay, what's it going to cost me to be comfortable? And then I'll jockey it around. Like Gracie and I stayed at this one. It was through Airbnb, right? And so it wasn't a year lease or anything. We stayed 1 month at a condo here just off on Nut, if you know where that is, the base. It's a bunch of buildings. And it was like $750 a month, and it was distracting. Now, again, because of where we were, because we were together, and so we had like sort of one bucket of expense, that month cost us about $2,500, and so, but now my rent is like $365 or whatever, and it's irrelevant. However, I have an electric bill and I have a water bill. Water bill's zero effectively, but my electric bill is like $100 or whatever. Cause I got the sliding glass door like a foot open, and I got the air conditioning on 25, and I got the fan blown on me. So, and that's comfortable for me because when I get the bill and it's like, oh my God, it's $120 or it's $3,000, whatever. Okay. Like, so I don't necessarily do it in those chunks. It's like, what's it going to cost me to be comfortable? And if it makes me uncomfortable to be comfortable, meaning I'm distracted by the amount of money, then I do. And you could be like, oh my God, that's the most immature thing, man. You can't do that. You're going to be out of money by the time you're 53 and you're never going to be able to live in Thailand. Oh my God, I can live in Thailand for $1,000 a month. False. Absolutely. Max asks, when do you think the bar scene is going to start again? Well, first of all, I don't think it's ever going to be back. In the next year, in the next 6 months, I do not believe it's going to be back to what it was last December here in the kingdom. It's gonna vary. But as far as when it's going to get sort of back to being able to do that, what is it right now? And it's June basically, right? It's like May 27th for me. I wouldn't have any expectation any sooner than 6 months. I mean, it's going to get back-ish, but as far as like bar scene, you mean like when you like walk down the street, and as long as it's dark out, you see a whole bunch of freelancers, and then you see the lousy bars, and then you see the decent bars, and then you see the epic nightclubs, and when is Soy 6 going to get back to where it was basically on January 7th of this year? It's going to be a while. My headset costs $20. Logitech though, Logitech makes a good one. Very cool. Yeah, and it's very crisp. I don't know if it's that crisp. I don't know if I can do that. Look at that echo. That's so annoying. You guys don't even know. When I go like this, you should not hear an echo. But, concrete walls, and I'm not willing to spend $1,200 on soundproofing. Plus, if I put it up on the walls, then I have this massive debate with what is with the condos in Thailand, where it's like, oh yeah, whatever you do, don't put anything on the walls. Okay. Was it? I love that commercial. You want to talk about great commercials? I mean, every now and then, guys, right? Isn't there like one great commercial? You won't necessarily quote it, but I mean, people do that, right? I mean, that commercial for Bud Light, Budweiser, basically. I'm trying to think when that came out. I mean, that's like, I want to say it's 20 years old, and people still do that. Was it? I mean, it was just like, whoever came up with that, I bet you when they first showed it to leadership, they were like, okay, dude, this is ridiculous. Like, no one's ever going to buy more Budweiser because of this ad. Well, guess what? That was absolutely amazing. Can you do any wacky radio DJ characters like a morning show jock? I can. Will I? I don't know. If it fits the mood, not to change the subject, but to change the subject. When I was in Patong, my khaki shorts zipper broke, and I got it fixed at a seamstress that was just outside 7-Eleven. Amazing one-day service. Some of the best seamstresses or whatever I've ever had have been the folks where you're walking down the street and you see nothing, and then you come back like 6 hours later, and they've got a Singer sewing machine that literally is powered by their foot going back and forth from 1911. And they fix your trousers or whatever it is. They fix your shirt. I did this video on when I was in Boracay, and I had this shirt that I really liked, but I ripped it, and it was like $100 shirt, right? And so I had a $100 60-cent shirt now because I had a $100 shirt that I put like a little scarf patch on, and the guy sewed it on for like 60 cents. And yeah, I mean, that is definitely some of the best. Whereas back home, right in San Diego, I took it to a tailor. I mean, I've had suits tailored, and I was like, okay, well, I guess that wasn't so bad because it was only like half the cost of the suit to get it tailored. I was like, but if I were much better here. Richard said Casacorn has a special black Casacorn credit card that has a head of line and club status you get with 10 million baht deposit. Yeah, that's not a requirement for me. But it might be, for other people, and I can totally appreciate that because, I mean, I do spend money to get through lines faster. I will absolutely pay my way into not having to wait with various things. So I have Global Entry, I have Trusted Traveler, I have APEC Business Travel Card. So, yeah, I absolutely pay my way around that. Chase Sapphire Reserve is a great card for people who travel a lot. $500 a year travel reimbursement. Free priority pass membership. Yeah, I've actually been a fan of Chase in a number of areas, but I've heard tons of good things about the Sapphire card. I do not have that. It's called a Wisdom card. You can find Wisdom centers with free cookies and stuff in malls as well as banks. That's kind of cool. I might check that out. Rat Race says, I have the Chase Sapphire banking. Love it. 0 ATM fees worldwide. And if you lose the card or gets eaten by a Thai ATM, which can happen, we'll deliver one to you in 2 days, pretty much anywhere in the world. Yeah, I've had very similar experiences with other cards. I can tell you that one of my first trips, as it turns out, to Thailand, I'll never forget. I got off the plane, right, and I'm in Suvarnabhumi, and I'm all the way down the bottom, and I'm getting ready for Airport Rail Link for that train to show up, right, and I'm like on there. Oh, I know what it was, and I was in an ATM. Up above, I said, okay, well, I land and I go to an ATM and I whip up my Fidelity card and I put it in and it doesn't work. So I go from like whatever bank that was to the next bank and I try it and it doesn't work. So I'm down there and I'm waiting on the ARL, Airport Rail Link, and I send Fidelity a message in the app or something like that. They got back to me right away, or they were whatever. Regardless, I got my answer. And I said, hey, so what's the deal? Like, I mean, is there something wrong? Like, do I need to move more money in there? Do you guys have an issue? Did you not get my travel notification? No, we know we are having this issue for some reason. We can't do transactions, even though they're using like the Plus system, which is supposed to be like, look, this Visa will work globally because of the back end infrastructure that we all agree on. And they said, we totally know it doesn't work there. And I said, okay, but like I have money, right? like someone hasn't used this before and I have zero balance, because that's kind of what it appeared like on the display. And he said, no, you're totally good. And I said, okay, so like, do I just wait? I mean, I didn't have, I had money, right? I had enough money to get to the silly train and like get to my hotel, and I probably had that paid for, and I had credit cards or whatever. So I wasn't going to starve. But he said, no, look, here's the deal. And this is why I'm telling you this story, because of customer service that you mentioned with Chase Sapphire. Is it with Fidelity? He says, listen, go into any bank you want and then basically take money out on this credit card. Like, in other words, like you're walking into a bank and you're going to use a credit card to take out, money, which of course is the most expensive way to get cash out of a bank. We will pay the fees. There will be no interest for 30 days kind of thing. So, in other words, we'll pay for that. So just, you get your money. Don't worry about it. You get your money. Because I was also like, oh, is my card damaged? Like maybe the back metal, And so I've had exceptional customer service from Fidelity for half a century. It used to be a family-owned sort of thing, but anyway, that's been my experience with Fidelity. Great customer service. And so when you can get, but Chase Sapphire, I've heard that used tons of times, and so I completely agree. To Brian Mitchell. CSR offers $300 travel credit to my fave card. Had since day one. Yep, that's totally awesome. Richard, Drummer Chicago, 836 rule. I assume you meant 2836 rule. States that a household should spend a maximum of 20. Yeah, so we talked about that. Awesome. I identify as a woman. Don't judge me. LGBT. Very good, Brian. Good for you. Ed Richards, I'm a new sub. Love your stuff. Keep it up. Awesome. Rat Race. Glad you guys cruised over there. Absolutely. I am totally glad you guys cruised over there. I think that the data that Richard gives is definitely a great tool for that toolbox. Big time. It's true that there aren't a lot of females doing IT programming. Yeah, Paul, it is a real drag. One of the best ones I had, I think I talked about it. I think I talked about it in one of my videos that I did when I was walking around Lumpini Park a while ago. Anyway, her name was Colette, and she was one of the women that was on our team, and she was an absolute rock star. And she just, she added a ton of value, and truthfully too, she kept the locker room talk, in the systems area there down to a dull roar. I mean, she could handle her own, but it was also sort of a motivator for the guys to not drop F-bombs every second, because it's like, you can get your point across and you don't need to talk like a drunken sailor, Go Mohawk, I've heard that advice on TV. Richard's also talking about 2036. You should be working towards 0. It's the bottom line over 42, and you would get refused for loans. Good to know. Rat Race, I'm hoping to move to Thailand April 2023. That's fantastic goals, dude. That's outstanding. Best way to never get financial freedom for most people would be to perpetually borrow money, is why the 28%/36 thing is nonsense. And that's what his thing says. I apologize that for some reason the display doesn't, what is that, like 128 characters? Give me a break. It's like people telling me my elevator pitch is too long. Your building's just too short. Get a longer elevator shaft, dude. Carl, good to see you, man. Glad you're here. Good morning, Mike. Money is just a state of mind. It can be. I can tell you that, obviously money won't solve all your problems, but lack of it will absolutely potentially cause some. TG, that guy. Good to see you, my friend. Just so you know, we had another guy in here named TG, so I don't know if I'm going to call you TG anymore. I'll probably just refer to you as that guy. Vietnam is supposed to be opening to travelers from 80 countries July 1st. Serbia also. Good to know, because that's my backup passport I'm working on. Wasabi. Very true. Very true. That's a good one, isn't it, Paul? That guy, sure hope so. I need to travel, but heard there will be a mandatory quarantine, though, which is a no-go for me. Yeah, I'm not in the, again, you got to remember, right? If you're from the U.S., a lot of people get 14 days of vacation a year. So it's like, what's the statement going to change to, guys? Is it going to be like, oh, where are you going on your vacation? Or is it going to be, where are you going on your quarantine? Love Saigon. just not as much as Bangkok. Yeah, I will tell you that I feel a little bit. I'm more familiar with Bangkok, so that might be it. But the other thing is that the mass transit system, right? Like so, BTS, MRT here in Bangkok, it's definitely more mature than Ho Chi Minh City. But I mean, you can get. I almost said Ubers, but Grab bought them. You can get Grabs all over the place in Ho Chi Minh City. But I really dug Ho Chi Minh City. Yeah, I'm a total, absolute big fan. Big fan. 2-week quarantine's a deal breaker for me. Hey, Clay, good to see you, buddy. How you doing, man? Glad you're watching on TV. Honored that you came over here. Rat Race says Global Entry is a must-have, worth $100, but most good credit cards like the Chase Sapphire Reserve will reimburse the $100. Good to know. That's really cool. Yeah, I got mine long before I was even considering, getting Chase Sapphire. But that's really good. You know what's amazing about Global Entry is anyone who has ever seen it that ever complains about the cost has not landed at LAX after a 13-hour flight and just gotten bad luck. And I mean, I've landed at LAX before when getting off of the jetway from that point, and again, it was a gate fairly close, but from that point is where the line began. Okay, so it was like 2.5 hours just to get to the thing. And I just walked right past everyone on the left, went up to the kiosk, put my 4 fingers there, no to all, yes, submit, gives me the printout. I walk in, welcome back into the United States, sir. Literally, guys, I have never waited. I'm not joking. Every single time I have gone through the kiosks coming back into the United States, I have never waited 60 seconds. It takes me longer to walk from my seat on the plane to the kiosk than it does to get into the United States. Global Entry, if you travel more than once a year, get it. Brian says, I really like your live stream style. I'm a 60-year-old doc getting ready to retire and I really bummed out that this doesn't display, and just travel around Southeast Asia. Would $50,000 a year be enough to live comfortably, and where would you base? So, Brian, my opinion is that 50,000 US, like before taxes effectively, right? So in other words, you have $50,000 cash in your pocket on January 1st. Will that allow you to have a really good life that year? And as far as I'm concerned, that is an absolute yes. That is a resounding yes, meaning you want to travel around Southeast Asia. So you want to go from Bangkok to Ho Chi Minh City or whatever around here. And again, let's remove the whole COVID nonsense from the discussion. But I believe that is a lot of money to be able to enjoy yourself. And like I've said before, not be distracted by the cost of things. Now, if you are going to say, yeah, and oh, by the way, Mike, I'm going to basically make Singapore where I get a year lease and I buy a Toyota or any car for that matter, then no, that won't be enough money. I mean, $50,000, for example, in Singapore is a minimum ante just to get a permit to be able to purchase a car. Okay. So I love Singapore. I would go there for a week or two as part of your year in Southeast Asia. You got to check it out and, make it to the point where you budget it such that, 1 or 2 nights out of that entire time or, per year, you stay at the Sands. It's a neat experience. Okay. I mean, it's really good customer service, but I mean, it's no better than basically having stayed at, a 5-star type place. I mean, you can go to Las Vegas and stay at, the Wynn Encore. Their customer service is pretty good. Venetian Palazzo, I've had a good Bellagio's good too. And so I've had a very similar experience there. So the point is that I would say absolute resounding yes. Where would I comfortably base? Well, where I have comfortably based is here in Bangkok. The good news is I'm not locked down here. I'm not forced to lock down here. We got a 1-year lease, meaning Gracie and I here in Bangkok, with the idea of being able to go to Suvarnabhumi. And the way that I describe Suvarnabhumi, I've heard other people describe Singapore this way, is you are basically less than a 4-hour flight away from 4 billion people. Now, to be fair, you said you're a doctor. And so I don't know what that means. Are you a very well compensated surgeon and you live in Rancho Santa Fe, just north of San Diego? Which, if you guys don't know, Rancho Santa Fe is arguably one of the top 10 most expensive communities in the entire United States. Or if you're from, the Valley, there's a bunch of, communities up there that have, the infamous they have more startup millionaires than any other, community in the country kind of thing? Or are you, it depends what you're used to. I mean, if you want some of the experience that Richard's talking about, and he's like, oh yeah, so basically you just throw 10 million baht into a Castle Corn account, and then you get this card, and then when you go to like a mall, you can get, a VIP treatment, you can get, cookies and all this stuff, and you can get a concierge experience. And some people are like, yeah, that's kind of what I like. And I can tell you, when I was traveling for business, like that was actually kind of important. I mean, I didn't have a rider, basically, like a star would have, that sort of thing. And I've, seen those ridos before. I mean, there are some people that are like, okay, so in my dressing room, I want like green M&Ms and I want red M&Ms and I like this kind of water. I like Evian water. I don't like any other kind. And you just do that, okay? And it sounds silly and it sounds ridiculous. But when you're a performer and you're basically like, okay, so my job every single night in a different city is to go and stand up in front of 30,000 people, be judged, and give the absolute best performance of my entire life, like it was my last one. And get paid a handsome amount of money. So, I mean, again, if you have seen my videos or heard me describe or whatever, and the way that I live, you're sort of like, yeah, that's kind of cool. Like he goes down to, some beach, or I'm not saying it's a requirement to be like, okay, so the only train rides I'm going to take are $1.74. Don't necessarily limit yourself to that. You're like, Mike, I kind of like air conditioning on my train rides. I fully support that. I get it. Trust me. I don't take plane rides where it's like, well, I tell you what, I get a good deal, but let me just roll the window down in this baby. Oh, we're going to bank to the left. All right, I got you. All right, let me just put my arm out here. Oh, we're going right. Okay, cool. No. I mean, I like a comfortable chair in a plane. I get ones with extra leg room. Sometimes, it's probably less than 10% of the time, I will get business class. Occasionally, I will also upgrade to premium economy. I've only flown first class once. It was not my money; it was the company money, and it was the money was irrelevant, but the experience was kind of distracting in the sense that like I spent a lot of time while I was in first class, basically judging the hell out of it, because I'm like, okay, well, I mean, these are okay, but these aren't the best pancakes I've ever had, kind of thing. It's like, okay, do I really need a cloth table? That's okay. But I've also flown like business class in EVA, where at night, I mean, there's little like blue LEDs on the ceiling, so it's like looks like there's stars, and the headphones they give you are basically Bose noise canceling headphones. They're stellar. You don't get a blanket, you get a comforter. Okay, so I mean, it's like, hey, this isn't so bad, and it was like 40 or 80,000 miles or whatever. So anyway. That is my long answer to it. Although you led with, I really like your live streams. So I wasn't, so I'm going to go with, you probably weren't. Let me ask Mike this question so he can answer it in 14 seconds. So anyway, I hope that was in depth enough. If you have any specific questions, I will do my best to get back to you. But as you guys would probably know, if you're new here, Brian, I think I've seen you actually before. But livemyassoff@gmail.com if you have any specific questions, and I will try and get to them as soon as I possibly can. Remember before, guys, I said, hey, go to livemyassoff.com/calendar. Well, I tried that, and I was honored and overwhelmed by the number of people that booked time in my calendar to have chats. And I'm not singling him out. I know that like stuff happens. In fact, I sadly don't remember his name, but one of the first guys to get in my calendar, it was like on a Monday or something like that. And I showed up and he couldn't make it. And he emailed me like, I waited there for basically 15 minutes and no show. And then I got some emails later on saying, oh, sorry, I had to go to work, and do this. I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. But, like I allocated my time. Like in other words, I did I didn't do a live stream because we had our time booked. Or I didn't get on a, BTS and go meet, Caesar, for example, right? And to go have a hamburger with him because I had allocated my time for you. And look, I'm not trying to like guilt this guy. I mean, life happens, okay? I get it. And it was a higher priority for him to basically go to work and talk to his boss than it was to talk to me about his potential vacation. I get it. I totally get that. But what I've discovered is that a lot of times the way to have people put skin in the game is to charge them, right? So in other words, if you pay like $30 or you pay $50 up front to say, okay, I'm going to schedule time with Mike and I'm going to do that, there's a higher likelihood. And I get this information from some of my peers and mentors that do these sort of one-on-one consultations. I have not changed the model to that yet, because in my mind, I'm thinking, well, maybe this will just be like a peak, like a lot of people got on my calendar. and then it'll kind of die off, and I'll get some emails, and maybe I'll get overwhelmed, and it'll take me 72 maybe hours to get back to some people, but I'll do it to the level of detail that I believe is appropriate and will make me feel good in answering their question. So for right now, there's no cost to it. And I think I have some appointments coming up in June if you guys have specific questions. But livemyass.com/calendar. And we'll see how well that works. Or you can just hang out here in the chat and ask me questions there if you don't mind me. I'm now answering questions that came in at 9:33 and it's 9:48. So I'm only 15 minutes behind. That's not too bad. That's Thai time, dude. What are you talking about? You haven't shown up to the meeting yet 15 minutes later. Chase Sapphire is great. Shameless plug since I work there. Oh, very cool, dude. You work at Chase? That seems like a pretty world-class company, at least from my experience. My experience with Chase is simply through their technology team, their back-end technology team. And those guys, as well as Visa, was really good. I never worked with the guys from MasterCard. I worked with the guys from American Express. They had a really great team out of Phoenix. Those guys were outstanding. Go Bornike says, great philosopher once said, "Mo money, mo problems." Your thoughts? No. In my experience, having more money didn't necessarily yield more problems. It was the way that I responded to the availability of money. And honestly, if I look back, I can't blame the money for it. I blame my lack of self-care and my ability to sort of be comfortable in my own skin. Because whether I had money or not, I believed, unfortunately at the time, which caused me to change my view and not believe this now, which is I could buy myself happiness. If I have this item, if I have this widget, if I own this car, then boy, am I going to be happy. And that was not it. 35 thumbs up and 47 of you watching right now. Thank you, guys. That is totally awesome. I'm very excited. This is totally cool. That's really cool. Did I mention it's really cool? Oh, so this is really cool. Yeah. So it's really cool. All right. Blue Room says, I hate the Philippines. In the Ayala Mall, I bought some batteries, but they weren't included. But that's a pretty good one, dude. I like that. I don't hate the Philippines, but yeah, there are imperfections there for sure. I mean, look, one of the best things that occurred in my life is the fact that I met Gracie. And I had to do that by going to the Philippines. And so, as far as I'm concerned, one of the best things that ever entered my life occurred from the Philippines. So, but you're right. Gracie showed up and she's like, hey, so I know I'm awesome and we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, but I don't have any batteries. And I was like, oh my God, Blue Room told me about this. All right, whatever we are not going to Ayala Mall because those people are never going to be able to solve my problems. Rat Race says to Clay, they do not. If you have Chase Sapphire Banking, the Chase Sapphire credit card, or the Chase Sapphire Reserve, 0 foreign fees. Yeah, that's pretty rad. I don't get foreign fees on Schwab or Chase. Fidelity. And I get 100% ATM charge reimbursement. And I probably, though, I would say I think I get a better exchange rate through Schwab than I do for Fidelity. And then again, it depends on what you want to have happen. So what happens with Fidelity is that, I'll get charged $5, $10, $15, whatever for the ATM fee. And I believe it's one of those things that runs in batch every 24 hours. They then immediately credit it. And so it's okay, yeah, $5.94 it cost me, to do this. And then that comes back that day. And then I believe Schwab, they do it in batch at the end of the month. So you're like, what the heck? How come you guys aren't giving my money back? Okay, well, just wait till the end of the month and you'll be good. Richard says to go more hike. That's a one-sided equation expression. It's also reduces some problems and the result depends on the person mostly. Absolutely. I would agree. Yeah. It's not just the cash, dude. MetTech, girlfriend birthday tomorrow. Can't justify 2-week quarantine. Question: when can we return without the BS? I unintentionally broke my promise to her, so I'm feeling low. I'm not the only one, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, look, if your promise to her was, honey, I promise I'll be there for your birthday, I mean, you're pretty powerless over that, dude. And, that stinks. I can tell you right now that Gracie and I spent my birthday apart and her birthday apart. And it was not the plan that we had last fall when I said, hey, honey, I'm quitting my job. I'm moving over to Southeast Asia. You and I are going to spend the rest of our lives kicking it through, Southeast Asia on $25 flights from Bangkok to Ho Chi Minh City to Da Nang, over to the Philippines, back to Boracay, down to Singapore. I mean, and that's what we're going to do. Oh, and just wait, honey, because we're going to spend my birthday and your birthday together this year. Well, spoiler alert, instead we got to be in two separate countries, both wearing masks. So that's a drag, dude. That's an absolute drag. I totally get that. But I will tell you that the good news is that Gracie and I are 150% convinced that we love each other, and we don't just love each other on our birthdays and on Christmas and on, it's so, do what you can, right? Zoom is a great option. I don't know if that, that probably won't satisfy you emotionally. I get that, but yeah. Caesar, good to see you, buddy. How you doing, man? And I'm not sure what $350 is in reference to, but I apologize if I missed that. It's probably the amount of money that you were going to super chat me. Oh, right. Yeah, sorry about that. I tell you what, do it through PayPal, and then we can give a whole bunch of money back to the other guys too, and make the Cool Kids table gold plated. I'm just teasing, buddy. You know that. I had a burger with Caesar. Actually, he lives here in Bangkok. That was just an enjoyable experience.com. That was amazing, man. Met a kitty in Chinatown. She's coming over for a massage. Good for you, buddy. Are you giving or receiving? Massage open next week in Chinatown. Good to hear. Not sure why it would open there and not here. I was actually walking back on the sidewalk where I get some chicken and sticky rice. Because, of course, if you guys don't know, the world's best cuisine is available to you for essentially no money on the sidewalk in Thailand. That's where all the gourmet chefs exist, in Mike's opinion. So last night I had 2 pieces of chicken and a bag of sticky rice, and it was 50 baht. And I will do that all day long. Jason says, from Asia Unscripted, by the way, check out his channel if you haven't. He does some really cool sort of walk and talk videos pretty much daily from Cebu. And so that's kind of cool. They only announced about e-visas in Vietnam. They didn't announce what borders will be open. Okay. So the e-visas, I actually don't do that. I either will do a service ahead of time or I was right on the edge of doing this before, of course, everything changed in COVIDity. But what I normally do when I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to that country and I'm probably going to go there a couple of times. So I take my passport and all of the whatever I need and I just ship it over to the consulate or the embassy. It depends on the country, and then they just do whatever they do. And then a week later, my passport shows back up and it's got, the multiple entry annual visa in it. I've done that for Vietnam before. I've also done the letter that you need that you basically present with, I believe it's $110 cash at the entry point. And then they do whatever they do and they put the actual sticker, the physical piece of paper that is your visa, the sticker that's in there, and then they stamp on top of that. And I did the 1-year multiple entry visa into Vietnam. That way. But if in other words, if Gracie and I weren't apart as we were now, I would likely, based on travel schedule, I would likely get us both 1-year multiple entry visas into Vietnam. And moving forward, there's a very high likelihood that Gracie, we will end up getting her a long stay visa for here in Thailand. And again, that depends upon how much travel we're doing. If we're getting her a long stay visa based on her staying here a long time contiguously, and we're not going to be flying, whatever, then what will happen probably is that we will go through one of our ideas that we really wanted to pursue before, which is getting more experience speaking Thai, therefore taking Thai lessons. And as part of that, we would go through some type of school. I'm a little bit biased to getting Thai lessons at a university, but that's not a requirement. But we're definitely going to go through a very reputable, English Thai language school, and get the education visa based on that, and then have that just be, part of the process, because we're physically going to be sort of stranded here, if you will. But the likelihood of that is pretty low, because Gracie, one of the more pressing I want to say goals for Gracie and I and her daughter is to get her daughter a passport and give her the ability to travel with us. And because she's under 18, then there needs to be sort of additional permission that will have to occur for Gracie, effectively, to prove to immigration when we leave the Philippines that, and this is the short answer, that we're not trafficking her. So, the first time a young lady basically leaves the Philippines, especially if she's traveling with a foreigner, is one of the things that they need to believe is that, you are basically traveling as a family. She is going to come back. She has enough money to leave and come back, and that while you're traveling with her, you're not doing it because you're going to take her out of this country and traffic her. And that is the short answer at immigration. Now, Gracie has done this before with me, and she also has a U.S. transit visa, and she has a U.S. 10-year multiple entry tourist visa for the United States. So when the Philippines sees that, then they're like, okay, well, you're not without means, and the United States sort of believes that you're trustworthy. So, there's a number of factors, okay? But the first time Gracie and I left the Philippines, she had to go through secondary, and I had to wait. And then they actually questioned her about some stuff, and then they questioned me about some stuff. And I didn't really sort of think about it at the time, which was good, right? Because they basically asked her a question, and then they asked me the same question. And their expectation was that I would tell the truth, but also that the stories would match, and they did. And I didn't really think about it at the time. But then I'm like, oh, that's why they're doing this. Then I needed to come into the same room where she was at in secondary, and I needed to sign a piece of paper that literally was me swearing that I will not be trafficking her, and that I am paying for everything, or that she has her own money, and that there is a return ticket, and then, and I mean, literally, that I am not trafficking her. And at first I was like, hey, look, I'm an American. I should be able to do whatever the hell I want if I want to travel with, but then I was like reading this thing, and I was like, you know what? I really appreciate the fact that this government, through whatever processes, they've decided to go through this additional bureaucratic process, because there is the chance that this will prevent losers, traffickers, slave traders from doing this with young, at least in my biased opinion, very pretty girls like Gracie. And so I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. And then she went through that process. And of course, every sort of exchange that she has with immigration, meaning every exit, every entry, there is data that's put into her file that gets checked when she leaves. And so now, and has happened before, when she exits the Philippines, one of the questions they ask her is, oh, so who's Mike Somerville? I mean, they have like my information in her file, and their expectation is that she's not traveling with a new boyfriend who is paying her way. The expectation is that we are basically together, and we are each other's asawa, and we are a team. And so Ron, glad that you just subbed to Richard, but a lot of catching up to do. Well, like I've said, guys, the good news is like now's the time to basically get on Richard's radar, because I want to say he's got maybe 20 videos. And, I mean, again, I'm just going to throw out my opinion. To be fair, I mean, if you're going to like go all the way back, that would be fine. And Richard's a really cool guy. So it might give you sort of okay, I want to get to know this guy. Like, what's he really all about? But if you start with the video that I believe has some title to the effect of like Stock Market 101 or Stocks 101 or whatever, if you just start there, I mean, you can get caught up in less than a day. And, but I would not fast forward. I would listen to every nugget, and I would listen to all the way to the end, because you never know. You never know. So, yeah. Hello, Ron. Good to meet you. Yeah, Ron West is very cool. All right. Awesome, Aztec. Good to go. Hey, Joe. Good to see you. Life is up, my friend, and I am living the dream. Global entry is great, says Scuba Tom. That is the understatement of the year. How many of you guys have used Global Entry and come into a port to enter the United States and been like, okay, I would pay $100 today just to be able to get into the United States this one time. But wait, I have a card that allows me to do this for 5 years. Oh, what lottery did I just win? I mean, that is a game changer. Clay says that race, that won't give me a Sapphire card. Oh. Asian Unscripted, no need for a car in Singapore. They absolutely, unless of course you want to go, I mean, the cost is just so ridiculous. And what I love, to Jason's point about the public transportation in Singapore, from an electrical engineering standpoint, is the fact that their trains are, I mean, in some areas, not 100% of them, but they're 100% autonomous. Like, I mean, there's not even like a person like making sure it'll work in front. Like, you look through the front of the train, there is no pilot. There is no security guard. There is no air marshal. There is this train, and it runs by itself. Obviously, it's monitored somewhere by humans, I'm quite certain, in the knock. But, I mean, it is. And every time you come up to a station, it goes the exact same speed, and then it decreases by the exact same speed, and then it slows down, and then it stops, and it does this perfectly every single time. And when I first experienced this, I thought, man, I know that Singapore is like pretty appropriate, and they're like, they've got process and procedure, and they're very focused, and of course the cleanliness. I'm like, but these train drivers, these people are fantastic. I mean, there's no way the same driver is like, I'm on the same train again. He is driving as perfectly as the last guy did. And then I like looked through the front of the train one time, and I'm like, okay, so there's robots. There is artificial intelligence and machine learning driving this thing. There is programmable code that runs this thing. And I'm like, I love Singapore even more. You do not need a car in Singapore. 190,000% agree. Clay says, I've been there for many years. Brian, again, I'm very well-compensated pediatrician in Denver. The $50K a year would not touch my savings or retirement. Well, then you will love it. I will tell you this, though, Brian, if you've never been here, then, just give yourself a little plus or minus. Just basically give yourself, the permission to potentially spend $100,000 the first year you do it, or, 60 or whatever. You can't now. Okay. But what I usually say, because my experience, if you don't know, my story is that I showed up in Thailand about 7 years ago, and I kept coming back and forth for a while. Sometimes I would come back usually it would be like at least 3 weeks, but I mean, I've literally come over to Bangkok for a long weekend before. Like, I got here on a Thursday, I did some stuff over the weekend, and then I left the following Monday and went back to the office. So, I can do Bangkok blindfolded from LAX. It's not the most enjoyable thing. I mean, you spend a lot of time of that long weekend traveling, but the point is that, I've been able to do it for anywhere from, 6 days to 6 weeks. And that's Thailand. But then I also did that with Vietnam, not the long weekend things. But I did that with Vietnam, and I did that with the Philippines. The Philippines, I've been there actually for a long weekend. When I first flew in, I was in Barcelona for business, and then so I literally flew around the world that whole trip. So I flew over the Atlantic, right, to do UK, and then down to Barcelona. And then from Barcelona, I cruised over to Turkey just to pass through Istanbul, and then from there I went over to Cebu, and then Gracie and I hung out there for a little bit, and that was basically the first time we really sort of spent any quality time together. And then we also went over to Siquijor for 3 or 4 days, and then back to Cebu, and then she went back to Manila, and then she went back home, and then I went back to the U.S. And so it was a short term time together, but it was just wonderful. I mean, it was awesome. We got to know each other, and I fell in love all over again. So I was just like, hey, this is totally cool. Every time I hang out with Gracie, I want to spend more time with Gracie. So check, we're doing that again. So yeah, I mean, that's great, man. I mean, if you're gonna architect it such that you basically are, living off of basically living for free, well then, hey, that's the brass ring, my friend. Isn't that what we all want? Rat Race Rebel, I'm flying TPAC. I fly Biz. Or first, 90% of the others. Yeah, premium economy, totally. And and if you can do that again, for business, it's nice, right? Because I mean, there's been times where I've people are like, oh my God, you're flying first class, blah, 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 big spender. And I'm like, look, dude, here's the deal. I'm doing this for business. And so therefore this first class seat, that's my hotel for the night. And, first class is okay. And it's awesome. And it's lay flat. And, again, the comforter and everything. But it is not a king size bed at the Marriott. Okay. It's still a plane. And it's still very dry. And the restrooms are not as large as I might like. I don't wake up and take a really nice warm shower and be able to like shave in the steam. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if anyone ever like has not flown first class for business and thinks that it's like this massive perk, okay, it's helpful. But again, you're still on a plane. All right. And again, first class for like domestic flights, I mean, is ridiculous. All it is like a wider seat with some leg room and potentially a little bit better customer service. But international flights, first class and business class, that actually adds some value. And again, like I said, I've definitely used it for my hotel room that night. Rad Ray says, do it all with miles, or I find low fare business class deals like Qatar just had LAX to Bangkok. $1,600 for November. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, dude. If you're doing business class, that's a great deal. That guy, yeah, you should charge for consults. People don't value free things. Yeah, I get that, dude, and I appreciate that because again, it's like, yeah, if I do something for free, then it's got that value, right? So I get it. And one could argue that I do this for free, effectively, but I also do this because the emotional payment I get is from you guys and us interacting and me learning something and ideally being able to turn you on to something else that I believe has value, not the least of which is Richard. So that's cool that you guys are like subscribing to him and hopefully you'll get some data. And if you don't and you think what he's saying is weird, like let me know because again, I have the ability to, I believe, judge people based on, the way that I interpret them. And so he might say something that I have absolutely no knowledge of being incorrect. And so I would, that would be an interesting, I don't believe that feedback would be accurate at this point, but who knows? Maybe I'm like totally missing something. They're like, oh yeah. What are you saying is like, but then there's this other thing, Mike, that he hasn't either talked about yet or completely misses or whatever. I mean, but thus far, I believe he is a value add. So yeah, so thank you, that guy. I appreciate that. I may or may not do that. I may figure out a way to do that, or I may just sort of do it here. Scuba, I've been flying luxury economy when fly long flights. Absolutely. Works sure nice to know when I book flight to Thailand. Totally, dude. Absolutely. I mean, again, it's just so less distracting, right? Plus, I mean, you get to get on early. There's always room in the overhead bins because the seats are so far apart. I mean, you don't need to worry about cramming your... I mean, I get it. It's just a much better experience. How cheap is retirement in India at some nice beach or at Sri Lanka too? The only nice beach I know of in India is Goa. And I have absolutely no experience with calculating retirement in India. However, there are enough places in India where I at least believe the infrastructure would probably be disappointing for me. That I will maybe go to Sri Lanka, but I don't think there are a lot of cities in India that I don't think I'll go to based on the limited knowledge I have of it thus far. So I can't speak to that. And Scuba Tom, yeah, almost 100% of the time. Once I found that card, I was like, okay, well, this is kind of my primary. I'll use my Fidelity as a backup because it's got the same, again, like I talk about, the lack of distraction from the potential. I mean, again, if I'm traveling, right, and I'm over here and I'm buying food on the street for like $1.50, or I'm taking a 6-hour train ride for $1.74, then, I'm not too worried about the fact that, using this ATM with my Bank of America ATM, if I absolutely have to, it's going to cost me $5 here in the kingdom. And they're going to charge me $5 from Bank of America. They're going to give me this ridiculously obnoxious exchange rate, like 26-1 or something ridiculous, almost as bad as PayPal. But, again, Schwab is one of those deals where it's like it's 100% reliable 100% of the time, and it's not distracting, which is great. Aztec says, just an FYI, paid for a super chat, typed it, hit buy, it processed, returned me to my chat form field and the buy button again. Check bank, it's charged me, but never. Aztec, where are you? Because I can tell you that if you're in Thailand, you can't use super chat. And And so I'm really sorry about that, dude. And I mean, again, if you're giving money to me / the channel, and you want me to make the best use of it and kind of report to you what I do, the easiest way is to do, well, the most money will be available for that via PayPal. So, I mean, again, none of this is a requirement, guys. Super Chat's not a requirement. PayPal's not a requirement. I like I said, I like hanging out with you guys. And but let me go back to the YouTube thing right now, because I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anybody's Super Chat. And then they come in pretty slowly. And then Rat Race says he also sent a Super Chat. Sorry, it's not showing contacted support. That was at 10:07. It's now 10:12. So that was 5 minutes ago. Okay. Well, okay. So I'm in Thailand. So therefore, if I click on the Super Chat button, then I won't be able to buy it anyway. And if I connect to a VPN to try and test it, then I won't be able to. It will disconnect on me. So I'm really sorry about that, guys. And I'm absolutely honored that you are actually trying to spend the attention units. Here's what I will do. I will give you my PayPal link. It's actually not in the description of this. I forgot to put it there. But at the end of the day, it's paypal.me/amazing LLC, which is my coaching / consulting company in the United States. And so, man, I was disappointed that that YouTube doesn't have the competency to be able to notify you guys. The fact that they don't have the competency to be able to receive money really concerns me, because much like Richard, I bought some Google stock. So I'm kind of hoping they have the experience to be able to ingest some top line revenue. So that's pretty disappointing. But guys, thank you so much. Please, don't I am really 44 people watching. Oh my goodness, you guys, thank you so much. That's just fantastic. I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. So anyway, I'm really sorry, you guys. Let me make sure that I got, oh wait, sorry. Yeah, so e-visas, agreed at Rockman, and okay, so I've missed something. I apologize. Thanks. I'm still too green to have learned the difference between e-visas and reopen borders. Oh, okay. So basically e-visa is simply that you get a visa. Usually, like I get an e-visa for Cambodia. There's just an app that you can do that. It's electronic visa. And I'm quite certain that somebody answered that probably further down faster than I did. So, and I'm kind of going up because I want to make sure I don't miss any comments, especially from our buddy Jason over at Asia Unscripted. Almost no country in their right mind would accept Americans right now. Haha, still too many new cases. Yeah, it's funny that you bring that up, dude, because one of the things that same thing, Whiskey Tango Foxtrot, paid Super Chat. They charged my credit card but didn't show. Oh, well, that's lame. I mean, that's like really lame. Like, I mean, if you can't trust Super Chat on freaking Google, wow. No, guys, I'm really, I apologize for that. Okay, so that guy, testing 1, 2, 3, just hucked us $2. Now, that guy's in the United States. And thank you, dude. I really appreciate it, man. I'm sorry that we're having to throw money at this problem. But anyway, so that guy just did $2 in Super Chat. So thank you. I really appreciate it, man. I just saw it down here, and then let me show it. There we go. So thanks, buddy. Appreciate it, TG. Anyway, I'm sorry about that, guys. And again, like I said, it's not a requirement to do the PayPal. What I will do though is I'll turn on notifications, meaning I'll turn on the audio on my phone, such that if you do, in fact, feel the need to, or the desire, hold on. Nick, thank you very much for the $5. I really appreciate it, buddy. I'm honored, absolutely honored. It came in at 9:26. Nick, I'm so sorry that I didn't see that until just now. I really appreciate your PayPal, man. I'm really honored. I will. I don't know. I don't know how to say this. Like, I don't know how to stand up or take my clothes off or something like. Well, maybe actually you'd pay me not to do that, but anyway, Nick, thank you very much for the $5 PayPal. That will and that guy the $2. I can tell you right now that if you guys watch my videos before, you know that he only gave you $2. Well, guess what I can do with $2? I can get on a train and sit my butt down for 6 hours straight. and I can YouTube live stream for the majority of that, right? So yeah, so I know how to spend $2, man, and absolutely get my money's worth. So that's really cool. Caesar says he's talking about real estate central Bangkok, 20x the price outside of town. You can spend millions. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said before, guys, I never thought in my lifetime I would see a condo complex in Bangkok. I mean, again, it's right on Sukhumvit. But the minimum, cheapest condo they have there is 30 million baht. Just ridiculous. Blue Room says, seriously, money can't buy you happiness, but it helps you look for it in a lot more places. You know, it's true. Yeah. I mean, again, I think the key that we're all sort of, you know, in the belief of is that, you know, it can't buy happiness. It can't buy joy. It can't, I mean, it's part of it, right? I mean, it's one of the things. Like, in other words, I really like 3-in-1 coffee, and it only costs me 17 cents or whatever. Like, I get a pack of those little 3-in-1 things. And for some reason, it brings me some degree of like joy. Like, I make it in the morning and I'm like, cool. And I like the taste of it. It also allows me to reflect on the last time that Gracie and I like drank that together. I know this is going to sound goofy, but it's just one of the things that I do. One of the little silly long distance relationship things that I do. We have 2 types of spoons in the drawer. One of them is blue and the other kind is pink. And I use the pink one in the morning because it basically says to me in the morning that Gracie is with me, hanging out, stirring my coffee, whatever. Okay. That brings me happiness. And so I do that sort of thing. And there is zero money that is involved in me doing that process. But I can tell you right now, I'm really stoked that I had the 50 cents or the $5 or whatever it took me to buy that spoon a while ago. So I'll take it. Oh, Blue Room, $5, buddy. How you doing? And I'm actually going to show that quote because I've used it before and I find it to be very entertaining. Even though my mom watches these videos, but I don't believe she reads the comments. So don't sweat the petty things. I'll say that live. How's that? You guys can read the best of it. But Blue Room, I'm totally on board, man. I completely agree. Life is an absolute. There are way. I mean, look, here's the deal, guys. I mean, I would submit all of us on this. You know, we're not starving. We probably are quite confident we know where our next meal is coming from. And we probably know of scenarios that we've either been in or our family members might be in or someone we really care about might be in where they weren't certain that there was a next meal coming. And we don't have that challenge today. So I think that that's a pretty damn good thing to be grateful for. One of the podcasts that I follow, Bangkok podcast, he also has a Line channel, and so he communicates with his listeners, if you will, on that. And then he'll occasionally receive. So he sends out something. And he says, "Oh yeah, blah 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 blah." And then I said something, that I would normally say to any of you guys, either on the live stream or in chat or whatever, which is, "Oh, that's awesome, man. Yeah, I'm living the dream." And he responded with something to the effect. I'll tell you exactly what they said, but something to the effect of, "Oh yeah, I wish I'm living the dream," or "How do I live that dream?" or whatever. And I will literally read verbatim what I said to him, because I think you guys know me enough to know that, like, I'm not just saying this for the ratings. Like, this is what I truly believe. And I said, "Oh yeah." They said, "So what's going on?" And I said, "I'm ridiculously grateful, overpaid. Oh, and thanks for the reminder to shave," because they sent me this like cute little thing. And then their response was, "How do I attain the status of overpaid?" And my response to him was, "You got to wake up this morning. Start there with your gratitude list. You have zero problems today. #livemyassoff.com. So it was a shameless plug to like get my website out there. I didn't even think about that at the time. I just kind of just said it. I said, but dude, come on. You're living in Bangkok. You are on the air, if you will. You have a podcast sharing with people your knowledge, and people really enjoy it. You have zero problems today. So that's just Mike's opinion. But you probably didn't come to this channel because you're like, the last thing I want to talk about is gratitude, for God's sake. That crazy white dude with his rose-colored glasses. I hate everything about him. Money cannot buy you happiness, but it helps you. But yeah, and I said that. But anyway, so Blue Room and that guy, thank you guys so much for the super chat. I'm absolutely honored. Brian Mitchell, money can't buy happiness, but it can buy rent. And here's the reason why I'll show that, man. Another super chat. Brian, I am honored, buddy. Thank you. I mean, it just, but what does Dead Farang say? Bar girls can't eat love. Absolutely. So thank you for the $10, man. Thank you for the $9.99, Brian. I really appreciate it. And it's an honor, man. It's an okay, guys. Here's why I want to just like really. I mean, I hope you know me well enough to be like, yeah. Mikey's gonna go bap. He's talking about all of the benefits and everything, and then here's Todd with $5. Guys, this is just blowing me away. Totally awesome. Sent another article about possible returning flights, saying fourth quarter. All right, Todd, awesome. Let me and what he means by that is I assume that he sent me a URL to an article. And let me share that, because here's what happens, right? Like if you guys share a URL in there, YouTube's like, oh no, oh my God, he's sharing a URL, heaven forbid. So let me open up my email and get that, and I'll share it with you guys in the chat. But anyway, I want to get back to this the super chat thing, guys. It's just, here's why it blows me away. And especially like the $5. Okay, so like, you know, $2 from that guy, $5 from Blue Room, $5 from Todd, $10 from Brian. It just, I mean, guys, it's just so awesome. Here's why: is $5 from Todd, okay, combined with $5 from Blue Room. All I have to do, it would take me, how long does it take me to walk downstairs, take the elevator? Less than 2 minutes, less than 120 seconds from right now. I could walk outdoors and walk down the sidewalk, and the majority of the people's shops, that sort of thing that I walk by, certainly every single person employed at 7-Eleven, they're making less than that today. Okay? I mean, guys, that is so much money. And it is more, the amount of gratitude I have for that, you just don't even know. The fact that all of us can sit here and be like, oh, it's only $5. Oh, it's only $10. You know, and like I got the opportunity to use someone's PayPal. And again, Nick, thank you for the PayPal earlier today. To like fix the awning over Gracie's shop. Like she got to do that without having to be like, okay, so basically I need like, you know, 500 pesos for this. And, you know, I buy these shoes for 200 pesos and I try and sell them for 400, sometimes 300. So I got to sell basically 5 pairs of shoes to be able to bing. Wait a minute. Mike just gave me, where the hell did Mike get $5? Where the hell did Mike get $10? From the cool kids table, you guys. I don't know. I don't think I cannot describe this with my constant talking that I'm quite good at, to how much it means to like be able to have an extra $5. And guys, I have not been in a situation in my life where I literally have been down to my last $5. Okay. I've been unemployed and I've been on unemployment. I've been denied unemployment. These are things that I've been in massive debt, you know, but I had 2 legs and 2 arms and maybe a little bit of disappointment, but I had enough push or gumption or desperation maybe to apply for that next job and work for that $15 an hour when I knew in my ego that I was worth $100 an hour, but I just couldn't get a job then. You know, and I was able to work in the knock of Time Warner in San Diego, and I only made $15, and I had to punch in and I had to punch out. And I'm talking about in my late 30s, guys, mid 30s, you know, and then I got a job, and then I got a better job, and then I got a better job, and then I got a raise at that better job, and then I got a master's degree, and then I got a raise, and I got, you know, and I was on the path because I wasn't really obsessed about the money. So like when the super chat pops up, trust me, the number is relevant, okay? It's important. $9.99 is a lot, Brian. $5, Todd, is a lot. $2 is a lot if all you want to do is say, oh, geez, I wonder if this super chat thing works. But at least for me, when I'm over in this environment and at some point I will close down my laptop and I will walk away from this laptop and I will walk away, including this, $30 richer than when I sat down on the couch this morning. Are you kidding me? Okay. Like that's 1,000 baht, you guys. And yeah, for us, it's nothing. But if I were to walk down the street and be like, hey, so here's what you do. So you open up your phone and you basically just talk about something that you really like with people you've never met before that you like. And then you're going to stop and then you're going to walk away and you're going to have 1,000 baht. They would be like, right. Like, come on, tell us another joke, tall, white, bald guy. What are you talking about? Or they might just roll their eyes and be like, silly Farhang. What is he talking about? He's rich. What does he know? I'm rich, guys. I'm wealthy because of you. And it is a feeling. My video that I did when I was walking around Lumpini Park, I was talking a little bit about leadership. It's probably about a month or two ago. This is true wealth, you guys. Okay, it's not the number, it's not the value, it's not the cash, it's the feeling that I have. That, all right, maybe I've talked about that too much. Mike, will you answer my damn question about visas? Maybe one of you is saying, but guys, anyway. So money can get you short-time happiness. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm getting now, Brian. I don't know. I like to think it's a little bit more. It's worth more than that. It's cool. Because I got to tell you, when I'm done with this, Grace will be like, how's it going? How was your day? And I'll be like, honey, you are not going to believe this. Like, I got $30 today, and she's going to be like, wow, 1,500 baht. Sorry, 1,500 pesos, you guys. 1,500 pesos that you just threw at me. I'm going to earn it. I promise. I'm going to earn it. I promise you guys. If I'm not, hold me accountable. Fair enough? All right. Cool kids table. Exemplified. Did piping design on world's largest refinery in Haminger. Is that right? Near the ocean, and the blowing sand and sand fleas would get into your eyes, etc. I personally was turned off. I needed there. That's a big deployment, Ron. That's absolutely, that's not nothing. But I would submit that all that sweat equity you put in, I'm going to go with help the local economy. So I'm sure it helped your economy too. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty lousy work, I'm sure. It was the infamous digging ditches, right? But bloody favoritism. What are you referring to, the other guys? Because you're for some reason where are you, Aztec? You're not in Thailand. Your super chat should work all day long. Anyway, guys, I'm not going to belabor the point anymore. Thank you very much. Rackman travel tip: buy the Thai coconut oil to ward off the sand fleas and mosies. Absolutely, as well as Tiger Balm. Tiger Balm will change your life. I got bit by a bee. Put some Tiger Balm on. Bam. Like I was never bitten by a bee. Richard says, my opinion about money and happiness is, if you can't buy happiness with money, you are either spending it in the wrong places or don't have enough. Yeah, I mean, you can buy happiness, right? You can't buy joy. I mean, that is sort of yeah, I mean, look, it's needed, okay? Again, it's not a lot of money, but if I don't have 17 cents, guys, I'm not drinking coffee. And I'm not able to pause and be like, oh yeah, someday I'll be able to hang out with Gracie and have some more coffee. Anyway, I'm going through these in order. So once again, thank you, Todd. Really appreciate it, buddy. If it flies, floats, it's cheaper to rent. Yeah. And I've heard that, and I appreciate the third F there being YouTube friendly, but I completely agree. I've got a buddy that says, if it flies, floats, or whatever, lease. Absolutely. Stock says to Rockman, the coconut oil works great for the sand flies, but didn't have much luck with mosquitoes. Yeah, I would say that the Tiger Balm definitely helps there. P.S. Kevin Hart was on the Joe Rogan podcast this weekend. It was amazing, so motivational. Joe Rogan runs an epic YouTube podcast show. Guy is genius. I was watching the interview he did with oh God, I just spaced on his name. The kid who basically was the world's most famous hacker, and he not hacker. He outed he worked for the NSA, worked for the CIA, and his name just popped into my anyway, I could Google it obviously, and I'm sure one of you already knows his name that I'm talking about. But anyway, he did an interview with that kid, and I was watching it. It was from it was from last, I want to say November. I think he did it. I think it was last year, 2019, that he did. I want to say Thornton. I know that's wrong, but anyway, you know who I'm talking about. At Stuck, they must love you. Okay, so that's his. I can't remember what that was related to, but I apologize if I missed that. But yeah, no, totally, dude. I mean, I completely agree. Joe Rogan's fantastic. Having a few bucks plus the idea of travel is intoxicating. It's fun to rack your brain and think, what would I do since I can now afford it? Absolutely. And there is now no feared projection potential shame. Yeah, parental shame. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I think that Edward Snowden, thank you, that guy. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. So Edward Snowden. So he's an interesting guy. And I'm not going to get into the political debate about how he potentially, is justifiable to out the government or whether he is a traitor. So I don't want to get into that. The point is that Joe Rogan's ability to interview him and basically let the guy ramble on, even though one could argue he's not really a rambler, but he's got a lot of data. But regardless, my point is that Joe Rogan runs a great show. Got him his DF videos. What was his last one, Aztec? Was it the one where he was like cruising around saying, okay, yeah, so I got to 100,000 subs and that was a great goal and I made my goal, but now I'm like, done. It's like not doing it for me or something like that. I can't remember. Music Tracks was totally worth it. Yeah, I agree with you on that one. Wow, my chat's working. Yeah, shocker, right? Oh, YouTube fixed their technology. It's all they do. It's like, anyway. Gotta love Thailand. Good. I'm glad. Because here's the other thing. And hello to William. Hey, bro, keep on keeping on. William is amazing. He's a great guy. If you don't know, his previous channel was Philippines On Demand. And then his new channel, I want to say, is Life with Bill. And I want to actually cruise over there. And sorry, I went to Facebook. Let me go to YouTube. I want to go to Life with Bill. I'm going to copy and paste his new YouTube channel in there because I want you to check it out. What's funny is, so I go to youtube.com, right? And the first thing that pops up is live domestic tourist in Thailand. And I'm like, oh my God, someone's talking about, yeah, that's you, Mike. 47 people watching. Thank you guys. You guys are really awesome. Life with Bill, I believe, is the name of his channel. And no, it's not. But hold on. Let me see if I can find it by going to the link that he sent me the other day to sort of his intro video, but this is going to be his new channel. So bookmark this, guys, and check out his new channel. Missy, who's chimed in before, I just saw a post of hers on Facebook. She goes, hallelujah, Greg is shaving off his COVID beard. I got to tell you, man, I am not a fan of facial hair. I just, I don't like how it feels. And now, of course, with the bald head, basically the surface area of my face is quadrupled. So now I have a beard with on my head that I got to get rid of big time. So sorry if it's like glitching a little bit right now. I actually don't know what the experience is that you guys are having. But I see that Bill's already got 16 subs, which is really cool. But let me throw this in here, and then that way you guys can. And I see that, it's still a work in progress that he says. And he still has Philippines On Demand. So you can check that out. But there is the link to his Life with Bill channel. So check that out, guys. And always a big fan of him. Happy to support him in any way I can. That was your thing. Thank you. I actually went to my... and hey, thank you for the subscription. I just got that from... so this is... Okay, so I'll throw this out there because Todd said, hey, so I got this article on the fourth quarter kind of thing. But I will tell you guys right now that I am not a fan of CNN. I believe that they believe the data they provide is data in fact. But there is something to be said for the negative connotation that a lot of people will refer to with CNN, which is constant negative news. But again, it's a URL that came from Todd. Todd is part of the Cool Kids table, and it is cool because Todd is here. So therefore, I will share that for sure. So you guys check out those links that I sent up there, and let's see what we got here. Okay, cool. Let me get back to these comments and make sure I am honoring you guys. Keep on keeping on. You know I'm keeping on, buddy. You know I'm keeping on. That's all I do. I wake up in the morning and I keep on. You the man, brother. How can I be the man if you're the man? Love Bill. Great guy. I'm going away. I missed a bunch, guys. I'm really sorry. Oh, that's interesting. His started working after Mike posted the PayPal link. So maybe they were like, whoa, competition. We need to get 30%. PayPal only takes 4%. Give us your money. That's all right. They're providing me with a 105% reliable live streaming global infrastructure. So, yeah, data centers aren't free. Data center can't eat love. Anyway, I got back to William there, so that's really cool. The attendants at the Alfonso retirement home don't know I'm spending all of their coffee fund money on super chats. Right on, Blue Room. Very cool. 49 people. I have to start looking for another bald guy in Thailand to watch. And so I know you're joking around, dude, and I totally appreciate that. Gotta love Thailand. But let me ask you in all seriousness, like, why do you kind of say that? I mean, is there any truth to that in the sense that I am like so far behind on my comments? Because that's sort of the curse, right? Is that before when I would do these, it'd be like, oh, Ross, and there's 11 of you guys. And like, you know, there would be like 4 comments. And then I would be like, okay, so what else you guys want to talk about? Like, to get anybody watching right now, you know, I'm honored like crazy, but you know, I want to make sure I'm honoring you guys. But yeah, 49 is that's just so awesome. But, I don't know. I mean, I got to tell you. Well, let's see. Bill's not in Thailand. I was going to say he'd probably be willing to shave his head for the product. Hike to base camp Everest might be fun. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a cold guy. I mean, my hike like up to the top of a mountain was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan to the Buddha, the big Buddha on the mountain there. 396 steps. Gracie and I did that, and I got to tell you, it was probably about 98 out and pretty humid. So yeah, I think Everest might be a little bit too cold for this wimp. But yeah, crazy that it started working after PayPal, right? Well, cool. Whatever pushed it over the edge, guys. And again, thank you very much. That guy, your focus on gratitude is my favorite thing about your channel. It keeps reminding me that I have no problems and I won the lottery the day I was born. And we all keep going from blessing to blessing. That's cool, dude. Thank you. That's neat. I couldn't have, I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, I really appreciate gratitude, but I'm honored, that guy. Thank you very much on which is not showing up, actually. It keeps reminding me that I have. But, yeah, it's my way of looking at it. And, label me rose-colored glasses all day long. But I'll tell you what, dude, here's the deal. Like, you could take off your lousy glasses all day long and put on some rose-colored ones, okay? Like, if you need rose-colored glasses to sort of fuel you, to be like, well, let me look at the bright side. There's another phrase I invite you to adopt. What's the best thing that could happen? Okay. I understand the whole planning, what's the worst thing that could happen? I get it. But maybe you could rephrase that and say, well, what are the resources I need should what I want to happen not happen? But anyway, I'll never be broke, whether beside collecting Harley shirts in countries I go to, I have some local currency from those countries. Absolutely. That is awesome, Todd. Good job, buddy. Aaron says, I think I was. $1 is almost equivalent of 1,000 views on big channels. So like revenue, you mean, right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how that works. I have like the thing turned on, but Here's another thing that YouTube does that I would prefer they not do. I have the default settings of like, okay, these are the default ads I want to show up. Like, in other words, there's an ad that will play at the end of a video. And I'm like, fine, I'll put that up there. Most people don't watch anything past hi, thanks a lot, goodbye. So if they're going to be watching and kind of hanging out, then fine, I'll throw this ad up there and it might add value. And ideally, the algorithm knows enough about you such that it's giving you an ad that actually would be something that you would be interested in. Not be like, hey, look, you can buy widgets, Mike. No, I'm not a widget guy. I don't need any of those. But in any case. So, and then, but the thing that pops up at the bottom, like it would cover this thing right now. I shut that off, but it still displays. Live My Awesome and CB Media are keeping me sane during this quarantine and not being able to travel. Yeah, CB Media is rad, man. And the stuff that he does and the quality of his videos is absolutely outstanding. I mean, that is his job, right? I mean, he is excellent at basically producing video content, doing stuff online and everything. But he's got a great shtick and he's got a great personality. He's very adventurous too. And he's got sort of the niche of, cars, right? And so that's a really good thing. Thanks. Good to know, Stuck. All right, good. Awesome. What do we got going on here with Rat Race? That Live My Ass Up and CB Mini. Oh, I just thought I read that. I apologize. Cool. What is awesome is giving the gas attendant 50 peso to pump gas and put air in your tires in Cebu. The dude is making only $7 a day. Geez, it costs $1 in the States for air machine. Yeah, exactly. And if you don't know, or at least in California, the law is that if you are actually buying fuel there, then you should be able to get air and water for free. But some of them still charge, even if you're like, okay, dude, like I'm literally filling up my gas with filling up my tank with $97 US worth of fuel. Give me some air. Oh, no, it's only got the machine. We can't. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely. What does it cost me to get my groceries delivered? 66 baht, which is basically $2.10 to get my groceries delivered. And the guy shows up. He calls me before he's going to leave. He calls me as he gets here. He smiles. He takes it. I will say 30% of the guys that basically show up, this is from Happy Fresh, by the way, with my groceries, they take a selfie with me. Okay. Now they take a picture of the groceries being delivered because that's kind of the proof. That's like the signature because you're not supposed to interface. Before you would touch their phone and sign it in the signature sort of pad. But they don't want to have that, possible germ transfer, I guess. So they take a picture of your groceries. But a lot of them have been like, oh, yeah. I'm like, dude, totally, man. You delivered my groceries for $2, for God's sake. Are you kidding me? You're my hero, dude. Oh, my God. To Caesar from that guy, at Caesar, that before you go, even for base camp, I did Manasula base camp 20 years ago and couldn't hack it. Couldn't hack that problem, but really do train for it. Yeah. Completely agree. How can I be the man if you're the man, William? I know he went from Billy to Bill to William. If you haven't seen that video that he did his live stream, actually, and the difference between Billy as a kid, Bill as a young adult, and then William as the man that he is today, it's pretty cool. Which is harder, Kilimanjaro or base camp? For me, both, because it is not at a beach and it's not 100 degrees outside. So I play basketball in 100-degree heat. Didn't die. Absolutely. So why not do it again, right? I had no idea I'm a lightweight, but I heard Kilimanjaro looks gorgeous. But it actually, no big deal. Very cool. I don't know. I'm not a big mountain climber guy. I don't think that would be sort of thrilling for me. I'm sure the views are spectacular, but again, if there's any degree of cold that would be available, then that's not for me. On the hike down from Manaslu, is that how you pronounce it? Manaslu Base Camp. Two of my friends would have died in an overnight snowstorm if they hadn't been able to dig a snow cave and hide in it. Unless it's a Harley, says Todd. Unless it's a Harley. Ron West to Aztec. I see Dead Farag video when he came back from hiatus, but he's not making them often. Yeah, I haven't seen one in a long time either. Speaking of mosquitoes, do you worry about dengue and or sleep in a mosquito? I have. Gracie and I absolutely have slept under a mosquito net if we were in a place like we've stayed in a little cottage in the Philippines before we went over to the island that we rented called Cagdanao. If you want to search my videos, and you can right before the video series of Cagdanao, We stayed at this little sort of beach cot, and there were no screens. There were wooden deals that you like opened the window. Well, if you don't open the windows, you die of asphyxiation basically inside of this condo because of the heat and humidity. So you leave those open all night. And, because of that, there's going to be mosquitoes, right? So there was a mosquito net. So I've used it before. Do I worry about dengue fever? I don't. I mean, I don't like proactively. To be honest, I don't believe I go anywhere where there is a high possibility of me getting dengue fever. I've been in areas before where I've been like, there's a possibility of like some standing, water, mosquito. But for the most part, I'm like, I don't, I don't put on mosquito repellent. Here's what I will do if I'm in a scenario where there's a lot of mosquitoes. If I'm sleeping, I'll use a mosquito net. If I'm somewhere where I'm standing or whatever, then I get out of that that environment because I'm like, okay, well, look at, even if there was no dengue fever ever existed, I'm not a big fan of mosquito bites. Well, actually, I don't really care about the mosquito bites. I'm not a big fan of the result after. It's just like, unless, of course, I've got Tiger Balm, and then I'm living the dream. And I ping one of you guys, and I'm like, hey, dude, so, like, you brought your coconut oil, right? All right, well, lather me up with some of that. And, by the way, let's take some money from this super chat. Let's get us some coconut oil, and we'll stay away from that. Stay away from those damn mosquito bites. Edward Snowden, thank you again for that guy. I really appreciate it. Richard says, ever watch Jordan Belfort? He is the real Wolf of Wall Street. He's very interesting. I have seen him. Actually, I think I've seen Wolf of Wall Street like 4 or 5 times because for whatever reason, when I was traveling back and forth, like it would be the movie on the in-flight entertainment system. So, but he's an interesting cat for sure. POD tells me, sorry, I'm late. Is still room at the cool kids table for me? I don't know. How about you guys answer that? You bet your ass there is room at the cool kids table, my friend. Absolutely. And it only gets cooler. It doesn't get more crowded. There is an infinite number of seats. There is a finite number of seats for people that focus on the negative, unless, of course, they're willing to say to the rest of us, at least in my mind, hey, guys, how can I please be in a better mood? And don't forget, getting in a better mood sometimes means simmering in the bad mood. Okay? It's good to have contrast. It's good to walk through the feelings and feel them anyway. So just throwing that out there. There you go. Free life coaching. Boom. How was that? Oh, Mike, you added so much value with that nugget. Thanks so much. That guy, you can always scroll to the newest post because someone has typed in the phrase you're looking for. Yeah, I do. And then scrolling back, I don't always get to the most recent one. So the problem is that I can absolutely scroll to the most recent one. The problem is that there's no return. You know how like on the remote, you can like change channels and then it's got the button that basically takes you back to the previous channel. I wish they had that in the YouTube chat. That would be nice. What's the EDM scene like there? Okay, so, and if you guys don't know what that stands for, electronic dance music. And so I'm a big fan of EDM. Huge fan, Carl. I'm more of a fan, though, as far as producing the shows and being the guy like backstage as far as the technology and the audio and the video and that sort of thing goes. I do like participating. I do like being in a nightclub where like the sound system is just amazing. The AV production just blows me away. I really dig that. And then of course, a very talented DJ. That's really good too. So with that said, I appreciate Electric Daisy Carnival, but I will not stand in a parking lot full of 100,000 other people and to experience it the way that I want to. So EDM over here. As far as I have not been to any EDM festivals over here. I've been to nightclubs that slam that stuff out all day long. Every nightclub I've been to in the Philippines was in Boracay, so that's like basically 3. The DJs were lousy. And as they were mixing, I was like, oh my God, what's it going to cost me to get up there in that DJ booth, kick this guy out of the way, and basically start, because I'm like, oh my God, he's slamming the beats back to back. He doesn't go from, he doesn't put 2 songs together that are in the same key. I'm like, oh my God, he's going from like 120 beats a minute down to like 1/8. I'm like, you don't go down, bro, you go up. Anyway, been a nightclub DJ long enough to realize that like it's not difficult. And especially now when you can buy basically turntables, right? I mean, they're not actual platters that use vinyl. But I mean, you push a button and it's like they sync up automatically. It's like, dude, come on, man. Anyway, so the nightclubs here in Bangkok are epic when you can go to them, and they're filled with beautiful people. The sound systems in them are stellar. They're on par with some of the best nightclubs I've ever been to in Las Vegas. Never been to nightclubs in Europe, so I can't speak to any of that. But probably Las Vegas. I've never been to any nightclubs in Miami. I've heard they've got some good ones, and of course, I'm sure New York City has stellar ones too. But the EDM scene over here, in my experience, is that it is not, and I've been to some really cool clubs in Pattaya, right? So if you guys have ever been down there, iBar is pretty good. They've usually got pretty decent DJs. The one all the way down at the end, Mix, MIXX, sometimes the DJs are okay. It's a little too bright in there, at least when I've been in there. It was kind of weird, but it was filled with a lot of Russians, so I don't know whether they sort of like tailored the, know your audience. So I have limited knowledge of it, Carl, over here, especially as far as the festivals go. So, I mean, if you hear of any like EDC that's happening over here, Electric Daisy Carnival kind of stuff, let me know, because that would be really cool. And yeah, just as a reminder, Philippines On Demand still has Philippines On Demand, even though that link in there for Life with Bill is absolutely, it's still a work in progress. I'm a work in progress. We're all a work in progress. Absolutely. Shoot for the brass ring and don't disappoint, or don't get bummed if you're moving along the way. Stuck in Florida says, Carl, EDM is in almost all clubs in the tourist. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And it's very common that they'll play that. I wonder if Molly works there. I would stay away from that. I would recommend you stay away from that. That guy, to Caesar, you sound like an athlete, and I am the opposite even then. I'm sure you'll be fine. That said, the base camp hike will be harder is my guess. Can't speak to that, guys. I have zero knowledge. Thanks, Mikey. You are a genuine and positive person. That's why I respect the heck out of you, brother. Well, I tell you what. It takes awesome to know awesome. Chest bump. Big William Roy says, have you ever TransferWise to send and receive money? So here's what's funny, Roy, about that. If any of you guys on here were on the live stream I did when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan and it was raining like crazy then, it's like in the middle of the afternoon, Rob bopped in and he says, hey, have you ever used TransferWise? Well, I went on this. The short answer is yes, I've absolutely used it. But the reason I'm laughing is because Rob asked that on one of the things, and I said, why have you never? I figured he was like saying because he was going to throw up his TransferWise link and get some affiliate money. But he's like, oh no, I just signed up for it. I'm like, you just signed up? Dude, you've been in Thailand for 5 years. He goes, yeah, I was a little nervous about using it. So then I went on to describe all the technology and the business model that I believe TransferWise has that makes them better than the next guy, like Remitly or Zoom or something like that. But yeah, I use TransferWise all day long. And in fact, one of the links that I put in my videos, because I was just so blown away by it, is the fact that when I used TransferWise, the last time I used it, I moved money from the U.S. to Thailand 6 seconds, and it was in my bank account. So I will use TransferWise all day long, my friend. Absolutely. In fact, I'll tell you what, I will throw you guys up a link to TransferWise because, like many affiliate links, as I'm sure you're aware, what it allows you to do is it allows you to basically use TransferWise like you would use TransferWise, like anybody would use TransferWise. But what it will do is that it will provide you with the ability to get a transfer for free. And again, that means you're simply saving $5. But let me see here. Let me copy this link, and then I'll throw it into the chat here for you guys. And then it does, in fact, give me some money if 3 of you guys use it. So basically, and I threw that in there because what I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of, go through. Oh, sorry. Oh, my Buddha. Mike. So lame. Anyway, don't click on that. That link goes to the wrong spot. Mother of God, Mike. Anyway, yeah. So TransferWise is incredibly cheap. It's incredibly fast. I was a beta tester early on, back when Richard Branson was a very, very visible investor. He's still an investor. He's just not as visible. But I believe that he has a lot of brilliance in the companies that he invests in. tend to go successful. And my experience with TransferWise is that it is wildly successful. Yeah, okay, so I wanted to go this and I wanted to clarify. So here's what happens. If I give you guys this link and you go to this link, then basically what happens is if three of you click on this thing, then I'm totally transparent with you. And use it, I will get $75 US. If you use it yourself, you will get free transfers. And nothing says awesome more than 3. You are not required to click on that at all. But I will tell you that to answer your question, I've used it. I fully support it. I tell all of my friends about it, and I think it's awesome. However, I do see a response here from, and I will get up to the ones that I missed. TransferWise declined the 2 bank accounts I tried to open, but didn't have any clue why. Are used Chase. They only charge me $5 per transfer, and if it's over 5,000, so I just assume pesos. So that's odd that they declined the 2 bank accounts you tried to open. So by that, do you mean that they declined your ability to like basically have a TransferWise borderless card, meaning you tried to use their bank, or do you mean they declined your ability to attach to U.S. bank accounts via ACH? Because I would absolutely be interested in that. I would also submit to you guys that if you have any issues with TransferWise, reach out to their support. I've done that before and have been disappointed with some features that did not work as described, and so they were actually very, very good about responding. So that was good. Absolutely, you're the greatest man I know. You got 50. You got 51. Wow. Okay, so wait, really? 51 watching and 43 thumbs up, guys. This is outstanding. We may have to do we may have to go 11-hour live stream today. Who's with me? All right, good. Yes, now make a coffee and get ready for 45 minutes of Mike Loves TransferWise. Thank you very much, dude. See, Aztec, this is why I love hanging out with you, dude. It was funny. He sent me a very genuine email, actually, and he's like, hey, so just so you know, I'm only giving you crap, right? And I'm like, oh, you bring it, man. So that's cool, dude. That's what makes it the cool kids table, you guys. Because we hang out with each other and give each other crap. We don't belittle each other. We don't put each other down, but we absolutely give each other crap. So 45 minutes. What are you saying? I can't do it. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, bam. 45 seconds. Here, I'm going to give you 45. I'm going to give you 46 minutes. I'm going to exceed expectations. Ready? Time me. Colombia or Ecuador? No, I have not. I don't have a real big desire to go to South America. Sorry. Central or South America. It's just not something that that I'm looking forward to. And again, POD, thank you very much, man. I'm really honored. Wait till Mike tells you about TransferWise. 51 watching, 43 up. Thank you guys very much. I'm absolutely honored by your thumbs up. That's like totally cool. And again, if you don't know, one of the reasons that I love doing live streams as far as thumbs up go is because the screen that I see, it tells me how many people are concurrently watching and how many thumbs up I have. It does not tell me how many thumbs down I have. And so for my fragile ego, that is the screen I like. Absolutely the greatest, man. Oh man, got to love Thailand. Dude, you're so see with got to love Thailand. Here's what I'm thinking in my mind. Oh, awesome! He just lives down the street, so just like Caesar, he and I can go grab a burger. Well, probably spoiler alert. So gotta love Thailand. I forgot, my friend. I'm really sorry. Remind me, you live in Florida, is that right? Oh, I apologize that I don't remember that. 5 of your friends at the Cool Kids Table just joined my new channel. I thank you for them. I am working on a greeting video now. Thanks all. See, that's what I'm talking about. The only thing I will say is that probably the more appropriate way to say that, and that's not more appropriate for him to say it this way. I'm not chastising Bill for any way that he displayed this, but 5 of your friends that make it the Cool Kids Table just joined my new channel. Good. I'm glad. I'm really, really glad. It's it's really cool, guys. I think I have 1,300. Maybe it's like 1,296, something like that. But anyway, at the end of the day, organizations that I've worked for, they've gotten bought. Is the short answer. Okay, so like a real cool technology comes out and it becomes awesome, and then it becomes wildly successful, and then a very large global company, like Dell or Google or something like that, IBM, they say, okay, so we can either invent this and try and compete, or we can buy them and roll their IP into our offering and actually interface it with it, and we'll provide a better global value. Fine. So that's happened, and my experience is to the whole like why I have 1,300 subs is that it seems like those companies, their culture just got really, really awesome. Like when you got like 300 or 400 people, it's like, well, we don't really have a product to market yet or whatever. And again, I'm not saying that mine fits in this cookie cutter, but once they got to about like 1,000 employees, or they got to like 1,500 employees, man, the culture was just awesome. And again, it didn't get to like 1,600 employees because the new 100 hires, they wouldn't even have showed up. They wouldn't even applied if they were like, cool kids table. Like, what's that part? I was like, oh, cool kids table. I can add value. And I would invite you guys. I know that like the default setting is, hey, I want to be part of the cool kids table, right? I mean, and I get why you say that, right? Because I say that. Like, I want to be part of a group of people that is like really cool, that actually wants me as a member. Mr. Marks, Sans Groucho. But I get that, and I like to be a part of the Cool Kids Table too, which is why we're having this Cool Kids Table discussion today on Wednesday, which is Way Cool Wednesday, and I'll describe that in a little while too, right after I get through TransferWise. So the way TransferWise works now, but it seems like that's like a really sweet spot, and I really love having you guys on the chat. I really love having like over around 1,300 subs. And I really like the culture that we are building here, because the way I design cultures, the way I attempt to lead is if I'm here, then there'll be some direction. We'll talk. I'm the guy behind the microphone. You're the guys behind the chat. We have a dialogue. It's awesome. And if I wasn't using this specific service... Jesus, Mike's. What can I do? Have I ever used a mirror before? Anyway, because I'm using Restream, the ability to bring in a second person is not as elegant, let's say, as StreamYard. But I like the way it displays all the chats and it aggregates all the chats together. So I use Restream. But in any case, we're part of something here because like we want to be. I mean, again, guys, I completely appreciate the fact that like a lot of you are watching, and you're watching at the length of time that you're watching is because you don't got a whole lot else going on right now. So that's great. But what my hope is that we're setting up a sort of a cool kids table, a foundation here that basically allows us to communicate this way, whether I'm here or not. And true leadership, in my mind, my version, is that like when I'm here or when I'm not here, the leadership, the culture of the organization of the Cool Kids Table, it's either the same or potentially better when I leave. Now, again, every place needs a leader, but it also needs followers. And I can be a follower. I can be a servant leader all day long. If you guys come up, for example, and you're like, hey, Mike, here's the deal. And I'm like, so what is that? Like, we need stock information. Okay, great. But no, but Richard needs to be the center of attention in a discussion on this channel. Did this just beep? Let me just make sure. Or was that a horn coming from down the street? I had a buddy from California, my buddy David, actually. He was going to cruise. We were going to chat the other morning, but I forgot, and I didn't get back to him in a reasonable amount of time, which was kind of lame. I hate that. But he's going to go for a walk, and then we'll chat later, and then he says maybe he'll drop in on the chat. Awesome. So if David shows up in here, say hi to him. He's from San Francisco. But anyway, that's great. The fact that we have 5 new subs over at As Bill as Life Sees It. Life as Bill Sees It. There you go. You're very welcome. Ecuador is psychedelic. Never been a fan of... I do want to check out Costa Rica. I also want to go to Belize, kind of, just to kind of check it out, because the beaches look like pretty nice. You're welcome, bro. Try out Mine of Your a Stockvester. I'm not quite sure what that means. Let me make sure that he didn't correct his grammar later on. There is typing. But in any case, yeah, I'm glad Richard's around, and I totally invite you guys to reach out to him, actually. And if, and the good thing about Richard is he's absolutely enough of an adult to, like, if all of a sudden his inbox fills up with nonsense questions, he's more than willing to say, stop filling my inbox with nonsense questions. So, but I mean, he's given me some great advice, and I like his shtick, and I cannot wait to see his next video, actually, because I haven't seen it yet. I just saw the beginning of it where he actually talks, and I'm like, I got to spend some time watching this. So anyway, low and lofty land astride the equator. Ancient Indian people live off the land amidst the clouds. That's kind of cool, man. Roy says Social Blade has all the details of what each YouTuber makes, how many views. So it has got an estimate. It'll say, oh yeah, he makes anywhere from $100 to $2,700 a month. So it is. It does crawl the channel, and it does pull out a bunch of different metrics. But take it with a grain of salt, Roy. That's all I'll say. I'm not sure Social Blade is all that accurate. More of a rough, yeah. That's been my experience. And the other way they rate 46. How you doing there, POD? What's going on, guys? This is like we're living the dream here. This is an ever expanding Cool Kids table. Yeah, especially the rating, right? Because I mean, if I log in, I get like a C- or something, and then Rob, right, who's got like 55,000 subs, he's got like a B+. Or no, I've got like a C, and he's got like a B+. And I'm like, okay, so you're telling me the amount of attention units and IO that I have to spend is basically to get my grade. I said, okay, well, your grading system is wrong, because Rob is having an enormous amount of enjoyment doing his channel, and I am having an enormous amount of enjoyment doing my channel. So as far as I'm concerned, I will rate me the same level of enjoyment and the benefit of life as Rob does, because I got to tell you, Rob's got a pretty positive outlook on life too. He's quite certain that he's overpaid, or that he's wealthy in a number of areas, which is really cool. That guy says the latest Nomad Vagabond video talks about how he and his girlfriend traveled with a pop-up tent like mosquito net to fight dengue. Yeah, so Nomad Vagabond, that's not what I meant. Are you talking about Vagabond Awake? I guess I don't know Nomad Vagabond. I'll have to check out his channel. Thanks a lot, that guy. I mean, I'm probably subscribed to it, but I'm probably not getting notifications because, of course, as we know, the Google doesn't necessarily know about technology. Wolf of Wall Street got the Lamborghini scene. What a crack up. Absolutely. Yeah, that was, don't do Quaaludes, kiddies. Stay in school. Cool movie documentary, General Magic. Thanks, Rockman. Good to know, buddy. Thank you very much. Damo. Hello, Mike. Rocking up late again. Have a note from Mum if needed. Haha. Good for you, man. I'm glad you got permission. Welcome to the Cool Kids table. Stick around. Pretty Lights fan. Saw them in Red Rocks. Amazing show. Very cool, man. That's very cool. Roy says, I caught typhus once 3 years ago in the wilds of Colombia. You get it from mites, fleas, or ticks. I nearly died. It was a horrible experience. Typhus. Is that how you pronounce it? Can you get, I want to say vaccinated, but that's not, can you get like a shot ahead of time to or proactively prevent potentially, even if you get it? That's horrible, dude. I'm really sorry to hear that. Well, I'll tell you right now, Roy, I'm pretty psyched you didn't die. My God. I mean, that would have been absolutely horrible. How far behind am I in the comments here? 10:53 is the one that I just answered, and it's 11:10. So that's not too bad. Can I tell you about TransferWise? Aztec, ready? Time me. Ha 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 ha. Carl says, head of Goldman Sachs, I believe, does DJing. He's like 63. Yeah, I mean, it's fun, man. I mean, I don't know. I dug it, but the equipment that I would have to buy and the ROI that it would provide me, I get a lot more enjoyment out of doing these YouTube shows, as well as I go live on other channels too. That's not right. Other mediums too. Now, for example, right now I'm live on Twitch and Periscope and that sort of thing. So that means like if you're on Twitter, you can watch me, and obviously Facebook too. But then so if I go down to this one screen, it says I got 40 folks watching us here on the Cool Kids table. And but then if I go to my live broadcast, it tells me we got 42 with 47 thumbs up. Oh, and we got 1 thumbs down. Who disliked this? Oh, see, they disliked it and didn't give a comment. Well, that's not going to help you. That's not gonna make it better, dude. I have absolutely no idea why you dislike this. So, well, that just means maybe you won't go back. That's fine. Or maybe you won't come back. I don't know what to tell you. If you dislike, but you don't tell us why, well, then none of us here can help you. What's your take on Southeast Asia countries doing much better than most Western parts of the world with this, what? That's not you can say COVID all day long on here if you want money. Is it humidity, wearing a mask, or is it that they don't experience an influenza season? So the short answer is it depends. As you guys know, that's what I learned in grad school. The answer to everything is it depends. No, it's a combo, right, Carl? I mean, it's everything. It's their adoption of social distancing. It's the fact that in Southeast Asia, even if none of this ever happened, and you said, "Hey, you guys should wear a mask," like they're like, "Okay," and they just pull it out of their pocket. I mean, you have masks in Southeast Asia. I mean, it's kind of like saying, "Oh my God, I can't believe that motorbike," like last November, saying, "Oh, I can't believe that motorbike driver over there in the middle of downtown Bangkok on Sukhumvit at 4 p.m. is wearing a mask." Of course he is, because he's going to die if he doesn't. I mean, the air quality is so horrendous, So there's that. I think there's the adoption. Now, the influenza thing, I think that's also the fact that they don't experience an influenza season. I think that helps. What I didn't realize, guys, when I was coming over here regularly, and I would be with a doctor, for whatever reason, and at Kaiser, usually around flu season or pre-flu season, they would, before you leave the office, they would be like, "Hey, make sure you get a flu shot on the way out." Okay, fine. So I would get one. But then I said to him, "Hey, look, so I'm going over to Southeast Asia regularly, right? My doctor would know this, and I did the travel stuff ahead of time, so I was inoculated from whatever I was, and so I said, hey, so should I get an Asian flu shot, or should I get a flu shot when I get over there?" And he says, "Oh no, I didn't realize." This is the data point, is that he's like, "Oh no, actually, it turns out the flu shot we get here is derived from the flu that is occurring over in Asia that they believe will transport itself over to here." So the fact that this whole Corona thing apparently started in Asia, China, and moved its way over to the United States, it's well, right, that's what we prepare for the flu that way, I guess. I mean, again, I'm not going to get into it, but the point is that, wow, hello from Slovenia. Awesome, man. 6 a.m. there. You just woke up. Well, welcome to the Cool Kids table, Viberuga. Glad you're here, as I'm sure everybody else is as well. It's the heat, in my opinion, Carl. But also, they do have a battle plan because of MERS and SARS. Indeed, they've kind of done this before. Places like the U.S. do not, which makes a significant difference. Indeed, yeah. No, I mean, again, there's a lot of stuff. Go to Gotta Love Thailand. Says TransferWise declined the 2 bank accounts I tried to open. Wait, hold on. Did I already get to this? Shoot, guys, am I behind and then I'm going back? Anyway, bummer. I applied to TransferWise, but was unable to confirm the 2 test deposits within 48 hours because it was over a national holiday, 3-day weekend. Result, application rejected permanently. That's weird that they would do it permanently. I mean, I get that from, what do you do? It's PayPal, right? Excuse me, PayPal does this. Well, that's very common. They do the 2 transactions, 1 penny, 2 pennies, and then you put that number in. Well, that's really disappointing. I would invite you to reach out to their support and chastise them. The other way to get their attention is to tag them on Twitter and let them know of your experience, because obviously Twitter is the way that they interface with a lot of their customers. And if you hold them accountable publicly, which I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that for a business, as a customer, as a potential customer, it's why are you making it so difficult for me to give you fees? Why are you making it so difficult for me to pay you, TransferWise? Now, again, don't forget, there are regulations that they have to abide by, which, believe me, I'm not a fan. Okay, so for example, I've been a customer for 5-6 years. I'm doing transactions, Philippines, Thailand. Every month I do Philippines and Thailand. And I try to do one the other day, and they're like, okay, well, because what they do is they take the money, they suck it out of your origination. So whether it's your credit card or your ACH, kind of thing, they hold it in escrow, basically, and then they squirt it over to the bank or the end result, right? And so a lot of times that's BDI or BPO or BDO or BPI in the Philippines, Casacorn, whatever here. And so they absolutely withdrew the money from my U.S. bank, and then they're like, oh, well, for us to transfer it, actually, we need to prove who you are. So upload, a picture of you holding your ID next to your face. And I'm like, all right, well, this is inconvenient, but I get the whole KYC, know your customer, or accountability, so you're not laundering money. So I'm like, all right, fine. I'll take all of the extra 5 minutes out of my life that it's going to take right now to go over and get my passport and open it and hold it next to my face and take a selfie and then upload it. And then I tried to do it and it didn't work. And so I responded to him and I said, look, here's the deal. So like, either you fix your system because I gave you the data you asked for, or I'm spending my money elsewhere. I mean, look, dude, I am not like, unicorns and rainbows. I'm not like telling you guys to use this service because it never fails. There's humans involved, and the humans dictate how the technology works, which means the technology fails sometimes. But I will tell you right now, the minute I reached out to them and the minute I said, look, these are my boundaries, okay, as a customer, I'm willing to tolerate a certain degree of verification, okay, kind of thing. I mean, I'm paraphrasing. But if you don't get your act together, like, I'm basically taking my money elsewhere, because guess what? Remitly and Zoom send me things all day long. Hey, Mike, haven't used our service in a while. Here's $5,000 to do whatever the hell you want. And then till you tell all your friends. I mean, not literally. But I'm like, look, they're paying me to like them, okay? So, like, get your act together. And they did. They come back. They give me the reasons behind it. They say there's, and then they give me a survey. And then if I fill out the survey and I'm very negative, then they come back to me and they're like, okay, let's like fix that. So, hey, I am telling you right now, hold them accountable. Say, look, this is a difficult way for me to give you guys money. So either get your act together, or I am going to humiliate you publicly on social media. Or not. You don't have to. Use somewhere else. Use Remitly. Use Zoom. XOOM. It's a PayPal company. They give you a lot better transfer rates on Zoom than they will on PayPal.com. I'll tell you that right now. Maybe that's what happened to me. I don't know all. I know they declined me and sent my money back. Oh, yeah. And again, as far as I know, you can do it again or not. I mean, again, guys, I'm not saying that TransferWise is the only solution out there. Believe me. It's just the one that works for me. Remitly works very well, moving money over to the Philippines. So I used TransferWise my first month. Cebu condo rent 2018. Excellent. Yeah. And I can tell you that I've also had good customer service from Bank of America. Okay. Earlier in the broadcast, I also let you guys know that Bank of America, as far as I'm concerned, is the most incompetent bank I've ever been to in my life. So, online, they're a lot better. And I'll tell you right now, every time I've called 1-800 Bank of America, their customer service has been exceptional. Every single time. I'm talking about like in the last 10 years. However, at least 51% of the time when I enter one of their branches, I get someone who is incompetent. And I have to be like, you're joking, right? Like, you're seriously not going to satisfy me? You know that Wells Fargo is like 80 feet down the street, right? I mean, trust me, I'm not saying they have more integrity, but it's a necessary evil, I suppose. But I use Apple Pay on TransferWise. Very cool. Yeah, I've used my Google Wallet on TransferWise as well. I think that's a really, really great solution. I love using True Wallet. I use that app on my phone for literally 99% of all the purchases I make at 7-Eleven. I just go beep with the QR code. And for some reason, too, like the Thai girl, it always seems like it's a girl for the most part, but the Thai girls that like work behind the register at 7-Eleven, I always, when I pull out my TransferWise app, because they expect me to pay cash, right? Because I'm a foreigner. And I pull it. Some of them, I don't know whether that means, you're part of Thailand, or like you're truly a Thai, you're more Thai now because you've downloaded, our local app, because of course CP, owns every single 7-Eleven in Thailand. And that family is, next to the royal family, they're pretty much one of the wealthiest families here. So go for 20 hours in Thailand. I don't know about that, Paul. But it might be kind of fun. I mean, I can tell you right now, I'm already $30 in. I've already earned 3x days worth of wages in one day. So why not, right? But I kind of want to get outside. It's pretty nice out. Let me see if we can see what it's like outside. Wouldn't you just know it? Oh, that's so lame. The outdoor camera's not working. Actually, you know what, guys? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix the outdoor camera. I'm going to run into the restroom. I'm gonna use the CR, and I'm going to actually get something to drink because my mouth is getting a little dry. And I will be back in 3, 2. one. I'll just fix that in post. I have really gotten into this beverage. 100 plus. The yellow flavor. Lime, I believe, was the closest thing. But you know what? I'm going to plug the pigeon cam. Disappointed on the performance of that. Well, maybe I could plug it in again, actually, and see if it'll grab the USB and turn back on. But I don't think it's going to. Doesn't seem like it wants to. I got to go out there and actually toggle the switch to make it a PC cam. So that's a bummer. And I can't do picture-in-picture on this solution. So I'm not going to... I'm not going to be able to do that and have Pigeon Cam and me on there. So I'll just stick with me unless you guys want to see some Pigeon Cam, and I can absolutely talk over that. That'd be fine too. Okay, so I got this, and my Buddha. I got this. I kind of wanted to get some peanuts, but then I'm like, nah, that means I'm going to be chomping away at the peanut while I talk to you guys, and that's kind of disrespectful. Ooh, like that. How you doing there, fingernails on a chalkboard? That was nice, wasn't it? Thank you guys for sticking it out. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you allowing me to evacuate my bladder. It was really cool. But yeah, so who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe I could absolutely go for 20 hours. You double dog dare me? What do you think, Brian? You bastard. I'm trying to get the right amount of warm mids that I'm looking for on this one. I still tell you guys, this is probably one of the best $12 microphones I've ever bought in my life. Now I had to tweak it a little bit, but I didn't need to replace the electronics inside though, so that was cool. I was very pleased about that. I have a TransferWise debit card. Yeah, I have one of those too, Todd. The borderless account. And they're pretty good. But, you know, I mean, you can only have so many of those. You can only have so many of those. So, the King Leeway. Hey, good to see you, buddy. You're coming over to South Korea here pretty soon, right? Hey, Mike, checking in from LA. Your stream before I fly out to South Korea. Hey, Mike. Yeah, paying attention. Once I get there, then I can plan on a trip to Bangkok or Cebu based on when restrictions are lifted. We will see. Looking forward to it, King Leeway. Yeah, he's got a really cool channel, man. He's been doing some stuff over in well played, Todd. In 3, 2. So he's pretty cool. He's coming over to South Korea. Now, hold on. I'm trying to remember because you told me in a chat earlier. I can't remember when you said you're coming over. Checking in from LA, your stream before I fly out to South Korea. I mean, does that mean you're at like LAX right now, waiting for Korean Air to board and take off? But I'm expecting, King Leeway, that one of your upcoming videos then will probably be your experience in the airport as well as the plane. I'm certain that a lot of people would be interested in that, so that's really cool. You gotta love Thailand. So they decline, and we're talking about TransferWise again. Declined me to attach my bank account. I didn't know if it's because I didn't answer one of the questions. Who knows, man? Could be absolutely anything. Mine says more thumbs up than people watching now. Yeah, that's absolutely. That's what I got too. You got 30 watching and 48 thumbs up. Dude, that's just so awesome, guys. I really appreciate it. That's like totally cool. I know I had a lot of people watching at one time, but maybe I went on and on and on and on and on and on. Too much about TransferWise. Maybe I should pick a new topic. Who knows? Use my chase. Very good. Syringe, Thailand. Syrin, Thailand. Yeah, I got to check that place out too. I think that's going to be a definitely great. Carl says, do you have real estate for residential income, real estate rental, or all in equities? I'm all in stocks and bonds and the market in Corona, but it's what's making me wonder when to pull the trigger. So, Carl, I'm going to hope that Richard answered that because he's an infinitely more qualified person to do that. I do not have rental income. I never wanted to be a landlord, and I still don't. So that's kind of my reasoning behind that. Although one could argue, yeah, well, if all you got to really do is distance yourself from it and potentially invest in it like you're, investing in a REIT, right? So there. Todd says I'm watching because AEW isn't on. Good to know. Thanks, man. I gotta love Thailand. Okay, I really want you to get the $75. So I'll change my stuff. I'll TransferWise. Okay. Is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Everybody should have it. LOL. I might try again. It is not the best thing in the whole entire world, I got to tell you. You know what I love is the statement about it's the best thing since sliced bread. And for whatever reason, I was like in a weird mood, and I'm like, okay, well, I got plenty of other stuff to do, but I'll do this right now. So I Googled the whole, the phrase best thing since sliced bread. Where's the origins from that or whatever. But what is funny is that at least the data that I read was the fact that when sliced bread came out, right now we say it's the best thing since sliced bread. But when it first came out, apparently nobody liked sliced bread. Like it took like literally 5 to 10 years before people would actually adopt the fact that like sliced bread was better than unsliced bread. So I thought that was like sort of interesting. If you have an Apple phone, try using Apple Pay. Yeah, I don't have an Apple phone, actually. I don't have any Apple products any longer. I used to be a big MacBook Pro guy. I just think those are dynamite machines. But I agree. If any of you guys have an iPhone, then using Apple Pay is a really, really cool option. In Belize, go to Placentia and the islands. Will do. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. King Leeway, Mike, can you go for 16 more hours? It would give me time to fly from LA to Seoul, and when I land in Incheon Airport, I can actually blog that moment that you kept going just for the cool kids here. Absolutely. Of course I can. But will I? 16 hours. So you're at LAX right now? That's pretty cool, man. That's good. I wish I actually am quite certain that there's a lot of people out here that wish they were getting ready to fly somewhere. But South Korea is actually right now the weather's not so bad, but I don't like how it gets cold in the other parts of the year. But that could be. That guy says Vagabond Awake has a different name for his website. Right, exactly. Yeah, the names are similar but not identical. Yeah, I remember when he changed that. I was actually one of his sort of members early on. But then some of the stuff that he was describing and it just didn't really sort of gel with the way that I live my life. I mean, I'm not saying he was like, he was an axe murderer and I don't like to murder axes, but no, it was just like, that's kind of cool. I mean, he's doing what he's doing and I like what he's doing. But I don't do it. I don't do life the way that he does. So it was kind of like, oh, cool. Some of his information's great. And some of the way that he was selling stuff, I didn't particularly like, meaning that the way that he was using his sales funnel on internet marketing, it just I mean, again, this is my label of it. I'm not saying he's a cheesy guy. It's just that the way that he was trying to kind of get people into his sales process, into his sales funnel, it seemed kind of cheesy. So I wasn't a fan. So it was just a little off-putting. And I'm not saying the date. I'll tell you what, man, some of the data that he gives is incredibly reliable, and it is very relevant to my life. And so it's kind of cool that he's doing that. I mean, I saw one of his videos that YouTube believed was trending and important to me. It popped up, and it was it said something to the effect, I think it was like 44,000 views, and I'm like, right on, man, good on you, good on you. Brian says, live a couple of months in Bangkok, and you'll be immune to anything. Absolutely, because all you got to do is walk down the street in flip flops, step in a puddle, bam, you're totally immune to hepatitis. That'll clean you right out. Roy says, there is no vaccine for typhus. I was very unlucky to catch it. Apparently what I had, only cows usually get it. Oh, dude, well, shoot, Roy, I'm glad you're okay, man. That's a real bummer. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how vaccines work. I don't know how, I don't know the biology behind that. And then I still have an issue with what's a virus versus bacteria. I stay away from all that because it's not something that really interests me. I just sort of go to medical professionals and be like, okay, I feel this way, and I want to feel this way. Like, how do we get there? Have a great time, all. Another great day awaits me. Bye. Good to see you, Rackman. Have a great day in Atlanta. It is now, I want to go with midnight. It's 12:30 at night over there, right? So right on, dude. Good for you. There is a vaccine, Roy. It's just not commercially available to the general public. Ah, interesting, Richard. Didn't know that. Richard said, pretty lame one as it needs boosters every 6 months or so, though. Yeah, so then kind of like, okay, what's that? It's like, I have back pain. I could either fix my back pain or I could take Advil every 16 minutes. No, not literally. Roy says, when I think about it, it's a similar virus to COVID, so I might be immune, but this was 30 years ago. Well, thank God you haven't had it in 30 years, dude. That's rad. Richard, okay, I remember getting injections from a doctor, but can't remember what it was. Blue Room says Wells Fargo. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Trust me, I don't have an account there. I'm not a fan. But again, that's just me. Richard said typhus is a bacteria pathogen. COVID is a virus. Two completely different kinds of problems. Hong Nam, absolutely. The CR, Brian. I just T Nai Hong Nam. T Ni? T Nong? Chai. Hong Nam. Wata Room. That guy, the King Leeway, will you need to quarantine in South Korea for 14 days? Great question. That's cool. Hopefully we can get down to his answer before I have to talk about TransferWise again. Whoops. Guess not. I'm just kidding. Gotta love Thailand. I will try TransferWise again and see why they decline me, and we'll let you know. Do let us know, my friend, because I can tell you right now, it's the only question about transferring money, the only company about transferring money that I get, certainly on this channel. And there's a lot of people that talk about TransferWise. So if it, in fact, at least 51% of the time is a lame solution, well, then we all might want to go over to Remitly or Zoom. I can tell you right now. I'm not going to support something that basically has no integrity or reliability. Roy says, Richard, okay. Yeah, it's a disease. I'm no expert. Very good. No problem, Roy. Just trivial info is all. The King Leeway, the guy, yep, it will be more like 17 days with 3-day check-in for me. Ah, okay. But the King Leeway, as far as I know, you are Korean, correct? You're South Korean? I can't remember. Not that it really matters. I'm not going to put you in a bucket or anything like that. I'm not trying to sort of label you one thing or another, but my belief, because of how I've seen you appear on videos, is that you are from Asian descent. And so in my mind, I'm thinking, oh, he's probably South Korean, so he can probably just, oh, yeah, he's just going home kind of thing, or at least to visit family. Who knows? Anyway, I'm out of here, Mike. Be safe. Todd, thank you so much. And Todd, thank you on behalf of me and the Cool Kids Table for those links that you provided. That's very cool for those articles. That was really good. Pigeons playing ping pong. Great. I know, right? If they were, that would be so rad. But unfortunately, the SJ4000 that I have, for some reason, it does. I think it's got a loose connection actually in the USB. So indeed, for sure, Todd. Thank you. You be safe as well, my friend. Have an amazing evening. Yes, I am at LAX, and I will be blogging my experiences. Good for you, man. Hodl. Gotta hodl. Gotta hodl the coin, brah. My wife and I have rentals, Richard said. We told the renters they can stay for free until COVID is over as our little part to help. Absolutely. Good for you, dude. Good for you. That's really cool. Because at the end of the day, it's not like the real estate's going anywhere. You're like, okay, well, I won't get paid for the next 2 or 3 months, but in 2 or 3 months or 4 months or whatever, I will get paid, and I'll get paid for the remainder. I mean, it's, that's the nice thing is it's pretty good. Rentals here in Thailand, Richard, or do you guys have them back home? If back home means the United States, that's what I meant by that. Sorry. Brian says TransferWise sign up was similar to signing up to a crypto exchange. Yeah, I will agree that it was not as elegant as it possibly could be. Although I will submit to you that the likelihood that they are having to do the sign up the way they have to is because of regulations, definitely in the U.S. So Aztec says it to Richard, but the media might drag this out for years. Yeah, they possibly could, to the point of whether he's going to let his renters live there for free. But hey, why not help out a little bit? You can always change the plan, but it's good to offer that plan, Richard, as far as I'm concerned. Right, Aztec? That guy, as a kid, I went with my dad to collect rent from a tenant he had. It was so depressing. I'd never owned real estate. Yeah. Some bad experiences, man. I can understand that. That would probably be a real bummer. Brian says Google Pay, same as Apple Pay, matter of fact, was first. Absolutely. Yep. I completely agree. I haven't used it much because it's just easier to link my credit cards directly to something or my bank potentially versus linking my credit cards to Google Pay and then linking Google Pay to that thing. It's just I haven't found a whole lot of it seems like it adds an additional step, at least for the things that I'm buying over here. So Richard said the wealthy would not allow years of this nonsense, Aztec. Yeah, absolutely. Again, watch Richard's videos. He's not just like this is. He says this a lot. He's got a mantra that is pretty reasonable, quite frankly, and makes you think, hey, okay, so I get it. Yeah, you're right. Look at a bigger picture. Look at the whole picture. Look at the global picture. Blue Room says Betty White is older than sliced bread. Therefore, fill in the blank, is better than Betty White. See, you and me, Blue Room, hanging out in the logic class, acing logic back freshman year. That guy, I know what you mean about Vagabond Awake. His landing page is really dated, state-of-the-art 2004, and it did bump me. Yeah, and that was the other thing too, right? Because, I mean, all you got to do is basically, I mean, there's a lot of HubSpot. I mean, there's so many out there, and so that was a little bit of a turnoff as well. But again, you know, the data that the guy gives, I don't learn less by watching his videos or looking at him. And again, like Jeremy has said, people will enter your life to show you one of two things: stuff you should do, stuff you should not do. So it's good. Daniel's over at Facebook and says some vloggers seem to have monetary motivations and are less concerned about using the vlog as a vehicle to disseminate factual, reliable information. Sure. And, you know, again, that's some people will argue that it's entertainment, right? I mean, there is one guy who's been vlogging a long time in Thailand. And for the most part, a lot of the stuff that he gives, I completely agree with. I like his opinion on certain things. And then there are other areas, certainly recently, with the amount of what he believes is news and data that he is disseminating. I think it is his presentation style is sarcastic and cynical, which is okay at first. I get it because then it allows. It basically is the, if you will, immature way of taking data and fact and then putting your bias on it, while at the same time believing to not be claiming bias. But yeah, I don't really resonate with that, and he's very glib about things. And I would prefer that if he's actually going to tout himself as a news source, that he actually give news. And I also, sadly, don't agree with his myopic, my label, view of the economy. I tend to resonate a lot more with Richard, which I believe is a bigger view of the economy overall. And so anyway, so that's just what sits with me. And so I listen to some of the information that he gives and the advice that he gives. And I'm just like, yeah, you're wrong. Like, you're completely wrong. And, you know, buying gold and having gold bars, you know, or thinking that the US dollar is somehow going to get completely devalued and, you know, the Thai baht is going to be the new currency for Southeast Asia. I mean, I disagree. And so therefore, I take what I want and I leave the rest for later. And, you know, the next time he starts talking about doing other stuff in Thailand that I agree with, great. I'll pay attention to it. But for now, I can't sit through a entire live. He doesn't do live streams, actually, but I can't sit through an hour of, you know, update from the guy, even though I believe he's a precious child of God and he's doing the best that he can with the awareness that he has. That guy says, Wells Fargo mistreated me back in 1985. I closed my account and vowed they'd never get another dime from me ever again. And you know what's funny about that guy is, or maybe that's not funny. What's interesting about that is that I believe that I have probably developed a similar response to certain scenarios. Meaning, oh my God, I will never forget this. I will never forgive you as a company for the way you treated me in this scenario, and therefore I will never give you any more money. But then there are other areas in my life, other scenarios in my life where something has not gone my way. And for some reason, you know, time heals, as they say, right? But I got over it and then potentially open-minded to it. Now, that said, I'm not saying, oh my God, that guy, you should totally give Wells Fargo another, because there's way too much data out there that indicates to me that there are other banks that I can go to that will give me the same or better quality of service. So to that point, trust me, I'm not saying, oh no, give Wells Fargo another try. But to be fair, I mean, the way that things occurred in 1985, I mean, just in general, customer service that we received, like in 85, 86, 95, 96, 2005, 2006, compared to 2015, 2016. I mean, the level of customer service in a number of verticals, I would submit, has gotten infinitely better. So anyway, but yeah, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that, dude. But it's very interesting, because I know that I do that in my life. There are certain there are walls that I put up, there are barriers that I put up, and then there are boundaries that I put up, some healthy, some not. And so, yeah, I am just like you, my friend. I am a human being doing the best I can and trying to make people smile along the way, ideally not hurting anybody along the way. That guy says the Blue Room, but even now, Betty White is still so hilarious, much funnier than sliced bread. Agreed. Yeah, she's got a lot more talent than sliced bread. A little bit more laudability, I think, too. King Leeway. I hold a U.S. passport only with Korean Heritage Visa. Got it. Able to avoid the $82 a day fee due to having an F4 Heritage Visa. Haha, laugh out loud. Good to know, man. That's pretty cool. That's neat. I have heard of, but I've never met anyone who's got a Heritage Visa. I kind of know what you mean. I mean, I can get if I go through the steps, I can get a Canadian passport, for example, because I essentially have dual citizenship, having my parents be Canadian and me being born in the States. Daniel Murphy says, some vloggers, did I already read that? I apologize. Yeah, he was talking about the monetary obsession with it, which is fine. I mean, again, that's part of their, to this point, again, some people use it for entertainment. Some people use it for data. For me, I use it for, kind of like emotional benefit. And I also, let me be clear. I also, take the money that you guys donate and I, for the most part, I spend it on Gracie. But, I mean, I don't know. If you see a downside to that, then I'm sorry. But it's kind of, there's not a whole lot of things in my life that I'd rather spend money on, right, than the team's happiness, right? So anyway, 35 watching and 48 thumbs up. You guys are absolutely cool. You are the reason this table is so freezing cold. Daniel also says, I saw an article in that WF has had a disproportional number of WF. Sorry, I can't. It doesn't gel with me right now. Maybe I haven't had enough caffeine. Maybe I should have some more caffeine. What do you think, guys? Number of repossessed vehicles on auto. Oh, Wells Fargo. Sorry. Throughout the 90s. Yeah. Richard said a bank charged me $20 for my first car title. I told them give it up for free or I will never borrow again. I paid cash for my first house. There you go, baby. Absolutely. No downside to that. I can understand why people would say never. Whoops. I hope they didn't drop out. Good, the light's still on. Never pay cash for a house, right? Always take out a loan, blah, 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 blah. But good for you, my friend. Brian says, if you start shaking cans, I'm gone. What if I get like those little the mariachi kind of thing, the things that are filled with all the beads inside? That might be kind of cool. I mean, Aztec's laughing out loud. How you got going on? You spend the money on hair care products. Totes my goats. That's what I'm talking about, guys. Clean shaven. I'm all about it. It is on like here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Brian, what do you come on, man. A super sticker? Whew. I'll tell you, it better say Hello Kitty or I'm going to be BUM'd big time. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's a little blue pear thing. Absolutely. Guys, what are we up to? Like $45 today? Oh, my God. Guys, we are hovering around a week's pay, okay, for somebody over here. I mean, that is just over the top amazing. Thanks a lot, Brian. Appreciate it, man. You're totally cool. Very, very cool. Brian is one of the. I think he is either the. I think he is either the first super chatter, because I believe Nico Grieco was the first person who ever paid me anything with PayPal paid the channel. But I think Brian is potentially my first super chatter. So that's absolutely awesome sauce, dude. That is just blowing me away, buddy. Blowing me away. Totally awesome. And Brian, Brian's been subscribed to the channel for like 4 or 5 years. So that is, it's an honor, buddy. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. In fact, no, I know that Brian actually was one of my first PayPalers because I got his address actually and tried to send him something. And the Thai post office said, "Oh yeah, sure, no problem. It'll get there, but it's going to go by boat, so it'll take like 3 months. Is that okay?" I'm like, versus my other choice, which is, yeah, sure, okay, whatever. So, so the good news is that Brian is incredibly patient, and he really has no desire whatsoever to get over to Thailand anytime soon. So, and all I need is another 20. I wish, Brian. I absolutely wish. I was walking home the other day when I was going over to grab some chicken. And right before the chicken, I had there's a massage shop and they're open, and I'm like, what? Really? That's pretty amazing. Oh, my buddy Steve from Dell Technologies. Actually, he works down here in Bangkok. Hi, Mike. How's the travels? Thanks for reposting that post on LinkedIn about my mom. Fantastic. Catch up soon. So here's what's really cool about Steven. Is that he posted on LinkedIn, which I really appreciate the fact that it was just like, look, yeah, this is my business thing, right? But I'm like posting something really cool. His mom turned 90 and she was in the UK, but there was like the social distancing thing, right? So like her sister and a bunch of people, like literally 50 people on the street. They all came out and they sang happy birthday to her, like from the sidewalk. And then like people would like go up to the front door and like leave a present or leave a cake. And then they would walk away and then she would come out, it was just like, and it was just so simple and elegant and cool. And I was like, talk about something that is very important to share with the business community. I mean, again, you're not doing a whole lot of business with like machinery, meaning your customers are a jackhammer. Okay. Like it's humans, man. It's humans. It's a person at the other end that you are dealing with. You're not selling a system. You're not selling a thing. You're not selling a widget. You're selling yourself, meaning you're selling to me the ability that I will believe that you have integrity and honesty, and the solution you're going to give me in exchange for money or whatever is going to add value to my life. And if it does not, then when you post things on LinkedIn about your mom having a great birthday, I may respond negatively. But Steven and a lot of his buddies over at Dell Technologies and EMC, Dell EMC, they added a massive amount of value to me, to my technical user group, and to the University of San Diego when I was there. So Steven is rad. So you're very welcome, sir. Not an eyebrow lash out of place. Totally. See? That's what I'm talking about. Living the dream, guys. Living the dream. It's so cool. Gotta Love Thailand says, it's like Gracie gets some new clothes and shoes. Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. That's totally cool. And if you don't know what she does like for a living, basically, she has a shop is the short answer. And she owns her own business, and it's basically one of these places that sells, for the most part, it is probably about 25% for guys and 75% for ladies. So it's like shoes and T-shirts, some shorts, but again, not very few. But it's also kind of seasonal. So in other words, like at the beginning of school, then she sells the school uniforms, right? That the kids wear there in the Philippines. But then she also, sells like pencils and paper and, sunglasses and that sort of thing. So it's kind of cool. I mean, it's really, it's neat because it's a really valid store in the little market there in the village that she lives at. So, but yeah. Yep, Gracie can have all the shoes and clothes that she wants, man. That's like totally awesome. Another 20, Brian. That is all I need. See, Paul's on board with you there all day long, buddy. All day long. Maracas. Yeah, I'm getting some of those. I'm going to take Brian's money. I'm going to buy $12 versus with maracas. And then I'm going to basically walk through the Terminal 21. And I'm going to shake them. I'm going to shake my moneymaker. And that's what's going to happen. Mine will be ex-wife. Will get that postcard. I'll be there. Good. That's good. Good. I hope she messages you and says, who the hell is this Mike guy? And what is with this inappropriate? That's good, dude. That's absolutely good. I'm stoked that you're coming back over here. We got to totally hang out. It's going to be great. That guy says, Mike, I'm going to call it a night. Thanks for a great show. That guy, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you for the $2. I'm really honored. Thank you for making the super chat work, actually. So test 1 2, test 1 2. Have a good evening, that guy. Good to see you, buddy. He's over there in Los Angeles. Daniel says, I watched the videos on Brian's channel. They all could be collectively titled Walking Around My Neighborhood in New York. New York. All right, very cool. Yeah, absolutely. That guy's really cool. He's been incredibly supportive, but I'm really stoked because I think, like Brian, he's going to get his butt over here eventually. I mean, I know. Well, so Brian's already been here, but that guy, I'm really stoked for him to cruise over because he seems to look at it over here, or he seems to look at some of our stories, guys, or some of the things that I'll tell. He's like, oh man, why am I still over here? I got to get back over there. And I'm like, you're over there, man, not to any fault of your own, because it's what you do. You get up the next morning and you do what you did yesterday, basically, which is comfortable, and it's not breaking the law, and it doesn't make you incredibly unhappy. It's just that there's this other opportunity that's probably going to come. And quite frankly, if there was no COVID, he'd probably be over here now. So I'm totally stoked for that guy to cruise over here, man. He makes the cool kids table quite cool. Quite cool. Richard says, well, folks, it's been nice to meet you. All thanks for the stream and chat, Mike. Absolutely, Richard. Glad you came over, man. Pay it forward and have a nice day, folks. For sure, buddy. That's totally cool. I'm honored that he came by. That's like, I mean, I just figured, you guys would cruise over there and he would be like, okay, so like some people are talking about this Mike's guy. Like, I don't know, because of course, my channel, right, is Live My Ass Off. So I'm posting as Live My Ass Off. And then, then I send someone an email and say, hey man, it's Mike. How you doing? And he's like, okay. So there's this Mike guy. And then, oh, right. Live My Ass Off. Yeah, I got it. Okay, cool. Indeed, sir. Indeed. Pay it forward as you have been, and I really appreciate it. Aztec says, thanks for joining us, Richard. Yeah, totally, man. I hope you guys dig his offering, and I hope that it adds value. And good night to Paul T. Have a good one, that guy. I just yelled it like as if he was like further away. Oh man. There's a little yeah, that's true. Because so Brian was actually up in Chiang Mai, and that's actually where I was going to. That's where I was going to go see him, but the timing was like kind of just off. But yeah, he's stuck over there in New York. And then Paul says goodbye to Richard. That's cool, man. Yeah, I tell you, I was stoked that you guys cruised over to Bill's channel, to William's channel, Life with Bill, from POD, right? I'm stoked that you guys subbed to that. He's trying to come up with basically like sort of a different offering, right? So Philippines on demand, obviously very Philippines focused. And but now he's trying to be like, okay, so what should I really do? What should I talk about that makes me happy? What can I share with people? And I think he's got, again, a lot of it will sort of be around gratitude. So maybe that's why he and I, kind of just sort of see eye to eye, as they say. And I just remembered my laundry is like, I was going to say my laundry's done. That's not true. My washing is done, and I got to go hang my my comforter out there, but that's okay. It's inside, so it won't. So what I don't like about this part of the world is a lot of times if you're not super attentive to laundry, When it stays wet, it can kind of smell moldy because of the level of humidity. But what's really awesome is out on my balcony, and this is very common in Thailand, especially in condos, is out on the balcony. They will put the outdoor air conditioning units, and of course, what is the byproduct of the outdoor part of the air conditioning unit? Well, it's hot air, right? And so, and it's drier certainly than the ambient humid air. So it's great. It's like I just put my stuff on the hanger there. I put it right in front of the air conditioners, and it just blows, hot air that is basically taken from the exchanger here and transferred through the refrigerant out to there. And there you go. So I got not only do I have air drying occurring just because of the ambient, incredibly warm air here in the Big Mango, but also because of the air from the AC. So it's working out pretty good. Brian says, I don't advertise them, just post for friends. Yeah, so he's got some cool videos up there on Chiang Mai. That's cool. We should I'll check more of them out. I know I've seen a couple of them because I was like, oh, what's up with Brian? Like, where's he at? And then he's got, some Chiang Mai. So that's kind of cool. Daniel says, I just saw that you were a longtime subscriber of Mike, as I've been slowly viewing Mike's entire catalog. So I thought I would check them out. Yeah. And so, what's funny, Daniel, is that, or maybe it's not funny, it's disappointing more than anything else, is that, so Daniel, literally, so he subscribed and he went all the way back to video number 1. And it is very common that I will wake up in the morning and I will see that he's commented on several videos that he's watched over the evening or that sort of thing. And so, he'll be watching, and so he was like, yeah, I saw that you were commenting because Brian will have made a comment 3-4 years ago. And shocker, I didn't get a notification from YouTube. So I'm sitting there and I'm reading Daniel's comment. And I scroll down and I'm like, oh, Brian made a comment 3 years ago that I never saw, that I never commented on, that I never responded to, that I never said, hey, man, thanks a lot. And I was just like, this is just ridiculous. But if you don't know, so unfortunately, that also happens today. And so 2 days ago, I was just inside of the comments section, because if you're a content creator, basically you have this thing, and it's so they call it the studio, YouTube Studio. Inside there, it gives you the ability to, update the description, the content, and that sort of thing, and say where you're going to publish it, and what date was recorded, and what's the location, and a whole bunch of information on there. And in there's a tab on the left for comments. So what you can usually do is you can click on comments, and then you can basically view all of the comments that you've ever had, essentially scrolling down, right? And what I like to do is I like to sort them by comments I haven't responded to. And then I go in and I respond to them. It's also got a tab for likely spam or held for review or something like that. If someone put something inappropriate in there. And usually the spam ones are it's just painfully obvious. It's like someone just copying, pasting in a URL there that, would take them to a landing page, and they try to scrape someone's email address off it or whatever. It's got totally irrelevant. So I just usually I have 100% confidence that Google knows how to filter those out. And it has been pretty accurate lately. So there's that. But I go in and I'm like, oh, man, I didn't even know that. I got no notification from this guy. And he made a comment a day and a half ago about something specific to Prachuap Khiri Khan that would have been pretty timely for me to answer there. And unfortunately, once again, not notified in time. And I didn't get back to him probably in time, potentially. So, you just do the best that you got. That's all I can do, baby. Brian said, I made you sign up for that Fi. I remember that much, yes. Brian credits himself for having me sign up for Google Fi. And I am almost on the fence on that one, because the first time I ever learned about Google Fi was from a professor, actually, that was standing outside of my door. Now, that said, Brian may have told me about it before that, and then she reiterated it, and I was like, oh, right. But I will absolutely credit Brian for making me aware of it. I can tell you that Google Fi is an infinitely better solution than just T-Mobile. It was back then. It's even better now. So thank you for improving the quality of my life, Brian. I blame you for my happiness. For the Pixel Cam, yeah, well, certainly we were probably talking, because I didn't get my first phone wasn't a Pixel. But it was definitely a Google Fi phone. It was a Huawei 6P, which was, again, it was a Google Fi phone, right? But yeah, so I'm a big fan of that. And this is great. I'm like, great. I'm like caught up on my comments here, guys. That's like just fantastic. It's as if I don't need to talk anymore. 33 people watching with 48 thumbs up. You guys are so awesome. This is great, man. And so, you know what? That's interesting, man, that you should say that. Brian says, try the night sight on that thing. Amazing. So what's funny is occasionally it will go to night sight accidentally, right? So what he's talking about is in the phone right here at the bottom, right? So you've got like camera, video, and that sort of thing. And then there is this option called night sight. And it's like at the end, right? So occasionally it'll like, slide through because it defaults to camera, and then you can go to videos, and that's what I do most of my videos on. But occasionally I'll like bump it wrong, and it'll get to night sight. And I've actually taken shots with that accidentally and been like, oh, wow, these are really good. A lot of times, though, it like pops over to night sight. It's like, I'm out, I'm like 3 cups of coffee in, and they're like, oh, yeah, just hold the phone steady, and this will take a great. I'm like, yeah, right. Easier said than done, Sergey. Don't know if that's going to happen anytime soon. And, the other thing I want to do, I know Jeremy does this, and he does a pretty good job. Oh, wait, hold on. See? So look at that. That's what I got. That's what I got going on right now. I mean, who wouldn't love that face? We said to each other these goofy things all day long. She's great. Anyway, I'm biased. Want to see pictures of my girlfriend? You guys are like, yes, Mike. Yes, Mike. We know you have a girlfriend. You don't have to prove it to us. But yeah, the night sight thing, that it is pretty cool. I completely agree. And I think one of the best pictures I've taken with it, Brian, was probably when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, because the sunset is not over the ocean, it's over the mountains. And so you get kind of like that silhouette thing when you're doing it. It was, it made some really, really cool shots when I was down there. I dig Prachuap Khiri Khan, guys. I don't know. I mean, I showed some of it. I didn't show a lot of it, but I also had some other videos from down there when Gracie and I were down there. And so that was pretty cool. Brian's got a 3XL. I've got I believe this is the Pixel 2XL. I opted for not buying the newest phone because I think I got this for like, I think it was like $400, so it's pretty cool. And I got it through Amazon's, like, where they like give you a 90-day return policy on it or whatever. And it's not necessarily, it's like kind of like fulfillment by Amazon, but the warranty on it is stellar, and it's individual sellers. So I bought it, and I actually first got the 64 gig version. And then I was like using it, and the way I was using it, I thought, I don't think so. So literally, I returned it in 60 days, and then I just bought the 128 gig version. And that's been fine to the point where if I've ever like kind of not run out, but if I ever get to the point where it's like, hey, you can clear out some of this. Like we've already got this to Google. It's already up in Dropbox. And so I would be like, oh, that's cool. Of course, but 128 gigs. I mean, that is a lot. That's a lot on a device. And then, a lot of it by the time I get to 128 gigs, I mean, basically I better produce the video with this. So that's kind of lame that it's like still on my phone, right? Daniel says it's interesting going back and watching the videos you made several years ago to reflect upon. Yeah, and thank you for that, Daniel. I mean, again, that's a massive commitment, dude. I'm really honored that you do that. I actually went back too and watched like one of the ones that you commented on recently, and I was like, wow, that was pretty insightful what I said. I'm like, I should republish this. And I can't remember exactly what the topic was, but it was like, oh, that's cool. It's like, the way I looked at it is I was like, I really had some like clarity that day, and I was, grateful, shocker. But it's been sort of interesting because it's partially a diary, right? It's sort of like, well, how was I feeling, that way, and what was going on, and how was work possibly, how was I letting work possibly affect me in a negative way, and so it was just like, so Carrie is a delivery service over here, Big Orange Vans. I ordered a counterweight, basically, and what it does is it is basically a piece of metal in the back with a hole on one side. And because the the GoPros, if you will, don't really weigh that much. Then you like put it on one side and then it's got the metal, so that it allows that, to put it in the gimbal. And even though my my GoPro, it's not a GoPro, it's an SJ4000. Even though that has some image stabilization inside, the device is so tiny that it's like really kind of lame. But it's inexpensive, and when it's working, it's also the pigeon cam. But it's not right now, which is kind of a bummer. But yeah, that's cool, Daniel. Thank you. I'm grateful that you're taking the time, man, to like go through all of those, and I really appreciate the comments on it too. I'm sorry if I don't get to every single one of them, or I certainly know that I don't get notified on every single one of them, so that's kind of a bummer. Aztec says he has a Nexus 5X. I missed the hell out of my Nexus 5. Yeah, I think mine was the 6. I think mine was the Nexus 6P. Well, I mean, I know it was the Huawei 6P. I'm not quite sure how they rebranded it. I mean, this is an LG. Is yours a is the 3XL? Is the Pixel 3XL an LG as well, Brian? I'm pretty pleased with this, phone. It's decent, and if I get another year out of it, I'll be more than happy. If I can get like 2 years out of a phone, that's pretty cool. Carl asks, "Is that the Pixel 4?" No, this is the 2XL that I have. But if you're talking about another guy, the Nexus 5X, then that might be from Aztec. The Pixel 4, and then Brian says, "I went into pitch black bathroom and it lit up the room." That's cool, dude. I'll have to absolutely check that out. I'll have to totally swing over to your pitch black bathroom, Brian. I'll have to hang out in there and do a video shoot. Tell your friends that's what you did this weekend with Mighty Mike's. They'll be like, "Oh my God, not the bald guy. He's got what did that person say?" They're like, "Dude, you got 49 concurrent people watching. I gotta find some other bald white guy over in Thailand to watch. I can't get my questions in fast enough." Brian says, "You're a lucky bastard, and this isolation should ruin your Chiang Mai relationship. One day we'll talk." Oh, dude, really? I hope you're just kind of playing around, brother. I really hope that that's not the case, because that sucks. I will also say that I'm grateful that Gracie and I have done this before, meaning that like when I first met her, we hung out for, a few days, right? And then I flew back to the United States, and I was planning on coming then to see her again in the Philippines in March. Trip completely got destroyed, essentially. I did not end up leaving. I ended up at LAX for like almost 24 hours. And then Philippine Airlines basically removed any degree of trust that I had in them as far as the quality of their mechanical ability to make an airplane work correctly, and for my ability to trust them to fly over the Pacific Ocean. To that point, I will tell you guys that if you report to the FAA and give them data and fact, and trust me, I did the best to give them as much data and fact as I could about the flight, as well as some arguable emotion of disappointment. But for the most part, I really tried to make it about data and fact, about what occurred and whatever. They actually take your reports about safety, about an airline, very seriously. They got back to me, I want to say 3 times in a row, let me know like the report that they went through. They let me know the data that they requested from Philippine Airlines to basically prove to them that their aircraft was safe. Because of, at least I think I'm the only one. It might have been others, but the only person that like emailed them, and I was like, "Look, okay, I get that planes get delayed and that sort of thing, but when these symptoms occur, I do not have any confidence that they are maintaining this aircraft up to a standard that allows me to say, oh yes, I believe you can fly over the Pacific with mild competence." It was really impressive, actually. So to the whole point of like holding someone accountable, don't cry wolf, but I mean, if you're on a plane or whatever and you get the impression that the aircraft maintenance is not up to snuff, as they say, I highly encourage you to reach out to the FAA and again, give them as much data and fact as you can without too much emotion. My experience has been is that they will basically they will look into it, and that was comforting. And the data that they gave me back was, it wasn't any sort of proprietary information of the company Philippine Airlines in general. But I was like, okay, I understand what you were checking for, and I understand why this was this and this was that. Great. I also understand why they were like, look, everybody off this plane, and we're not going to use it for a while. But the thing that really sort of perked my eyes and sort of, made me raise an eyebrow, as they say, and made me actually go through the process of filling out this form to submit to the FAA was that as we were disembarking and we were coming back into LAX, where we should have left like 5 hours ago from just being on the tarmac and basically trying to reboot the airplane twice. Okay. And I'm not kidding. Like, we were sitting there on the thing. They're like, okay, there's a mechanical problem, whatever. So we're going to pull over and we're going to like have it fixed. Fine. So they like fix it, whatever. And then they like start going and then they stop again. And then they're like, the guy literally twice said, okay, hold on, folks. We're going to reboot the electronics. I'm not joking. He used those terms. The entire plane went dark with the exception of like the emergency lighting that they tell you about that's going to occur in an emergency. That's like, they go, right. So yeah, so that was it. And to the point where it wasn't just like, they were rebooting the entertainment system. All of the lights went off with the exception of the emergency lighting. All of the fans went off. So imagine you're in this plane. It is dark with the exception of the emergency lights. And there is essentially zero white noise. And everyone else is just kind of like, oh my God, this is going to be, and there's a bunch of Filipino families, right? They're trying to, and they're like, oh my God. And they're like, okay, so that it would be off for, I'm talking like 60 seconds. And that's, it's up there with the whole infamous longest 60 seconds of your life. And then they bring the lights back on. And then they did it a second time because they didn't believe that they had all the electronics. And so I'm sitting there and I know the rules. I'm like, okay, so international flights, if you are more than 3 hours on the tarmac, as they say, then you can, get your money. You can cancel the flight and get off. Domestic flights, 2 hours. And so we're sitting there, we're at about 2.5 hours, and they've just rebooted it a second time. And so I'm there. And so, my impression is, literally, we were there so long waiting on the thing to take off that we were fed. Like, they gave us our first meal as we were sitting there. So anyway, so I'm there in the emergency exit row. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, so if you guys think after all of this nonsense that you've just gone through, I'm going to be okay with you saying, okay, yeah, now let's let's firewall this baby and let's get over the position. I'm like, you're delusional. Like, I am not flying on this plane. And so I was not terse at all. I was just so I said to the flight attendant, I said, all right, so you've like fed us and everything. I said, we're having mechanical problems. You don't have to be a genius. I said, so are we going to swap out the aircraft? I said, or are you actually considering using this aircraft to fly us to, it was the nonstop LAX to Manila. And sadly, I totally believe her when she said this. She says, well, the pilot hasn't completely, and again, it's the captain's decision. Okay. And so haven't, really updated us and that sort of thing. And I said, it's kind of a bummer. I'm not really totally thrilled with the level of transparency that's happening from a leadership perspective right now, but I'm willing to accept this. But, again, so I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, so we're almost at 3 hours. And if they're just thinking they're just going to like tick this up to like 2 hours and 55 minutes and then still sneak in under the thing and then I'm like, not happening. I am not flying this aircraft. I am not inside of it. That is not happening. So I'm sitting there, I'm looking at the emergency exit door and I'm like, all right. Well, I know I can't just like stand up and say, hey, I would prefer if we swapped out the aircraft because I am customer number 413 out of a plane full of 500 people, and therefore you should listen to me. And I'm like, okay, well, that's not going to happen. But I'm also aware of the statements that you can make that will make certain things happen. As an example, if you show up in the ER, the emergency room at a hospital, and the hospital is potentially busy, and if you truthfully can say to them, I'm having chest pains, well, you get moved to the front of the line. Absolutely. So I'm sitting there in the emergency exit row, and it's like we're teetering on whether we're going to use this broken plane. And I'm like, okay, so if we get close and this thing is starting to move and they say, okay, flight attendants prepare for takeoff, I am immediately going to press the call button and say, I am having chest pains. I believe I'm having a myocardial infarction. I need to get off this airplane immediately. And there would have been a high likelihood that they would have turned around and said, okay, well, we got to move it over there. And now that we've moved it over there, and now that it is after 3 hours, well, guess what? We're not flying. So gratefully, I didn't need to do that. And gratefully, the leadership that was in charge of this aircraft decided there is enough of a mechanical issue with this baby that we're going to trade it in for a new model. So anyway, so they drove us all the way. They, motored back to the terminal effectively. And what I learned about LAX is that there's like the terminal that we all sort of hang out in. And yeah, it's like, 250, whatever. Then there is this other terminal where basically old planes go to die. And it has a jetway and it has like an entryway, but it is way at the end of the runway. And that's where we ended up. Like they didn't even like turn the thing around and came back. And I'm talking, it was, so I mean, I get it that it's a 24-hour airport, but it was like 1:30 in the morning. And so there aren't really a whole lot of planes that are happening then. They're not checking in anyone, and they're going to probably wait till I think the earliest is like 4:35 in the morning where they check the first. So anyway, so it's empty. And so they drive us back and they, we get off. We have to walk up this ramp. We have to walk way down to a terminal I didn't even know existed at LAX. We finally get into like that main check-in area at LAX. And they're like, okay, so we're going to put you up in a, local hotel. And they tell us which one it is. And of course, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to put you up at the Westin. And many of the people that, of course, that they're not from Los Angeles or they've never like stayed anywhere near there, they're thinking, oh, great, a Westin, that's going to be awesome. I said, no. Look, I know exactly what Westin they're using. It's the one that's really right off of the freeway. It's a dump. The only thing you want to do there is park your car there because they give you a smoking deal on parking your car there if you're going to be gone a week or two, and leave it there overnight. You do not want to stay there. It's lame. If you want to stay somewhere, call 1-800-MARRIOTT. Go to that one. It's fairly close by, and you'll have a good night. You'll have a decent experience. So we got to go through all this thing. And then we get up to the front, and they're like, all right, well, when do you want us to rebook you? I said, I am not. You are incompetent. I am not using your service. I want all of my money back. Well, sir, you have to call this 800 number. I said, no, you have to call this 800 number because you have absolutely botched this thing so bad. Your level of customer service has been not even adequate. And your ability to maintain an aircraft that basically you're allowed to fly in and out of the United States, I said, you have really, really blown this. I said, I want all of my money back right now. So she goes in something, and at the end of the day, I got all my money back. But what I did was I called there's a form, and I filled it out for FAA, and I said, look, they did this, and then this rebooted. Many people were, and I gave them some sort of emotional data in the sense that I was like, many people were very afraid and they were scared. And of course, that's a relative term. That's not, engine number 4 gave this red light. I mean, it's not like that, right? But yeah, I was really pleased that the FAA actually took some time. They made Philippine Airlines produce additional reports about all the safety checks they had done with that aircraft 90 days prior to my flight. And then they followed up and they said, okay, so here's what we've done, and we've had them do this, and they are doing this, and then we believe. But here's the thing that really made me say I'm going to reach out to the FAA, other than my emotional disappointment with their horrible customer service, was the fact that as we were all walking back, we got back to the terminal, it's like 1:30 in the morning, and they were escorting us because effectively, don't forget, like we were basically coming back through immigration, but immigration's not open, right? But again, we hadn't really left the U.S., so it wasn't like. But regardless, we were coming back, so we had to go through like the back door kind of thing. We didn't come back through immigration, which is that's how you re-enter to get back down to the place where you can recheck in. Because many people just simply rescheduled their flight and they got on one that was 36 hours later. That was the closest one they could do. As we're being escorted by the Philippine Airlines representatives, I said something like, well, at the end of the day, I'm really grateful because the last thing I want to do is fly on an aircraft, that's like, because it was a little older and weathered. And the guy said, oh, yeah, that happens to this one all the time. I said, what? They said, "Oh yeah, these old planes that we use," because he was a representative of Philippine Airlines. These old ones, they're always having these electrical problems. And I was like, "Really?" So I shared that with the FAA, and I'm like, "Okay, so clearly this is not a once in a lifetime thing that this is happening. They have a very bad problem with this series of aircraft that they're using, and obviously this is something that's been repetitive." So again, I will thumbs up to the FAA. Thank you for doing what you did, and thank you for holding the people accountable, at least in my experience. Daniel says, "It's just me, or does President Duterte always look like he's about to sneeze in pictures?" Just wondering. I don't know. I don't really pay attention. I don't really pay a lot of attention to him that way. But yeah, he does look a little bit odd. Damo says, "It's Apple or nothing for me. I can't stand Samsung or Google phones." Cool. Good for you. Brian had every Nexus and almost all Pixels. I've been sliding away from being tech obsessed. Yeah, I mean, I get it. Totally. Yeah, I try and not get too obsessed about it. So serious as a heart attack. Ah, jeez, Brian, you having a heart attack there, Bobby? At Brian, she won't talk to you. Uh-oh, here we go. Aaron, my own fault, but I won't go further. Probably a good boundary to set up here on the chat in a YouTube live stream. But I'm sorry to hear it, buddy. I'm absolutely sorry to hear it. That really stinks. Paul T. Tissa, when you and Rob 26 in Thailand do a live stream together, it makes me think of Bald and Balder, the other vloggers. Oh, Balder? Yeah. What's his name? I know who you mean. Yeah, he's pretty good, actually. Nice. Very good. Very cute. I haven't done a live stream with him in a while, actually, and it's just been because of timing. Like he actually sent me a message. This is about a week ago. "Are you going to do a live stream this weekend?" And I said, "Well, no, actually, it was when I was going to fly down to Samui." And I said, "So when you would want to do it, meaning Sunday night, our time here, I'll either be asleep or I'll be in transit, so I'm not going to do it." And then this past Sunday, I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, so didn't want to do it from there. And so then here we are today, which is our Waco Wednesday. So, but yeah, hopefully we'll do another one soon. I know that he comments, and I've seen some of the comments from some of his subs that they don't particularly like him doing a live stream, or B, him doing a live stream with me, whether it's just me or whether it's just another guy. But anyway. Let me just say this. I feel incredibly comfortable doing a live stream on my channel with you guys hanging out. I really feel like this adds value to me. Selfishly, I know that. I believe this adds a little bit of value to you, whether it's even just like sort of, entertainment or something like that along the way. But I just get the impression that there is a dislike for it on Rob's channel enough to not get me excited to do it. I'll just throw that out there. It's probably a very small subset of his listeners, of his subs, but anyway, I feel very comfortable doing it on Jeremy's channel. That's for sure. So anyway, Enrique, as you guys probably know, he's a great friend of mine. And so anyway, Blue Room says, "My life is so intertwined within the Apple ecosystem. There is an apple stem growing out of my arse." Yeah, totally, man. And they've done a great job of allowing you to do that and it not being frustrating, right? I mean, in other words, you can have a device for this, you can Siri this, you can Apple TV this, you can laptop this, it's great, and kudos to them. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. And Ron gives a little LOL. I completely agree, Ron. That was pretty funny, right? Paul T, what do you call them when Balder actually joins the stream? Haha. Well done, dude. Balder, and Baldest. Balder, and Baldest. Absolutely. There you go. Well played, sir. AGU GPU jump starts not too uncommon. I can tell you that is the first time I had ever experienced it, Brian, and I was not comfortable with it. And regardless of whether it was just 100% of my ignorance and what they were doing was totally appropriate and the best thing they could have done, they certainly didn't communicate it to me in a way that made me believe, oh, this is the best thing that could possibly happen to us right now. So worked ramp at Logan for a couple of years. Totally. Good, Brian. Trust me, dude. That's here's the deal, dude. If you and I were flying together and you would have said something like, "Oh no, trust me, this is fantastic." I mean, the fact that they're doing this makes the possibility of taking this aircraft even safer than before. Great, but at the time, they communicated nothing to that, and I just sort of felt as though the whole, well, we're going to feed you now and make you guys feel comfy so that you'll trust us when we make this next decision. Which, of course, if you've never worked at the ramp at Logan for 2 years concurrently, your impression of all of the lights going off inside of the aircraft is not a good thing. It's too bad. And again, that's one of the things that I always say about leadership, man. You can be, look, if you're not communicating correctly as a leader, then you're just simply that crazy guy in the white suit with a silly wand smacking your arms all over the front of the place in front of an orchestra because they don't need you to be there. But if you're communicating appropriately and people are like, oh, yeah, actually, when he does any of these things, the result is the music comes towards me in an enjoyable manner. That is the conductor that I want to follow. But unfortunately, the conductor did not give me a warm fuzzy when we were on that flight. And so unfortunately, because of that, the result was I did not get to see Gracie after a 2-month delay like I did before. I had to wait till September of that year. So basically, we were apart for 9 months, which is, trust me, that is not the way that we do our relationship and have it enjoyable. But then the bottom line is that we have done this before. And so it's one of those deals where it's just like, okay, well, we'll put up with it. And it's absolutely something that we can, first and last dealer's choice. There you go. Andy Wright is listening. Well, thank you very much, Andy. I really appreciate that, buddy. That's like totally cool. He says he's listening from Facebook. And Charles from over on Periscope, a.k.a. Twitter, says that microphones obscure you. Yes, it possibly does, but I can tell you that I prefer the audio solution or the audio result when I speak to it with this level of proximity. So, sorry, my friend. I hope that that doesn't distract you enough to not hang out. But if it does, I completely understand. And again, I could talk like this, but I don't particularly like the result. I like this result better. So, yep. And I can't solve everybody, or rather, I can't make everybody happy, buddy. But Charlie, I'm really stoked that you came by, and I really appreciate your input. Thank you for that. Honestly, do you see the Pakistani plane that went down the other day? Pilots landed gear up. It was like that movie Airplane. Pilots landed gear up. From what I've seen, looks like they floated halfway down the runway waiting for the gear to touch. Well, yeah, I bet. Because if the indicator said that the gear is down, although, I mean, I guess from all the way up front, you don't necessarily feel it, right? But wherever I've been in the plane, when the landing gear comes down, like, you know it. I mean, there's a finite amount of movement, which then, because of that stop of momentum, I mean, you kind of feel the landing gear's down. So no, I didn't see it, and thank God I didn't experience it. And I don't relish being on a plane that has that result. Aztec says, realized it wasn't down, throttling up, driving the plane into the tarmac, scraping it down the runway on the engines 3 times till they got back in the air. Well, right, because if you don't know, right, that's actually one of the ways that you actually land the aircraft is to effectively, pull it such that you're going to go as if you were going to go up, because in doing so you go down, right, because of the Bernoulli effect that's occurring over the wing that causes the lift. Gave up. The engines gave up before they made it back. Oh my God, Aztec! No, I didn't even see that. That's not a video I'm going to try and find on YouTube though, because I don't particularly like to see the bad things that could go wrong. But yeah, that's not good, dude. That is not good. I just gave up for, I'm sure the edges. So we need to be able to spin actually, and any sort of modification in this. Oh man, that must have been not to diverge the airplane talk, but no, that's okay. It's all good, man. That's very cool. Blanca really did it. I don't believe Carrillo Calirio. I don't believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. Did a story on it. Sorry about that. I'm one of Rob's subs and enjoy the tag team live streams you guys do. He has lots of trolls on his vids. Trolls are like the uncool kids. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I completely agree. And so while there will be a lot of people that will describe my behavior and give me the recommendation that, oh, Mike, you just need to toughen up your skin, I will respond to that with, no, I'm quite certain that this reeks of dysfunctional relationship. And so therefore I'm putting a boundary up against this all day long. Sometimes those boundaries show up in the form of walls. But yeah, I don't have a whole lot of tolerance for that. And and the other thing you got to remember here too is that, like, I'm retired, guys. I mean, I don't need any of that nonsense. I mean, I hang out with you guys because you're you guys, okay? But when there's like that level of chatter, I'm just like, okay, so I don't get that on my channel. and I love Rob, and he's a really good guy. And again, like you said, one of the reasons you're here is because likely that was that day that I got to the 1,000 subs where Rike came on and Rob came on. And I am acutely aware of the fact that I got over the hump. I got to 1,000 subs that day because of Rob. No question. Absolutely. Totally agree with that. And in doing so on that day, he enjoyed what we were doing together. And he's like, hey, like, let's do this again, And we did it again, and it was just one of those deals where I'm like, you know what? This is awesome. I get warm and fuzzies. I dig doing this. I dig the interaction. The fact that he's got a lot of people that follow him, and then he's also got some trolls, like that delays our ability to actually interface with the people that are relevant, that are decent people. So that kind of bothered me, but I'm like, okay, I can get over that. But when the people start making attacks and accusations about why I'm there and he's riding on Rob's coattails or whatever, I'm like, you know what, dude? I don't need this. I don't need 5 seconds of this, because either I can go do a live stream by myself, which again might not add as much global value. So maybe I need to take a second look at this, but I can enjoy myself. And like, I'm retired, dude. Like, I don't need to, I'm not going to go anywhere and say, oh, well, I can go to this party where there's a whole bunch of awesome people and there's 5 lame people that are going to give me a hard time. Or I could not go at all, and just go to a party where there's, let's see, where there's 30 people watching right now and 49 people that thumbed up. And here's what's interesting. So I just went to my channel and it says there's 30 people watching right now, 49 people who gave thumbs up, and 0 that gave the thumbs down. So what's interesting to me about that is when I made the comment about the 1 thumbs down that we got and how, I'd really can you just let me know why? Because I mean, if you're just doing it to do it, that's fine. But if you're doing it because you're like, no, I don't like this and I'd like you to change it, well, then I know what you need to let me know what that means. You need to let me know how you believe I should change it to add value. And if I agree with you, then as a team, we might do a better job. Anyway, I don't want to belabor it that much. And again, I want to be 150% clear that I am totally aware of the fact that Rob is the reason I got to 1,000 subs that day. Rike is also the reason that I got close to 1,000 subs that day. And also that Rob is a great guy and he's a great friend. He is willing to put up with some of that troll nonsense. And I'm not saying this is a bad thing at all, because the way that he gets to stay in Thailand, as he's always said, is through Patreon and through YouTube ads and through that sort of thing. And so that part of that is effectively his job. Now, he does it because he also likes it. I mean, he's not like, oh my God, I got to go to my 9 to 5 and I got to push paper. No, he really likes what he does. And he adds massive value, and he's helped so many guys come over here. And, but this isn't a job for me. I don't need to put up with negative stuff just so that I get enough money to live, kind of thing. Again, the money you guys give me goes to make Gracie happy. Okay. So, but again, it's also just one of those deals where I discovered that the best way for me to have Rob in my life, you know what I'm saying, is for him and I to hang out outside of YouTube. And that may change. There may be a big change, and I would submit to you that a lot of people just sort of needed to get used to Rob doing live streams. Couple reasons. The only time that he would really do a live stream for a while there was when he was giving people updates on Kev. So conscious of it or not, I think a lot of people like associated his live streams with him giving an update on something that they had an emotional attachment to. And then all of a sudden it's like Mike, who has nothing to do with Kev, who has nothing to do with Kevin Rob, who is just over here in Thailand, who knows nothing about Thailand in their analysis, which I will debate. But nonetheless, yeah, they definitely are uncool kids. And so anyway, so thank you guys, for that. And trust me, I want to do it. I would really prefer to do it. But what I don't want to do is leave a live stream with Rob feeling lousier than when I showed up. And you can label that as me not having tough enough skin. Well, guess what? That's fine. If you think I have thin skin and therefore I am having a worse life because of it, I will disagree with you. But anyway, so Aztec says, at Aaron, spot on, man. Yeah, that's the video I'm talking about. Yeah, okay, that one about the report. Hello, Joseph. Good to see you, buddy. Glad you swung by. Thanks so much. Good morning from sunny Finland. Hey, awesome. And thank you, Sammy. If you guys don't know that little yellow thing, that means he's watching on DLive, which is live streaming on the blockchain, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the newest thing because you, as a viewer, as a user, soon, if they have their business model correct, it will pay you to watch. So that'll be kind of cool. Sammy, why the high suicide rate in Scandinavian countries? Lack of sunlight or cold? Interesting question. Geez, at Daniel Murphy. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, not exactly the culture we have here. Hey, let me ask you, why so much suicide? I don't know. How come so many tan white guys at the beach? That's more what I focus on. How come there's so many good-looking girls over here? Brian says, always like Rob's vids, but not live streams. Yeah, and for some reason, I think that is a very common response from a lot of people. And I don't know whether it's just because, the infamous people don't like change, or whether they're like, well, no, I mean, the way that he produces videos is just simply a better product. So long, cold, and dark winter. Yeah, Sammy, I got to tell you, to him and Daniel, I mean, look at it. I grew up in New England, and in the winters, I mean, it gets dark at like 3:30 in the afternoon, and it happens to be cold when it's so, yeah. So trust me, I've never committed suicide, as you can tell, but I would definitely get depressed, man. Definitely get depressed. So anyway, Aztec says, I think Rob's live streams are more so happenstance of COVID. Yeah, it could be. I mean, that's kind of why I started doing them too, I guess, because I was inside. But, I mean, I'm kind of a radio guy. So, I mean, this is cool for me. I mean, this is just like, this is great. I get to have a radio show where I actually interface with the listeners, if you will. And, you guys give me stuff to talk about, and off I go. Have I mentioned TransferWise? Have you guys ever heard of TransferWise? I think that's going to be our joke right now. In fact, if I just like spin off on something, all you guys got to do is say #TransferWise. And then I know, okay, I've talked about something for 45 minutes. Time to switch topics. Aztec says, you guys are priceless. Everyone thumbs down until he until he stayed live for 20 hours. Yeah, that's always sort of weird. I give Rob a hard time about that. So as soon as I get to 100 thumbs up, then I'm stopping the broadcast. I'm like, that's an odd way to interpret positive reinforcement. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. Ron says, trolls are just a bunch of sad people that do not have a life. I enjoy your channel a lot. Rob enjoys more of a short format. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. He's 20 seconds in Thailand, and I think were you the one? I think you were the one, Ron. That said, I should be 20 hours in Thailand. I always laugh at that. I think that's kind of fun. I literally will think of that exact statement that you made the first time, and as I'm like walking down the hallway here in the condo, and I'll just be like, So I literally laugh out loud. I literally LOL you, dude. Abstitute. So thanks. Daniel says, I suffer from seasonal affective disorder. That's why I live in the southeast U.S. versus the northeast U.S. Absolutely, dude. Totally. I dig it down there. Rob is cool. Very nice videos. Totally. Sammy, I mean, come on. There's no disagreement in that. I mean, I've known Rob since before he had 1,000 subs, because I remember when he came up with the 1,000 sub thing, and, a lot of the sort of energy and the design of my video to thank for the 1,000 subs was based on the way he did his. I thought that was really cool. It's difficult to, thank 1,000 people. It's more harder to thank more than 1,000 people. So, yeah, no, I completely get that. But that's cool, Sammy. So the fact that you came over from D Live, I'm curious. What did they do to make you find me? Did you hear that I was on D Live, or were you just like hanging out on D Live, and then all of a sudden, you just said, oh, who's on now? Like, who's new? Let me go check out these new people, because I'm really curious how you get in front of somebody on D Live, because I'm really, really interested in figuring out. Oh, you're on YouTube, Sammy. You're right. You are. I apologize, dude. I was mistaken your avatar for the one that is with D-Lab. I completely forgot to look at just to the left of your name. So sorry about that, Sammy. Anyway, I'm stoked you're here, and I'm stoked you're here on YouTube, buddy. Appreciate it. That was really cool. Ron says your train live stream on your train live stream. The train was epic. Well, thank you, man. I mean, because it was funny, Ron. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to, to have it facing me. Well, first of all, to have it facing me, I made the absolute worst fashion faux pas of all time for me, and I wore the pink mask that Daniel Netz basically paid me to not wear. And I had that with me at the time. And the reason I like it is because it's fairly thin and it breathes well. It's got like a mesh thing inside, so it doesn't go back on your face, everything like, a piece of plastic. But unfortunately, it's got the design on it that some people have commented they don't particularly like. But the other thing too is that I thought, well, if you've never taken the train in Thailand, and you've never taken the train that lasts for 6 hours that costs $1.74, you've probably never experienced this, thing. And again, part of it you could argue was, intense monotony, right? But I don't know, I liked it. And to that point, I took the train back, and it took, over 7 hours. Okay, so it was late getting there. So it got there about, I think it got to Prachuap Khiri Khan about 10:45. And I think that we got to Thonburi, which is like the end of that route. I want to say it took about 7 hours. I think we got there about 5:45, maybe like 5:30. But regardless, it took a little longer the other way. But I thought, well, what is an exercise? Because, obviously going down there, I lose track of time, right? Which is why all of a sudden we are at, let's see, what does it tell me on here? We were at 4 hours and 42 minutes, right? And so that was basically the amount of time that I ended up doing the live stream, simply from a technical limitation that the stream stopped. I actually had plenty of battery left, just so you know. But I noticed that coming back too. There were spots where my LTE would go to H plus and even H, which is basically 2.5 to 3G. And so because of that, live streaming video on YouTube, eventually the caching is just not going to be enough, and it's going to just, stop the stream. But doing that that's okay. I lost track of time. This is going to be really bad. But what's this train ride really like if I'm not sort of preoccupied with doing, the live stream and interfacing with you guys, hanging out with you guys? And so, in that 7 hours coming back, I got a little fidgety, and, I only got up once, maybe twice. There was someone sitting across from me, but the chair system that they had, it was kind of like it would hold like three normally, up to 3x3. 3 and 3 on the one side, and then like 2 and 2 on the other, versus 2 and 2. Anyway, regardless, there was only one other person on the other side, and then there were those X's. So it was effectively me facing the front, her facing back. She was already at the window, and you take your shoes off and you put your feet up on the chair, and you just kind of chill out. So it wasn't that bad. And then the minute the train moves, there's a constant breeze. And so, there I was for 7 hours. And, as you might guess, I took a little bit of video. But for the most part, I was chatting with Gracie on the way back. And I think I answered a couple of your emails from you guys. And I think I chatted a little bit with Daniel maybe on Facebook Messenger. Regardless, I kind of didn't really have a whole lot to keep me busy. And, but it wasn't painfully obvious that it was 7 hours. It was, it was a little disappointing. The biggest challenge for it, again, like I mentioned actually maybe earlier this morning, is the fact that you get really dirty. And so there's a lot of dust that occurs. And yeah, they're doing construction, as you probably saw from the video. But anyway, yeah, so you leave and like, I mean, you can like feel the, because, you know, you're sweating, right? So you can like feel like the dust and stuff on you. And yeah, I had like, you know, some wipes and was able to clean my face, and I had hand sanitizer that I was using frequently. But, you know, I mean, it's in your shirt. It's like all this, you know, dust and everything. So that was the only downside. But thank you. I appreciate you saying that, Ron, because, you know, I was like, I don't really know what sort of response I'm going to get. And I think it's got over like 400 views or something. So I'm like, well, that's kind of cool, you know? Rike even mentioned it on his live stream the other night, I think. He's like, oh, yeah, I saw Mike. And, and then I popped on JC's stream the yesterday morning. And he's like, hey, Mike, good to see you. How you doing? I said, yep, I'm living the dream, man. He goes, yeah, I know you're living the dream. He says, I saw you do your $1.74 train ride. So that's cool. I mean, a couple people watch it. I mean, I don't know if I'll do it once a weekend, but it was kind of cool. I got to tell you, man, I would absolutely encourage you guys to do it, because here's the deal. If you get on and you go a certain amount of time and you're like, that is it. I cannot stand it. Mike is a complete basket case. What kind of a loser would absolutely stay on a train this long in this amount of discomfort? I mean, there's no air conditioning, right? And you get there. Then you just get off at the next stop, basically. It's certainly the next big stop. And so for this one, that would have been like, you know, Cha-am or Hawaiian or whatever, you know, not take it all the way down to Prachuap Khiri Khan. But you get off, and then, you know, you can get a bus basically from there. You would take like a motorbike taxi or whatever from that, depending upon the size of the train station. If you get off on Hawaiian, it would be pretty easy to get like a taxi. And you could take a taxi all the way down to, you know, take it all the way up to Bangkok for like, you know, 2,000 baht or something, 1,500 baht. Or you can get on, you know, one of those buses that goes all the way up to Suvarnabhumi from Cha-am or Hawaiian. The point is that you can, you know, you're not stuck on it if you're absolutely miserable. But I got to tell you, I was a really neat way. And in fact, the thing that I'm thinking of doing is a couple of things. I'm thinking of either taking the bus from the Ekamai station all the way down to Rayong, and then from there going over to Koh Samet. That's the one option that I'm looking at. The other option is getting on the train and taking it up to Ayutthaya, or Ayutthaya, or however you want to pronounce it. I say Ayutthaya. You know, the original sort of capital, right, of Thailand. And that's only about an hour. Well, it's scheduled to be about an hour train ride north. So I'm like, okay, so on my 2-hour train ride, I'll go up north and I'll just check that place out, because, you know, I mean, from what I see, it looks like it's sort of a local version of Siem Reap, right? Or you know, some of the other sort of places in Cambodia that are very touristy, like old, you know, temples and stuff. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll check that out. And again, it's got a lot of history, and I think it would be fun. And again, it's going to be hotter potentially than here, because I mean, at least you get some breeze in Bangkok. But it's pretty. I may need some caffeine. It's pretty. It's going to be hotter for sure as we go up there. And if you've watched any of CB Media's stuff, as I have, you'll note that he's always making sure that it's like, look, guys, it's hot up here. And so that might absolutely happen. So good to see you, Ben E. Thank you for coming by. I really appreciate it, man. Good to see you. Joseph says, I have a suggestion how about interview other YouTubers that are in Thailand. Okay, great. I have a suggestion? How about interview other YouTubers that are in Thailand? Thank you. I apologize for not reading that correctly. Yeah, and so that's been something that, I mean, I really enjoyed the collaborative effort that I got to do with Jeremy. And so that could be something to really do again. And so thank you for that suggestion. I really appreciate it. MedTech says, I think I discovered you, Mike, via Rike. Totally. And again, I am 100% clear about how several of you guys have come over here. And I thank those guys big time. The neat thing is it's not just like they like me. I mean, they're friends of mine. Like Rike is a really good friend of mine. Rob and I are pretty decent friends. I mean, we're friends. We're not like best buddies and that sort of thing, but you know, we share things, and you know that quite frankly, if I were closer, I would likely spend a lot more time with him. And so it's an honor to have him in my life, Rike and Rob. So that's cool, MedTech. I'm glad you said something, because Rike is a really good guy. Did you throw away the shirt? Well, yes, I did. And I'll tell you why. It's because I brought it home and I washed it. And then I took it out and I said, okay, so I need to wash this again. And I'm like, and I looked at it and it was like kind of fraying and that sort of thing. And then I realized, or I remembered very clearly, that I paid 100 baht for this shirt at the Chatuchak weekend market. I need to go back to the Chatuchak weekend market anyway. So I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to buy another one of these shirts that cost 100 baht versus spending another 40 baht to wash this silly thing, because the ROI is not there. And no matter how clean you get a white shirt, after a few wears of any shirt, right, you're going to get imperfection. And again, it was 100 baht shirt. You know, I mean, it's not $100, you know, $200 Robert Graham that I know is going to last me for at least 2 years, even if I have it, you know, washed once a week. But yeah, Joseph, I threw it away, buddy. Threw it away. Couldn't keep it. It wasn't a keeper. At first, it was a keeper, but then after the second or third wash, I thought, it doesn't have much. We are at 14:20 hours left to go. Thanks for counting us down, buddy. Really appreciate it, Aztec. That's good. I'm glad you're here. So is my bladder. It's glad you're here. I like to be held accountable. Ron West says, I took train from downtown Houston to Galveston once. 50 miles. Took 3 hours each way because they almost stop at each street crossing. Yeah. I've taken Amtrak before too. And, you know, after doing that, I figured I'd come over here and, you know, Amtrak's not so awesome. I mean, when you compare it to like, you know, pretty old train. I've never taken the train in India, and I don't really have a desire to check off that box. But yeah, it was imperfect. Damo says, okay, tech question. Why is a solid state drive so much quicker than a standard drive? Bought a new laptop and it's massively quicker. The short answer is there's no mechanical movement to access the data. And so therefore a solid state hard drive is effectively RAM. And so therefore the ability for you to access the data, it has to do less. It doesn't have to move anything. Okay. It doesn't have to sort of refer to a table of contents, which is what essentially exists in the center of a disk, to then say, okay, well, you're looking for this piece of data. Here is where it is. Now go move this arm to that piece of data. And then when that piece of data comes around to you, grab it and then assemble it all and that sort of thing. So there's that, you know, and you've got a finite amount of speed actually that you can spin a hard drive, which is effectively 15,000 RPM. If you do it any more than that, it's totally possible. But if you want to Google anything like hard drive disaster greater than 15,000 RPM kind of thing, they show you what happens because, of course, you know the density of it of memory has increased like exponentially every year, right? I mean, you can get a terabyte SD card now for I think less than $300. I mean, that's ridiculous, right? And it's the size of your thumbnail. Jesus, Mike, focus. The size of your thumbnail. And so you know, it while it is sequential, believe it or not, there's some degree of you know, a parallel data that you can grab from a hard drive. It's as quick as RAM. So it's as, you know, it's you're essentially running your entire computer in RAM. And just so you know, RAM is even quicker. But that's the main reason. It's incredibly fast. Daniel also, and so thank you for the question, Damo. Hopefully I answered it well enough. Does Thailand have any bullet trains? No, they do not. They have one that they're pulling, and again, it's a bullet train. I don't believe it is going to be a maglev train like they have in China, and I do not believe it's going to go 300 kilometers an hour on even a good day. But from basically pretty much Suvarnabhumi down to Pattaya is the goal, and I believe 2023 is when they believe it will actually materialize. Aztec says to Damo because it's flash memory storage with high access rate. Yes, that is absolutely accurate. Because there are no disks that have to spin to access the data. And Paul is a coder too. And so let me just make sure. I don't think I'm having anything delivered today. So I just want to make sure because yesterday I had groceries delivered and I don't believe I got that going on today. So I don't necessarily need to pay attention to anything. But anyway. And so, yeah, so I got to lift that. Where are you going to go next and when? I'd like to meet up with you somewhere. So let me know. If not, I'll probably be coming to Bangkok in July. Okay, so right now I'm in Bangkok, right? And my goal is to probably cruise down to either. I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll go down to Rayong and then I'll hang out there for a day or two. And this is maybe. And then from there, I'll go to that pier, which is, again, I can't remember the name of it, but I have it written down in my notes. It's like Bang Pa or something like that. It's like BENPHE. I know it's a very short combination of letters. Bottom line is it's like, take me to pier that go Koh Samet, bam, and then I'll find a way to get there. And then from there, go to Koh Samet and hang out there for a little while. Now, I've read some reports about Koh Samet versus Koh Chang, and it sounds to me like Koh Chang is a little bit more of a Thai experience versus a resort type experience. Now, Koh Samet, again, right now, it's not busy at all. So, when you read a report that says, well, it can kind of get busy on the weekends. So the weekday, it's like once we get closer to Friday or Saturday, I'm not freaking out saying, oh, there's no way I'm going to go to Koh Samet because nothing's busy right now. So I'm thinking about doing that. But first of all, the short answer is if you're going to be anywhere near where you think I might be and you want to hang out, let's hang out. I would be honored. That would be fantastic. Gotta love Thailand. And but those are my plans now. But again, I may do the train thing up to Ayutthaya, but I haven't decided. You're coming to Bangkok in July. Now, does that mean you're coming from internationally? And you're going to be locked down? Like, do you want to do a Zoom call for the 14 days, or you're actually already in Thailand and you're going to be traveling domestically? Because that's kind of what I'm stoked about. This, I can do some domestic travel. But absolutely, I am stoked to hang out with you, to meet up with any of you guys, and for us to potentially do a live stream and talk to the other kids at the Cool Kids table. Aztec says, Damo, wait till you discover PC NVMe. Yeah, non-volatile, baby. That is RAM. That is fast stuff. Paul T says to Aztec, I looked into those when I thought my SSD might be failing, but it was some kind of Windows 10 problem. Yeah, again, it's, a lot of times it's the software for sure. When I get there, we have to take a train ride. Joseph, totally, dude. Now, again, Joseph, I can't remember what day, but I know you were the one that said you're going to come over, or you at least were thinking about staying at it's Bel Air, Bangkok. That was like Soi Ha, I think, right? Down there, Nana. So that'll be cool. So yeah, dude, let's do that. It'd be great, man. We could get like 2 phones going and do like a dual live stream thing or whatever. Judge everybody around us, make fun of the cows. Aztec says that Paul T, my now dead iMac, 27-inch, $4,000 piece of stuff, butchered to run Linux, had my first taste of PCE SSD. He attempted to build the new PC just to put NVMe RAM in it. Nice, dude. That's pretty awesome. Aztec says, who is Rike? Rike is his nickname for Henry Velez. And Rike has... Rike's Life Beyond the Sea. Yeah, so you answered your own question. Yes, that is Rike. Indeed. MedTech says, was a software engineer for 13 years, C++ and Unix, forgotten it all now. Yeah, isn't that the interesting thing about anything Starnix, right? So any Linux. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I can get back into it or whatever, and then, boom, a week goes by, and I'm like, wait, VI? Is it going to be, is it :WQ? Obviously, those are the easy ones, right? I don't necessarily. I'm sure you guys don't forget that sort of stuff, but yeah. It's one of those things. It's the good news for me is that it's easy to get back on the saddle, to get back on the horse with as far as Linux goes. But yeah, totally, man. It's like, oh man, what is that silly command for? And then you Google it, right? Paul says to MedTech, I am a software engineer and I forget things even during the quarantine time. Yeah, when you're spending 25 hours a day in front of your desk coding away. Yeah, absolutely, man. I get it. Sammy says SSD on laptop and spinners on lap. Ha ha ha. There you go. Daniel Murphy says, in my opinion, Henry, DBA Rike's channel, has a subscription to where it's lost that personal feel and lack of dialogue with him diminishes the amount of information / value. Answer to that, pay me. Oh, you believe that is that answer to that is pay me? Okay, I can see why you have potentially gone that way. And you know why let me put that back up. And you know why I really appreciate that, Daniel, is because if you guys have heard me wax philosophically about how to add the most value to you guys, I struggle with that. And I'm like, okay, so I have only had the one, it wasn't, I want to say bad experience, but that's in air quotes. It wasn't a bad experience. It was just like, oh, well, that's too bad. I got to figure out a way to potentially prevent this in the future. Meaning, schedule someone, it's in our calendar, it's been in both our calendars, and he simply can't make it for whatever reason and didn't, wasn't able to communicate proactively. Hey, Mike, turns out I have a meeting at that time, tells me 2 hours ahead of time. Let's reschedule. I get it. But it was like, nah, shoot, Mike, I'm in a meeting with my boss. I can't leave kind of thing, meaning he couldn't even leave right then to like send me a message. And I totally get that. I've been there. You don't go to your boss's office. He's like, yeah, you said, I got something really important to say. All right, awesome. Yeah, totally. Yeah, just let me know what you need, buddy. Let me just send Mike a quick email. No, okay, so I get it. But at the end of the day, I was like, okay, so how do I proactively prevent that? Do I charge people? Do they make them have skin in the game? One of you guys even this morning said, yeah, I mean, that would be a quick. But I get it. And Daniel, and I don't want to have that kind of culture here, basically, at this Cool Kids table. Because again, at the end of the day, there will be some times where it's just me and Daniel, or it's just me and Gotta Love Thailand, and we're the only ones hanging at the table. And that's possible just because it's possible. Sometimes it's only possible if both of us are like, okay, well, I can't do a live stream on my channel. Well, I can't do a live stream on my channel either while we're tagging out. I mean, here's a great example. Jeremy lives in Bangkok too. Someday, I'm quite certain he and I will both meet at the same place. And, we'll sit there and we'll chew the fat for a little bit, right? And in doing so, that means that he's not live on his channel. I'm not live on my channel. He's not meeting with anyone one-on-one. I'm not meeting with anyone one-on-one. And so how are we adding, the best amount of global value that we can at that time? Maybe, because we're going to take what we learn from each other and then move that onto our own individual channels. Or, so it's a dance. And I also understand that not only is it it's like, okay, how do you maneuver it properly? How do you market it properly? Because clearly and I'm not getting down on him at all. But as you know, I sort of overanalyze everything. So here I go. But the fact that Daniel, for some reason, received the intentional or unintentional marketing, if you will, that was done there. And the way that he heard that, right, is that like if you want an answer to my question, pay me. In other words, if you were to like see me on the sidewalk and you'd be like, hey, Mike, so like, what do you think about the retirement visa? And I'd be like, well, if you want my real answer, you got to pay me. If I said it that way, you'd be like, hey, dude, you're a jerk. Like, that's not cool. But great example, Integrity Legal, who I think has a great shtick and they provide a great amount of free information on YouTube, but don't use YouTube for your legal advice. And don't use the comments inside of YouTube from non-attorneys commenting on an attorney for your legal advice. So how does it work when you want legal advice? You open up an account, basically. You set up a retainer or you pay the legal professional ahead of time. They provide you with data and then you exchange it. So I get that. When I first started interfacing with that guy, when he first started doing his YouTube videos, he would reply. And I even talked to him on the phone for like almost an hour from when I was in Southern California. And I even said to him, I said, look, you're giving me like actual professional business and legal advice. Like, can I pay you or whatever? And he's like, no, don't worry about it. And I was like, all right, well, he's got a business model that doesn't involve fine. So then I sent him an email like a year later. And he responds with, very cordially, Mr. Somerville, that's great. For me to form an actual opinion on this, then, it's going to cost it was effectively $150 for an hour. So transpose that into ThaiBot, and it was effectively a 1 hour of retainer for me to get his legal services. And I was like, okay, yeah, I can appreciate that, right? So anyway, the point is that he didn't market it to me in a way that I thought was offensive, even though we basically went from free legal advice to pay for legal advice. But I was okay with it because I'm like, I actually do want to pay for this because I want your advice on my specific situation, and I need you to be very articulate, and I need you to be accurate, and I need to be able to trust you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have started the business relationship. So I get it. So and you said that before. You live in Surin. I apologize, buddy. You've said that like twice today on today's stream. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's figure out a way to hang out, dude. That'd be totally good. So yeah, so again, that's your opinion and that's your expression of it. And believe me, I am concerned if I ever were to come across as Mike is just doing this for the money. If I'm just doing it for any reason, I'm doing it selfishly for the emotional benefit that I get from talking to you guys. And I'm quite certain that there is a part of my ego that gets fueled by this by simply listening to myself talk. Absolutely. I'm sure there's some of that, but I mean, most of it is the fact that you guys ask really good questions and you believe that the way that I present that data, i.e. it's not a yes, no, yes, correct. I mean, it's like, 45 minutes of TransferWise, right, Aztec? And so anyway, so yeah, thank you, Daniel. I mean, it's good input. And, there might be someone who says the complete converse to that. I don't know. But yeah, Met Texas, I still recall principles of classes in inheritance, polymorphism, recursion, but I don't remember the syntax. I feel dumber, to be honest. I know what you mean by that, right? Like every day I feel like I know less. Yeah, not just about code, but I get it. GoTo says, I'm going to Koh Chang 13 June for a week. It's a great place. You need to get your gal to go there. Yeah, trust me, dude. I need to get Gracie to come a lot of places with me, not the least of which is right here on this couch, dude. Yeah, so that's step one. But yeah, Koh Chang, it's a place we both want to go. Let me get to this before I miss it because I really like to acknowledge that. Stuck in Florida, thank you so much for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. And later to all the cool kids, 2 a.m. there in Florida. Got to get up in 4 hours. Oh, come on. What, you can't survive on 3 hours of sleep? You need to focus, buddy. Stuck, I really appreciate you coming by, man. It's really an honor. I know you populate a lot of the really cool other live streams as well as YouTube guys that I love and respect. And so that's really cool. My girlfriend's children go to boarding school in Bangkok, so we will drive through there first. Should be there first week of July. Well, I can tell you right now. I mean, if you're cruising through Bangkok in July, man, I would be honored to meet up. I mean, that would be real easy. But yeah, that would be. I mean, I'm stoked to do it, man. I love meeting people that are cool and normal, and hopefully give me the opportunity to add value. And so I'm quite certain because of that, then you'll add value to my life too. And so selfishly, I want that, man. And Joseph saying goodbye to Stuck. Very cool, man. Very cool. Love how you guys talk amongst yourselves here at the Cool Kids table. Okay, cool. I'm looking at 101 comments and it's 109. So cool. I'm not too far behind. And where are we sitting? Okay, 24, 25 people watching, 49 thumbs up. Oh my God, 25 people watching and almost 50 thumbs up. That is a 2x ego boost right there, guys. That's totally cool. Aztec says, it doesn't matter what code I look at that I have done in the past, PHP, Python, hell, Bash even. It takes me 2 weeks to convince myself that I wrote this at some stage. Yeah. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. Sometimes I look at that. I'll never forget I did that at work, and someone came up to me and they're like asking me all these questions about this specific PHP code that was written. And I'm like, okay, and I'm like giving them my answers as if they're just asking me like general questions about PHP code. And I'm like, dude, I don't know why you think that like I know what's going on in this. They're like, dude, you put your initials, like, look, they showed me the code. They're like, your comments are all over this, like everything. Oh yeah, tilde Mike's, like 517, 2008. Or whatever, and I'm like, oh yeah, I guess I modified this. They're like, no, it works great, and it works a lot faster than it used to, but I need to understand why you were doing this because I need to modify. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, obviously at the time, I probably could have been a lot better by saying, I know, you know what, dude, just ping Aztec. Aztec will totally be able to help you through this because I got no clue what I was thinking when I wrote that. So I get it, man. Joseph says, I hope to be there September 23rd and spend 14 days in Bangkok, then 90 days in Pattaya. Well, dude, if that is your expectation, then that should be totally awesome, meaning you've already got kind of your life architected such that you will potentially be 14 days in Bangkok. I need to get some caffeine in a second, guys, but I really hope that you don't have to 14-day crazy-ass self-quarantine in here in Bangkok, but of all the places to have to do it for 14 days, it's pretty easy to do it here. You can get everything delivered. You can totally get a 14-day Airbnb and be at the same place the whole time. So that would be pretty cool. Paul T says, Aztec, yeah, so common. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. It's the coder's curse, right? Ron says, all you kids are talking about French to me, about what you're talking about is French to me. Does anybody use COBOL or BASIC anymore? Do you guys know what COBOL or BASIC stands for? So the short answer is, yeah, people will use BASIC for sure. COBOL, they'll use it if they have to sort of resurrect old code, right? But yeah, I totally get it, man. It's totally a third language. I mean, if you guys started talking in Go, like I've never coded in Go, I don't know how to do that, right? So Brian says at this point, Mao Mock. Keep going though. Need the Boss Ross voice to keep me sleep. There you go. There you go. Absolutely, dude. Just put your head on the pillow, Brian. Now breathe in. Now breathe deeper. Deeper, Brian. Your legs are getting very, very heavy. Now stand up. Take off all your clothes and run outdoors, Brian. Follow the light. Okay. Was that creepy enough for you guys? That's like that guy that used to do the promos. My buddy who used to do the promos. He's got this crazy deep voice that used to do the promos for KUPD, Arizona. That guy had some deep ones. Mao Mock, Brian says. Mao Mock. Chime at Ron West. I think COBOL and BASIC were before computers. I love it. That's classic. They were before Windows. Well, BASIC, yes, that's true. COBOL for sure. He, the lawyer, is professional, though. Yeah, okay, Daniel. All right, that's a fair point. Yeah, I mean, in other words, I wouldn't just trust some guy with my money to provide legal advice if he hadn't taken the bar, right? I mean, so I get it. Yep. No, so that's good. And again, when I like give you guys my opinion or I share with you my experience about visas and that sort of thing, or I try and clarify things for you, realize that I am not a professional legal, guy that does. I mean, I'm not even a service, right, that does visas and that sort of thing. But what I'm trying to do is dispel some of the I guess I want to say gossip, potentially, or certainly what I view as incorrect data, meaning the blanket statement from someone who has never been to Thailand, which is, oh my God, I'm never going to Thailand because getting a visa there is a pain in the neck. I'm like, based on what? Like, where are you? Like, do you live in the middle of Kansas where you absolutely would have to do it via mail? Or do you live in Washington, D.C., where you could literally buy a bicycle and drive to the embassy, let alone the consulate or something like that? Or are you somewhere where, again, once COVID is over and everything is open, are you just having an issue with, do you believe that you have to have 800,000 baht in a Thai bank account even before you come over to Thailand for the first time? I mean, there's many things that people believe they know or they heard. And there is, I believe there's a very quick and easy way to get the correct data. And hopefully I can add value and do it that way. Joseph says, is there a train that goes to Pattaya? So there is. However, I don't believe it is running right now. But I could actually, I need to get up anyway because I need to get some caffeine. I will get the map that I'm going to refer to, and then we can talk a little bit more about the trains down in Thailand because that would be really cool to plan something like that, Joe. So I will be back in 3, 2. One. How was that? Got to fix that in post. It's funny. I'll share with you guys a little bit of a ego confession. How's that? Is that there was as I was just sitting down just now, and again, I judge myself as well as others based on behaviors, not on their thought, right? It's the first action. It's not necessarily the first thought, right? I mean, you can have crazy thoughts all day long. If you execute on them, that's, executing on a thought is what ends you up in jail. It's not, it's not just, I think I should probably rob that grocery store. Nah, if you go through with it. Anyway, what I wanted to share with you relative to Joe's discussion is this map that I have of the various lines, right? And so therefore, one of the trains, the brown train, no, seriously, the Eastern train, that will go, kind of down to Pattaya and that sort of thing over here is not running right now, I believe. Now, again, by right now, I mean based on the last time I cruised over to the train station to try and see if they were cruising to Pattaya. Not necessarily as of today, Wednesday, the 27th. Because I could be incorrect. The other thing I wanted to show you guys, just because it was over there on the table, is what a train ticket looks like. And so as you can see, they actually do have my name on there, and they asked for my passport. Now, this is the one that I bought that I actually didn't use because if you, you can't really necessarily see it, but right here, underneath my finger, underneath my finger, 208 baht. That was the ticket that I initially bought that was going to leave at 5 a.m., and I didn't take it because, as you know, the curfew goes to 4 a.m. And as I mentioned before, at 4:01 a.m., based on what my needs were, I didn't exit my condo, and there were all of a sudden a complete line of taxi cabs at the ready, waiting to get me to my train station before 5 a.m. So that didn't occur, so I wasn't able to make that. That would have been in it wouldn't have been in an air-conditioned seat, but it would have been in a wider, more plush kind of reclining type bucket seat. Thank you for that. Thank you for allowing me to get a cool and refreshing beverage. Thank you for 25 of you still sticking around. I really appreciate it. And thank you again for the 49 likes. Just amazed. You guys are you're great. I love hanging out with you guys. Anyway, so this is the train, and this is all the maps. And so anyway, I am hoping what would be really awesome. I think honestly what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to go do the train up to Ayutthaya. I mean, believe me, I like beach. And I definitely want to get over to Koh Samet, but I don't know. The bottom line is I got plenty to do. I know for a fact that Gracie will not be over here for at least one more month, right? Until July 30th, we know that she's not getting here. Nobody's getting here. And, come July, we'll see what happens. But basically, I have the next month. And the only thing that's going to happen let's see. So today is Wednesday here in the Big Mango. And so actually what that means is that they had a cabinet meeting yesterday on Tuesday here in Thailand. So what that may mean is that certain things may open up. I don't believe that they may be in phase 3, but I'm not quite sure yet. But again, someone also mentioned about, massage places opening up, which would be great because, if you've seen me for the last 4 hours approximately, I've been sitting, which of course, as we know, sitting is the new smoking. And I could use a massage big time. What I am hoping I find is someone who can walk on my back in the way that is done appropriately. Not someone with ski boots to walk on my back, but someone who actually can do it. So anyway, I don't know, Joe. I got to figure out a solution to that. But I think in Ayutthaya next, maybe just for a day or two, would be kind of fun. Aaron says to Ron, my mom's computer tech says it's easy too. He's blind, and I still don't know either. There you go. MedTech, I wish a near future meeting was possible, but I just don't see it for those of us that still live outside Thailand. Yeah, I get it, guys. And you know what I've thought about doing? I mean, let's face it. What do we got? 25 people here? Yeah. So we could basically do a 5x5, and we could do Zoom and I'll kind of meet online. But again, some people don't want to meet. I mean, obviously, there's 25 people watching. I don't believe there's 25 people that have been in the comments. There were 49 people watching at one time. There may have been 50. I'm not sure. When I saw it, the highest number that I've seen thus far has been 49. So, again, thank you guys very much. But that doesn't mean everyone wants to chat. Some of them just want to, don't have any specific questions. So, it's kind of like, cool. But yeah, no, that would be good. I think, again, at the end of the day, we will do the app beginners all-purpose symbolic instructional code. Boom, boom. Awesome. Good job, MedTech. It wasn't a test, dude. I wasn't trying to be like, smart with cool, but I just think that's kind of cool. Common business-oriented language. There you go. 2 for 2, MedTech. See, and if we were on DLive right now, we were live streaming on the blockchain, what would happen is you, as a viewer, you would just get paid. So, but I can't do inverse super chat. But yeah, that's cool, man. I will pay for the train ride. Oh, dude, that would be so cool. I mean, I would love that. So, Joseph, here's the deal, dude. Send me an email at Live My Ass Off, or we can talk about it here if you want. I mean, it's not like we're talking about anything clandestine. But, so I know where you are. You know where I am. Actually, hold on. So, Sarin, I'm trying to think what train line you're on. Do you know what train line you're on? You can answer that right away, and I'll just scroll down, and then I'll get back. Oh, that's kind of cool. I actually just got some post. This guy's from Twitch. I'm still the bot. Hello. I'm still the bot. Good to see you, man. It's kind of cool. I love it when I get it from the other platforms. That's really cool. Daniel, 50 likes. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciated that. See, now for me it says 49. So I don't know. Who knows? Doesn't matter. That's okay. Do not plug your microphone into the amplifier or mix it. Do I plug my microphone into an amplifier or a mixing board? The short answer is I plug it into a mixing board. I plug it into a little mixer that costs about $100, only because of the duty being so high. You could buy this. It's made by Behringer, is the name of the company, and for the most part, Behringer is a company that makes consumer as well as very professional grade audio mixers, and for the most part they design the majority of their stuff after Mackie, M-A-C-K-I-E. So if you want like the original or whatever, then traditionally you will be attached to Mackie. But Behringer is just fine, and I bought it at a place here in Bangkok, and they provided me with a great solution. The reason I like this is because it has a very low noise floor on the preamp, and dynamic microphones like this sometimes will not need phantom power. And so this one actually will provide 48 volts of phantom power, which this microphone doesn't necessarily need. However, what it will do is it'll amplify me. It'll allow, I have the low end pumped up a little bit, but not a whole lot. And then I have the windscreen gets rid of the brightness a little bit, of course. And then, of course, it, right, obviously it helps with that, right? Big difference, right? So if anyone ever says to you, Mike, why do they use windscreens? That's a pretty easy test right there of how it just screened the wind. Amazing, isn't it? It's almost 100% acoustically transparent, but boy, does it help with that windscreen. Anyway, so I do that. And then the other reason I use the mixing little board console, the mixer, is that it's got USB out. And so I'm not going like out of this microphone full analog the whole time. It goes analog, and then it goes into the mixer, and then it goes out USB, and then I plug the USB port into my laptop. And so it's effectively an A to D converter as well, rather than I would prefer to use that versus using the onboard sound card of this Chromebook that is worth approximately $200. So the sound card in it is not going to be that decent. And so this allows me to get a little bit of that tighter pattern for sure on the microphone, but also to amplify my voice with effectively not adding a whole lot of noise. Because I got a whole lot of white noise happening around me right now, and so I'm trying to kind of get rid of that. And then thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Absolutely. Even 20 hours is too short. Oh, my God. Look at this ego boost that I'm getting from Paul. Got my coffee first. Yeah, I know. I had my first cup actually. I was thinking about having a second cup, but it's like 1:30, and so I really try and just kind of not do a whole lot of coffee, even though I'm having caffeine right now. So anyway, and a white shirt. Yeah, you'll pay for the train and a white shirt, huh? Cool. We'll take the train over to Chatterchak Weekend Market, and I can get my white shirt. That's really great, man. Jay says, "What's up, my brother from another mother?" Oh, Jay, good to see you, man. Not much, my friend. Not much. I'm just kind of hanging out here at the cool kids table. It's very cool. Man, no pigeon cam. Yeah, I know. I probably should have redone the pigeon cam, but the problem is that while I may do it and then it'll work, I can't rely on it because I think I've got to just simply get a better cable because I think the micro USB that I use to get in there, the wind will blow it and then it loses connection and then it won't re-grab it. So under 15 hours to go. Piece of cake. Come on, Paul. We've had coding contests that last more than 15 hours, right, Paul? Aztec says he needs to make a cut scene, right? Yeah, I absolutely do. It'd be cool to have like a video playing in the background or whatever. Or in fact, what I did last time, during a premiere, is that I played the video of me and Gracie, part 4 of us doing our bike ride. So I guess I could play that here. Yeah, and I could do that probably next time, actually. The only thing I need to do is one of my video. I could do some of the video footage that I took when I was down at Prachuap Khiri Khan, and I could play that during my next break. So I promise. How's that? Better than dead air, right? Because, I mean, yeah, you're right. It does. Yeah, it's totally lame. I'm not a fan of that either. Always over so quickly. Oh my God. Always over so quickly. Even 20 hours is too short. He said not being the guy talking for 20 hours straight, which I don't mind. I mean, if you've noticed, it's not like my voice gets raspy, really. I mean, raspy. Of course, I probably can't pronounce things like an adult, so there's that problem. And Ron West, today I found the original receipt for my 286 AT, which I still have with its 12 megahertz chip and 40 megabyte. Absolutely. Not hard drive was the top of the line at $26.50 in its day. Yep. The first IBM PC I ever worked on was the one that my dad brought home. It was an absolute IBM PC. And I believe, including the Epson printer that it came with, I believe it was north of $5,000. And it had a RGB, 3 cables that went into the back of the monitor. But of course, graphics back then, it was 16-bit, right? So it wasn't that much. Paul says to Ron, I remember paying close to $3,000 for the Pentium 100 computer and a monitor bundle that included a free bike. It came with a free bike, so I mean, I figured why not? At Ron West, my parents got a $6,300 Aussie dollar, loan from the bank to buy my first PC, an SX33 CPU, but I grew up to an XT with no hard drives. Look at you showing off. Absolutely crying my eyes out, laughing my eyes out. Aztec, it stuns me today to look back at what they could fit on a 360K floppy. Yeah. An entire program that ran the inventory for all of my audio that I had at the time. I mean, basically long before they had what is sometimes referred to as cart chunk, if you don't know what that is, but basically a lot of you will probably know it as IDV3 tag, which is simply like artist, title, information, all that stuff that basically goes on top of the MP3 file, the IDV3 tag. So all that information, I was doing that long ago in BASIC on my IBM PC, and I had and of course the file name could only be 8 characters, and so therefore instead of tape catalog, which was too long, it was Topeka. So TAPE, yeah, crazy. It absolutely changes, and now we can do so much more, and our freedoms are not even at risk. I'm going to combat group in Pattaya. Have you heard of it? No. Is that like a paint gun kind of thing? I haven't heard of that, Joseph. So absolutely. Do I plug my microphone into it? Oh, okay. So sorry. I guess I missed that. I was like jumping around there. Oh my God. Yeah, I was jumping around. Sorry that I like kind of missed these and then went back. Massage sounds great, but a sub massage sounds better. You think? Absolutely, my friend. Sabay, sabay. Sabay di mai. Hello, mai. I like you. Memories. Ron West says to Aztec, I cut my teeth at work on a 2088 model before the XT. And to think that they went to the moon and back on those old things. I have all the different size floppies. It absolutely is kind of crazy, right? Yeah, and again, another shout out to my buddy listening over there on Twitch. I really appreciate it. Aztec says to Ron, I'm so glad to hear that. I have kept a box each size of floppies too, just for novelty's sake. Yeah, I know. My dad has the 7-inch floppies actually in his office closet at home. So I know exactly what that's like. And the nostalgia's there, but I got to tell you, one of the nicest things about moving over here has been the fact that I got rid of a whole lot of stuff that, yes, while it had sort of sentimental value, the reality was it was kind of like, I don't really need this 3.5-inch floppy, do I? Joseph says he's in Florida now. Oh, okay, cool. Tampa. Oh, nice, dude. Yeah. I think we already talked about that, actually. My business is registered in St. Pete. So while not next door, while not Tampa, it is registered just down the street, actually, right in front of the harbor, which is kind of neat. Yeah, but I can still read them on my 286. Yeah, good for you, man. Absolutely, Ron. Embarrassed to admit I purchased a USB floppy drive just so I could relive the experience of using one. Went to save a file to a floppy. It didn't fit. Shocker, right? Absolutely. Yeah, novelty over. Make it, fix it. Are you still on? Absolutely, man. And thank you for your email. I really appreciate it. Make it, fix it. That's cool. But I haven't checked out your channel. You got some content going up there yet, man? That's really cool. Oh, that's right. I remember, Richard. I always love seeing the tie writing there. Small floppies were like 1.44 megabits and 1.44 megabytes. But yes, I know what you mean by that. And then Paul says to make it, fix it. Yeah, 15 hours, only less than 15 hours to go, buddy. So sit tight. He's the Duracell bunny on the tube, baby. 20 hours in Thailand. Yeah, but you're right. I got to get some video that plays so there's not like dead air. That's kind of cheesy, right? Just walking away. And then make sure it's the same thing every break so people recognize it is a 1-minute break every single time. Hi, it's Mike. Thanks for calling. Sorry I'm not able to take your call right now, but if you leave your message at the tone, I'll be sure to ignore you as soon as possible. Joseph says, just going to upgrade my flight because Euro versus Canadian just now. Okay. Interesting. Four Walls asks, hello, can you open music? Can you open music? Hello, can you open music? Hey. I'm not quite sure I know what you mean by that, but if that's what you mean as far as like using music for like a background thing. So I tried that before. My what I did incorrectly was I used copyrighted music, and so therefore YouTube absolutely hated my stream for the rest of our relationship. But my first computer had a tape deck. Yes, mine too. In fact, it was an external tape deck that I had to buy because I needed to connect it via the audio cables to my TI-99 4A. Remember those? Aloha. Good to see you, Doc. Glad you're here, my friend. It's awesome, man. I'm totally honored. It's great to see you guys come by. Richard says, do you know what really sucks? Partitioning a 64 megabit SD card so you can format it to FAT. I completely agree. So you can share your favorite fishing spots on a new $2,500 touchscreen Garmin GPS moving map plotter. Yeah, absolutely. Let me just roll back this technology so I can actually show you guys where I like to fish. 3.5 or 7-inch floppy. I think they make a pill for that these days. But bum. Absolutely. It's a little blue one, I think. Joseph says they teach Muay Thai, boxing, jiu-jitsu, and Krav Maga. I don't know what Krav Maga is. I've heard of all the other ones. So Cool. And that's what that's combat is what you said. And so when are you go? Ben E says good night, my friend. Right on, man. You have a great night. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. So yeah, I have not heard of that, but I've heard of places absolutely teaching that, and of course, teaching Muay Thai. So that's cool, man. That's really cool. I don't know if I'd be into it. That's for sure. I'm not a fighter. I mean, I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover, not a fighter kind of thing. That's actually very true. And I will come and watch you do it, buddy, and I will cheer you on. But I'm not a big fan of watching boxing, that sort of thing. So anyway, hey Bob, good to see you, buddy. How's life? It is now. I'm going to go with 2:30 in the morning where you're at. Isn't that right? But anyway, hey, thanks for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. Aztec says, so combat group is a wrestling range. Men in tights laying on top of each other, right? Yeah. No, that's really cool, man. I know how that can be definitely. There's a Joe says, I am love and fighter. I am love. I am fighter. I will fight for my love. Yeah, absolutely, right? 27 watching with 51 likes. OMG. Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. That's totally awesome. I need to go back to the YouTube every now and then, actually, because what I discovered is if I don't, then the comments, they jitter up really, really slowly for some reason. And then I think it causes a caching issue with it. I'm not quite sure. So, I also just wanted to let you remember the King Leeway that came by and he was talking about being at LAX and flying to Korea. He uploaded a video. It says 5 hours ago, Korean American guy eats pollo con perro. So basically he had some chicken, some Mexican chicken dish. I'm guessing when he was at LAX before he left. So, and yeah. So I actually wanted to comment on that. I just saw someone thumbed up one of my comments on one of the YouTube videos, which is I met with Foreigner Joe. When I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, a couple of you asked me that. They're like, oh, hey, you're going to meet up with Foreigner Joe now that he's down there, or now that you're down there. And I did. I was able to hang out with him. He pinged me, and we emailed back and forth, and then we ended up meeting at that coffee shop where I did the live stream during the crazy torrential downpour. And it was really, what's that called again? The One and Only Cafe, and it was really cool. It was really cool, man. It was really cool to hang out with him and get to know him a little bit better and hear a little bit more about his story. And he actually sort of interviewed me just briefly, really. Why am I in Thailand and why am I doing this and how old am I and where am I retired and where am I traveling to and where I came from? What's my history? So that was pretty cool. And so I think that probably that will go up on one of his videos probably next week. And so that was really cool, but he's a good guy, man. He's a really good guy. He's got a great plan. He takes great care of his girlfriend and, yeah, he's a good man. So it was good. I always love, putting another person like that in my life, man. that was really cool. So anyway, yeah, so he and I are going to keep in touch, and I was really honored too, because one of the things that he asked me, he says, "Oh, how you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm living the dream," like I might say to anybody. He's like, "Oh no, you're living your ass off," and I'm like, "Ah, nice, dude. Thank you for paying attention to the brand." I was like, "That's really cool." Yeah, anyway, so yeah, he's a really good guy. Richard says, I finally got around to using a laptop on the BMW. Turned off the daytime running lights. Now the door's locked. Stopped working. So you have an app or something like that? Yeah, that's pretty good. The Internet of Things goes to BMW, and Richard gets frustrated. I can just see Richard pounding on the hood of his BMW, smacking his laptop on the hood of the BMW. Open, open, open. Yeah, there's a lot to be said for technology. There's also a lot to be said for technology that works. So, but I had a similar experience with my Acura. I thought it would be really cool. What do they call it? Acura Link is what they refer to it as. Basically, the CPU, effectively. Or I mean, you could argue it's kind of an Internet of Things, but basically, it connects. It tethers to the internet through the Bluetooth connection on your phone. And then through that it has the ability to sort of, download upgrades. For the most part, I pretty much only used it to make appointments inside of the dash. I would just like rotate a jog wheel and then click sort of like next finish, and that would allow me to make appointments to bring my car in next, which happened about every, I don't know, 3 months or something like that. I mean, with synthetic motor oil, you can easily go 10,000 miles or 7,500 miles rather in between changes. And effectively, it's not so much that you need to change the oil, it's that you need to change the filter. But yeah, so I would do that, and I got into that, and then shocker, the novelty pretty much wore off. But the good news is I didn't have any sort of technical imperfections. So I'm bummed that your door locks aren't working, man. That's bummer. MedTech says, I remember Stacker compression software that doubled hard disk effective capacity. Do you guys remember having to type P-A-R-K, having to type park, and then hit enter so you could park the heads, basically, before you shut the computer off? I remember doing that. And that was around the time, to reference one of your other comments, one of you guys, is when I had an IBM PC clone, an 8088, and it had a 40 meg hard drive, and I had to park the heads before shutting it. I didn't have to, but it was wise that I parked the heads before shutting it off. But yeah, I remember Stacker, dude. Paul says to MetTech, do you also remember all the software to compress the data in RAM? Yeah, there you go. Ron to Paul says, you mean the compilers? No, I don't recall RAM compression. Interesting. Doing my first Spartan race in February. Man, oh man, you are a rock star. That's absolutely outstanding. Good for you, man. OMG Park. Yeah, you remember that, huh? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, now you remember it. Sure. Thank God for this live stream. People will be like, Aztec, why do you bother with him so much? And you're just like, hey, dude, one word, park. If that's all I got from Mike today, it was totally worth the super chat. Download says, one of the many things I miss about Thailand is the 7-Eleven toasted ham and cheese sandwich. I may go get one of those today, my friend, because I've never had one. And I know that they will make it for me. And no matter where I go, if I don't like it at that 7-Eleven, all I got to do is go 100 meters, and I'm at the next 7-Eleven, and I'll have them do it. The bigger 7-Elevens I have found, for some reason, it seems as though they provide me with the highest quality of food, really. But yeah, it's pretty awesome, man. Aren't there? I mean, it's just crazy. There's 7-Elevens like every 100 meters, right, Demo? That's crazy, right? But they are like crack. Ron West gives us a yep. Absolutely. Gotta use park, baby. Gotta park those heads. Otherwise, I mean, my God. It's almost like pulling the USB thing out before, dismounting the hard drive, right? Yeah, for sure. Oh, man. Oh, I'm bouncing all over the place. I apologize. I got the wrong chat that I'm there. Richard, I started with an Apple II Plus and a monochromatic green screen. Totally. Yep. No mouse. It was awful. Yes, it was. When my buddies started getting into the Mac world, sorry, it wasn't a Mac. I'm sorry. An Apple. Started getting into the Apple world. I'm like, I don't know, dude. It's pretty low powered. I mean, you can't do a whole lot with it. And at the time, I was using Timeshare, and I was using, the deck basically thing that was, connected. And the Apples came out. I'm like, okay, well, this is kind of an interesting toy, but I mean, you really can't do it. And then I started using it to like program in Pascal in school, and I'm like, okay, you can actually kind of do some fairly decent. My laugh out loud at park it, Ron. Dude, did you park your heads? I remember vividly leaving the computer lab at school during my undergrad. I turned around, and I'm trying to think what his name was. One of the guys that I always used to. Oh, that's horrible that I forgot his name. But we used to hang out. It wasn't Tad. Tad was one of my absolute best friends in undergrad. He was the president of the IEEE that was in our engineering school. Or College of Engineering, but the IEEE branch that we had there, he was the president for, I think, at least 1 year, if not 2 years in a row. My role, I was the social activities coordinator in IEEE. So I liked technology, but I also like being like, dude, how do we throw a party where girls will show up? What do we got to do to get some girls? It doesn't matter. They don't need to be engineers. In fact, it's probably better if they're not. Otherwise, we're going to think they're guys anyway. Ha ha! That was a while ago. Not anymore. There's plenty of cute girls in engineering now, that's for sure. There's just not enough of them. Ham and cheese is awesome. Goes great with an ice cold Leo. There you go, my friend. This is my Leo. Coke light. Or, as we say in Thailand, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say that. I don't know how you say Coke light in I don't know how to, I can't read Thai, so I don't know how to pronounce it. I want to say Lan Lani. Lan. Tan Lan. I don't know. Anyway, I know it's not Wan. And I know it's not Nam. So that's about as good as I get. Quarter deck Magna RAM was an example that compressed the data in memory since RAM used to be so expensive. Yeah, I know. Remember when we started using the phrase, yeah, but memory's cheap. Don't worry about it. Weren't using that at the beginning. 7-Eleven versus Family Mart. So I prefer 7-Eleven mainly because I can use the True Wallet to pay there. However, you want to know what I can't get at 7-Eleven? My favorite beverage. They don't sell these at 7-Eleven. They sell them at Family Mart. So I need to have both of them in my life. Let me just tell you that right now. One without the other is Mike's without 100. And guess what? I'm a big fan of the 100. To Richard, I have immaculate 512 set up boxed in the spare room, including external printer and floppy drive. I've seen people sell them for $7,000 today, dude. Oh, man, that's totally rad. Park it. Did you park your heads? I remember turning around to him and saying, hey, did you park your heads? Okay, we can leave. Okay, we can leave the lab. Dude, park your head. Okay, you parked them. Very cool. We're good. Actually, I have classic SEs. I even have a Performa 250. Look at you showing off. Aztec, although I grew up on XTs, I have a secret desire for all classic, in air quotes, Macs. I never let anyone catch on, though, and stayed in the closet my whole life. Probably a wise idea. Probably a smart idea to not let that get out there. So I can understand why you would wait until now, of course, to post it on YouTube. Because that'll keep your secrets safe, my friend. Absolutely. Although I grew up on XTs, secret desire for classic Macs. Then Ron says a real achievement in technology was moving from punch cards to cassette terminals wired in with the mainframe. Yeah, I absolutely remember the punch tape. I never used the punch cards, but I remember the tape for sure. Dig. The teletypes, I mean, I remember using those to print the news that I would read on radio. I still own my Sinclair ZX Spectrum. Yeah, my buddy had a Sinclair. I didn't like it because it was just simply, I mean, the footprint was just, it was like, oh, cool, it's small. I'm like, yeah, but the keyboard's lame. You can't do anything really significant about it, which was kind of why I really liked the TI 99-4A, because effectively it had a fairly normal, size, QWERTY keyboard, right? So, oh, that's right. Actually, I need to, hold on, Revolutionary. The Timex, and then the next comment. Oh yeah, Revolutionary, absolutely. But yeah, Joseph said, "Did you ever find your Lucky Strike cigarettes?" So what's interesting is I was in Prachuap Khiri Khan, and I'm in the 7-Eleven by the beach. Interestingly enough, near where I met Joe, and for whatever reason, I was in there, and I came back out, sat on my motorbike, and I remembered you asking me about that. I'm like, I wonder if they have. So I go in. And as you know, in the 7-Elevens, right, or anywhere really, it doesn't matter, Family Mart, they have all of the cigarettes covered, right? So they have them covered in plastic, the kind of, I think it's like a little door or something on each kind of, row of cigarette, whatever, and it flips up. And I said, oh, have Lucky Strike. And so what they interpreted that to mean is, do you have cigarettes? Kind of like, hey, dude, you want a Coke? Yeah, sure. Well, what kind do you want? Just give me a Mountain Dew. I mean, I use the word Coke to sort of describe a soda, like many people will use pop or soda or something like that. Everything is a Coke, right? And even if I'm drinking a Sprite, dude, give me a Coke. So anyway, because it's the Coke machine. It's not the Sprite machine. It's not the Tab machine. It's not the root beer machine. It's not the It's not the 100 plus machine. Every vending machine that has soda pop in it is a Coke machine. And anyway, so I go in and I say, "Do you have Lucky Strikes?" And so she looks at me like, what? And then she like looks at her friend who seemed older. So I'm guessing, okay, well that woman then, she's probably more of a senior manager. So she looks at her and the girl says something to her in Thai. And then what happened is they handed me a pack of Marlboro Reds. And I'm like, no. Lucky Strike. And then, of course, like an idiot. Then I start like basically, drawing the symbol of it. And she's like, okay, so this farang is asking me for cigarettes and he's doing this, right? And I'm like, okay, this is not going well. And I can't look at because she would have to flip up like every single door. So that was my experience trying to find Lucky Strikes. And I knew if I said to her, well, LSMFT, I almost like wanted to like do the motion of rolling up cigarettes in my sleeve. Cause I'm like, okay, well, that's where I associate Lucky Strike. So maybe if I do this, she'll be like, oh, right, Mr. Fonzarelli, you obviously are talking about Lucky Strike cigarettes for that full flavor, because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So I failed you, Joseph. I absolutely failed you. Hopefully that means you will still at least buy my ticket, but not necessarily my shirt. I can understand. That's a very healthy boundary. No worries. Richard says, I looked into dual citizenship for Thailand with the exception of being fluent in Thai and running a business. Everything else seems rather reasonable. So you have to be fluent in Thai to be a dual citizen? Yeah. I mean, again, it depends where you're at. So, again, both Jeremy and I have mentioned Integrity Legal, and you can easily find Integrity Legal on YouTube. The guy that usually does, or not usually, that always does the YouTube videos is the managing director, Benjamin Hart. He himself is a nationalized Thai citizen. I believe that's how you say it, meaning that he was born in and grew up in the United States. Went to school there, and since moving over to Thailand has gone through the process of he has a Thai passport because he is a naturalized Thai citizen. I don't believe that meant he gave up his U.S. citizenship, and obviously he's an attorney, but at the end of the day, I would submit that doesn't mean he's exempt from having to go through the whole process. So if you have any specific questions about that, I absolutely cannot talk to that. I have no experience in that. I have dual citizenship because I was born in the U.S. and my parents at the time were Canadian. They've since gotten their citizenship, but I don't believe it's going to be. I'm going to have to go through some paperwork, and it's going to take some time, and I'm going to have to go through some processes. But it's not like I'm going to have to. I don't believe I'm going to have to physically fly to Canada, for example. Again, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, and obviously things are grossly delayed now. I can't just swing by the Canadian consulate here in Thailand. But the good news is that there is one, and when it opens, it's going to be open. And ideally, I'm going to be able to but what I believe to be the appropriate paperwork for me to be able to get a second passport. Because while I do believe people are smart enough to be able to say, okay, so you have a U.S. passport and the last entry stamp anywhere, and all of the data that we have from, Amadeus, as well as other databases that tell you everywhere everyone's flown. You obviously entered Thailand on November 21st of 2019, long before, ideally, COVID was certainly it wasn't a household word or even discussed at the time. But you haven't been to the United States, even though you have a U.S. passport. And you have a Thai visa, so you are living here full. So ideally, I should be able to take my U.S. passport that basically just simply says where I'm a citizen, and I should be able to walk right into Cambodia, for example, if I had the ability to leave right now. Ideally, I can do that, and they'll be like, okay, well, yeah, you're a U.S. citizen, but we believe that you're not, and you've gone through the paperwork and you have your certificate or whatever. But who knows? They may not necessarily use logic. And so regardless of where you've been in the past, the fact that you are a U.S. citizen, that might prevent you from being able to travel. So it might prevent me the ability to travel. So I'm like, okay, well, that whole second passport thing, that's not a horrible idea. And it's not like I don't have legal right to it. So we'll see. I may look into that. But that's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea, Richard. That's like really cool. When do you think you might hit Pattaya? So make it fix it. The short answer is I am most likely to go to Pattaya if one of you guys is hanging out in Pattaya and you want to hang out down there. The last time I was in Pattaya was in February, and I went down there to meet with friends for this conference that was happening. Before that, I went down there to hang out with my buddy Eddie because he was actually down there. He was living down there for about 2 months. Now he's back in Bullhead City, where he lives in the U.S. So I would likely only go down there to like meet up with you guys and hang out. For the most part, the only time I have had to go to Pattaya has been to do banking in the last several years. I needed to go to Bangkok Bank into their branch because I guess whatever I did is what I did. I thought I did what I was supposed to do, but I didn't. There was one more thing I guess I needed to do with my Bangkok bank account that was the U.S. currency account. I didn't like have full use of it or something. And so I needed to do that. And then I needed, this is amazing. So the woman's like, oh yeah, just come in and do. So I just come in and do it. And then she's like, okay, yeah, no, you got to wait like, 1 or 2 weeks and then, come back. And I'm like, really? So anyway, the good news is that I actually didn't stay in Pattaya for a full 2 weeks just to get that back, just to get that done to go back. I went somewhere. I can't remember where it was. And then I went back down to Pattaya, and the good news is it had been less than 2 weeks, but the good news is they had completed what I needed to get done. And then I only needed to do that. Prior to that, the main reason I went to Pattaya was, in fact, again, banking. But what I needed to do is I needed to go back to the original branch of Cassicorn, where I opened up my initial branch to make it so that I basically never had to go back to the originating branch to do stuff in the future. And at the same time, I needed to replace my ATM card. They were changing it to like RFID or something like, the chip, right? And if I didn't do that by a certain date, then my account would not be closed in the sense that I wouldn't be able to get to the money someday. They would hold the money, but I wouldn't be able to access it. So without this new ATM card, they were like, look, you can't get into your, and so that even meant, believe it or not, that I couldn't log in remotely. And so anyway, I cruised there, and then they gave me a new Visa ATM card. So yeah, absolutely. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, Ron. You know that. Tonic, that's another one. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, Coke, pop, soda, tonic. Very good. Live my ass off. Oh my God, that's a great abbreviation, Joseph. I completely agree with you on that. Buy your ticket /shirt / and a Coke for 100 baht. Boom. And then we are hanging out, buddy. Totally. So yeah, so I don't know. I mean, you guys let me know. Like if you're cruising down there, if you're thinking of cruising down there or whatever, let's definitely schedule something. Because like I said, I mean, the fantasy is that on July 1st, when somehow international travel will become possible, there will also be another series of events that exist that make it very easy for Gracie to get here and easy for her to stay here as well as fly home. Because I think I've told you guys, one of the priorities for us is to get her daughter a passport. And that effectively means that until that's done, Gracie needs to be able to get back to the Philippines. And not get back to the Philippines and sit in Manila for 2 weeks while she self-quarantines so she can then get back down to, our attorney, Gracie's attorney, effectively, that's helping get us, this done. And again, don't forget, like even on a normal day back last October when a Filipina went in to get her passport, that's not a 72-hour turnaround. And so anyway, the point to my describing that to you is the fact that basically until July, I can, I'm more than happy to meet you guys. I mean, because dude, don't forget, like if I can take a bus to Pattaya, I can get to Pattaya in 2 hours. I mean, in fact, the last time I did it, I was telling Gracie when I came home from the conference, I'm like, this is amazing because where I live in Bangkok, it's like in Lower Sukhumvit. And what happens is Udom Suk BTS station is one of the places where the bus, upon return to Bangkok from Pattaya, it just like stops and lets people off and then it goes. So like, I mean, you can't put your luggage underneath. You got to only have a backpack, but they'll stop in the middle of the street, basically the far left lane. They'll stop, they'll let you out and then they'll go. So I don't need to take the bus all the way back to Ekamai And so with the amount of traffic that is occurring now, or if I take it like during a weekday and I take the bus that like basically leaves Pattaya at like 9 in the morning and essentially doesn't have a whole lot of traffic coming north, I can get back here in less than 2 hours, So, I mean, I've been like, I said to Gracie back then, I'm like, oh, this is great. I'm going to like cruise back down to Pattaya on Friday because there was stuff that the Friday night soy bacao market that I wanted to buy that I'm like, it literally will be cheaper for me to take the 108 baht bus down to the soy bacao Friday night market or Friday day market and buy what I need to buy. And it was because it was these really good quality, high thread count cotton sheets because we had basically just moved in up here. And they were like used, I know that sounds kind of gross or weird, but they were basically used sheets from hotels. So they were these high quality thick sheets that had like, the sort of the rectangular stripe patterns and they were super thick. And of course they were only selling the ones that weren't damaged or stained or anything. Like it wasn't like that, and they had been bleached. Actually, I smelled them. I was like, oh wow, you guys actually use bleach on these. They're like, oh yeah, to make white, was how but it was like 100 baht for, these king size, like, basically 600 thread count sheets. And I'm like, okay, I can't buy these brand new anywhere. These are like outstanding. And so anyway, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to like look around here, but if I can't, I'm going to cruise. So I was actually planning on taking the bus back down there. So I know I can get down there for 108 baht and I can get back for 108 baht very easily. And the windows of the train are closed and there's air conditioning. So Joe won't have to buy me a new shirt. So anyway, yeah, man, that's absolutely really cool. Richard says, I can empathize with the hunt for lucky strikes. Empathize, yes. My Thai ex-girlfriend sent me to 7-Eleven for her feminine hygiene products in Bangkok. The look on the clerk's face was priceless. Oh, dude, you want to talk about, how do you know when one of your buddies is like a decent boyfriend? Yeah, he goes to 7-Eleven. Right on, Richard. Good man. I do the same thing for Gracie. I'm like, whatever. Come on, dude. It's a team effort. I got to tell you right now. I mean, if I needed like something, bathroom-like for myself, I have no doubt Gracie would go buy it for me. She wouldn't be like, oh, no, I'm sorry. Your health is going to have to suffer, Mike, because I'm potentially embarrassed. She would absolutely do it. Let me get to that one right away because I just saw it. Aaron, thank you so much. Night, buddy. Glad you came by. Really appreciate it, man. Really, really appreciate it. It's great having you guys here. Ron says to Richard, been there, done that. Yeah, been there, done that, bought the shirt. But, I mean, again, it's part of it, right, guys? Joseph says, I did my paperwork by mail, still waiting for my update paperwork. Joseph, remind me exactly what you're talking about. I assume you're referencing your dual citizenship Thai your Thai dual citizenship? Is that what you're talking about? Richard said yesterday I looked into dual citizenship. Okay. And then he talks about his lucky strike experience. But Joseph said, did my paperwork. So hold on. Let me scroll all the way down and make sure I'm not missing something. I apologize, Joe. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about as far as referencing. If you're talking about oh no, I'm sorry. There we go, Joe. Have to send paperwork to Coral Gables, Florida, but I get it back from DC. Got it. Okay, so I assume you're referring to like a visa, a long stay visa. Are you getting an OA? No, that's cool. Awesome. Good for you. That's totally awesome, Joe. That's great, man. I mean, essentially, the minute you can get over here, right? Why not? And then all you got to do is 72 hours beforehand, bam, just hit like up a, I mean, if you have to go to a hospital, I guess, or whatever, but maybe a clinic can get you you're safe to travel. But that's really cool. Richard says to Ron West, Google Translate made it worse. Absolutely. Tampon. Actually, they don't have, that was kind of surprising. They're big pad fans over here, aren't they? So, that's good, man. Look at you guys hanging out at the Cool Kids table. Whether Mike is like up on top of it or not, super high five over to Aaron for swinging by. You guys are great. So cool. Have to send my paperwork to Coral Gables, Florida. Yep, got it. Okay, very cool. Megan Fix says, my brother is in Pattaya. Okay, recovering from a heart attack. Oh, my God. Make it, fix it. I am so sorry. I hope that, well, I mean, again, I'm glad he's recovering from a heart attack, because it's not like they don't have a solution to that in 2020, right? I mean, or 2019 or 2018, you put a stint in, man, and so as long as he, and the death of his Australian girlfriend, oh my God. I mean, it's the infamous broken heart, right? Oh, dude, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that he's doing okay. I mean, again, as far as places in the world to get very reasonably priced, high quality medical care, next to Bangkok, Singapore, South Korea, a little bit more expensive, but definitely high quality. But yeah, Pathia's got some great hospitals, man. So, I'm sorry he had to go through that, but I hope he's doing okay. So if the reason you ask me when the next time I'm going down there is you want me to bring your brother something, yeah, just let me know, dude. I mean, again, to be fair, he's got everything he needs. I mean, he's got outstanding medical care down there. I mean, obviously, I can't just give him a high five and hug him through losing an Australian girlfriend, man. That's just, regardless of where she's from. But I mean, that's too bad, buddy. Far out, man. I'm using a student visa. Joseph, good for you, man. That's really cool. Where are you going to be taking classes? That's really cool. He could do with some of your positive personal experience. Oh, dude. Hey, I tell you what. I mean, well, hey, can he, how is he doing? I mean, is he kind of bedridden, or can he get on YouTube? Can he hang out on here? I mean, I'm happy to give him mine, but I got to tell you what, let's face it. We got a whole cool kids table here, positive energy. These guys will jump on him all day long and be like, dude, what's going on? How's it going, man? Oh, man, I remember this one story in Pattaya. But yeah, hey, make it, fix it. Live my ass off at gmail.com. Just let me know. And again, I mean, I don't have a whole lot going on in my life right now other than making myself happy by making others happy. So yeah, that's really cool. It'd be good to, touch base with them. I mean, again, I'm also quite aware of how extroverted I am. So if someone's recovering from basically heartbreak from losing, a loved one, as well as a actual physical heart attack, I might not be the best guy to show up at your doorstep and be like, dude, oh my God, life's so amazing. Let me tell you a great story. You may be like, it was an oxygen mask. You may be like, get this guy away from me. Oh my God, my doctor says I can't have caffeine, and you're the second worst way for me to ingest it. So anyway, yeah. But I'm honored that you said that. Make it, fix it. That's really cool. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Can he get out and cruise around? I mean, there's some walking. I mean, early in the morning, you can go out for a really nice walk if you're in Pattaya on the beach. Beach Road is pretty empty before 8 a.m. even. You can go for a nice long walk, and it's not like you're going to be inundated with buses full of Chinese people crossing the road without looking. And, so anyway, I don't know. I hope he's doing okay, my friend. Damo says, I don't know how you do buses and trains. I can't stand public transport. When I'm in Thailand, I just do tuk-tuk or taxi everywhere. Even in Australia, I won't step foot in a bus. Yeah, I got to tell you, right? Here's the thing about trolleys and buses in San Diego. That's where all of the crazy people hang out, sadly. Because towards the end of my stint in San Diego, I mean, I got rid of everything, right? So that means I drove my car over to CarMax about 2 weeks before my exit plane ticket was ready, after I had already used it to drive up to the Los Angeles to get my visa to go to the consulate and all that. But after that, I was like, okay, well, I don't need my car. So I drove it into CarMax on a Saturday. I'm like, what do you give me for this? And they told me. And then I trekked about 3 or 4 other places. And then I also this isn't the first time I sold a car and or bought a car at CarMax. And I was like, okay, well, first of all, it is next finished. You guys do this stuff all day long. It is the best car experience I've ever had in my life. And let me tell you, Acura does not take horrible care of their customers, but buying a car is a complete pain in the neck. I hate it. And so I was like, all right, fine. So, and I wasn't upside down really on my car, but it was to the point where it was like, okay, I got to pay some fees or whatever. So essentially I just gave them my car. It was great. It was easy, which was awesome because I lease my cars, because I'm not going to pay ahead of time for the world's quickest depreciating asset next to basically a boat or a plane. There's no way I'm taking my money and giving it to the auto manufacturer so that I can then try and get it back later. No. I'm going to pay you piecemeal for this thing, dude, which basically means I'm renting, i.e. I'm leasing. And so I just, walked away from my car. So I didn't have a car for like 2 weeks. Now, to be fair, I lived in San Diego and I was leaving I was leaving at the end of November. So that means basically the end of October, the beginning of November is when I had no car. And I lived in Coronado. Okay. So I would take the ferry back and forth to the trolley, and then the trolley up to the bus, and then the bus to campus. So when I would leave work about 3 o'clock in the afternoon or so, I would walk down this hill where I overlooked Mission Bay the entire time, or I would not bother walking and I'd take the bus, and then I would take the trolley that basically goes south, which is overlooking the bay and then overlooking Coronado and then the Coronado Bay Bridge. And then I would get off and then I would walk into right next to Seaport Village, and I would take the ferry over the San Diego Harbor to Coronado. So as far as public transport goes, it wasn't that bad. If I had to take the bus to Chula Vista or to La Mesa, that would not be happening. I would Uber that all day long, so I get it. But public transport here, first of all, the people on it are completely normal and cool, okay? They're not because for the most part in San Diego, there's a lot of people that take the trolley and they're homeless and they ride the trolley from stop to stop because that is their home in that time. That's the only place they have to basically be in air condition in a spot that's fairly clean. Other than that, they're living on the street, and it's really sad and it sucks, and I get it. So that's their solution to that, is riding the trolley. And then of course, basically they'll ride it until they get kicked off because they don't have a ticket. So that's San Diego. Anyway, here, BTS, MRT, oh my God. I mean, that beats taking a taxi in Bangkok all day long. The train for me, I totally get it, dude. And I mean, again, I've got 2 comforters that are ridiculously thick from IKEA on my king size bed that I live in. It's 100 degrees outside, and I've got 2 thick comforters because I just like how it feels. Okay. So trust me, I got wimp all day long, and then I've got the roughing it guy that kind of shows up every now and then. So it was a novelty to take the train. The other reason I did it though is because I heard some chatter, and I didn't want any sort of nonsense at some border of a province checkpoint where it's show me your ID, where's your reservation, how are you going to get through? I just wanted to get on and go. And in places like Thailand, when you do that exactly like the majority of the locals do, and there's no sort of tourism involved, then again, my health certificates, these are self-proclaimed health certificates that I don't have COVID. When I showed up at my hotel, I actually asked the lady, I said, hey, so what are these for or whatever? And so she looks at it, she goes, I don't know. Why you have? I said, oh, they give it to me on the train. She says, oh, okay. And then I look at the bottom and I says, yeah, so I don't have COVID. She goes, oh, good. Yeah, no have COVID. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, but it was me telling you I don't have it. Anyway, it was a novelty. It was something that I had done before with Gracie that was kind of cool. So there was that kind of memory of me doing it. It was my desire to do it wasn't silly, it was fun, to do an entertaining, fun for me live stream on a train to actually see if it was technically possible, let alone, emotionally possible for me. So that was cool. And it got me where I wanted to go. And I got down there, and it was neat to be able to say, okay, look, dude, it literally, here's the other reason I did it, actually. I just thought of this, is because occasionally you guys will give me $2 or you'll give me $5 or you'll give me $10. And it's really neat for me to be able to take that $5 and see how far it can go. It's very easy for me to take $5 and be like, okay, here's the massive amount of food that I will buy, street food that tastes exceptional for $5 out here in Bangkok. Okay, that's one thing, and pretty much anybody can do that. But for me to take $5 that somebody gives me, realizing that basically $1 of it goes to YouTube, and having $4 and being like, okay, dude, so here's the thing. And I remember this one guy recently, I think he sent me either $5 or $10. And I said, hey, I really appreciate it. And here's why. Because that $5, I was able to buy a $1.74 round trip each way ticket down here. And I bought this cow pad guy, which is basically, fried rice with chicken, through the window with some guy walking outside on the train tracks, basically holding a big plastic bucket full of food that he just made at his house. It was some of the best fried rice I've had in my life for 66 cents. So it's kind of that. But you know what, dude? I totally get it. Trust me. In general, yeah, the public transportation. And I know what you mean by that because obviously, I mean, EVA Airlines is public transportation, right? But I know what you mean. But yeah, and I'll tell you, dude, the tuk-tuks are like totally cool. But as far as like taking taxis everywhere, the default setting of taking taxis everywhere in Bangkok, even right now, where it's hardly at the height of the traffic that'll occur in Bangkok over the next month, that I'm sure all you guys are very familiar with, taking taxis in Bangkok, that is just, that's a disaster. Unless you're just like, you know what, I got no need to be at point B anymore, and I would just rather sit in a brand new Toyota Corolla with air conditioning for the next hour versus taking the BTS that'll take me 20 minutes. I mean, I get it, but I dig the BTS, dude. MetTech says you're missing out on meeting interesting travelers. I completely agree, dude. Yeah. I mean, I met this, okay, and I'm not like, I didn't meet a girl, right? But there was this one girl sitting across from me, and it was just neat because she was reading The Wizard of Oz. And so for some reason, for me, it's just like really cool to see, to see a foreigner, I almost said, but to see like a Thai person. Because again, if you're Thai, there's a consideration of status that will be the reason you don't ride the train. Even if like effectively all you can kind of like really afford is taking the train, sometimes you won't take the train because you don't want the lack of status that could potentially be labeled upon you from taking the train. You don't want that to enter your life, or you don't want, it's kind of like you don't want to be seen on it, right? Like you don't want to be seen riding a moped in the United States, right? So anyway, so it was just sort of interesting to look over and be like, you're reading, I gave her a thumbs up, and she's like, and, but yeah, so anyway, I don't know. It's just kind of neat. It was neat to do. Many folks have said, yeah, they liked that live stream. My mom liked it. So there you go. Because what's 51% of the reason I do YouTube? Because of mom. Absolutely. Aztec says to Damo, I would let my kids for the day on the BTS and BKK, but I would never let them near the trains in Perth. Interesting. Yeah, I can't speak to that, but that's an interesting thing. I can tell you that, yeah, so Gracie's daughter, she probably wouldn't want to do this by herself, actually, but she might, I would feel pretty darn good, certainly during the day, with her going on the BTS by herself, because most of the girls her age that look, because I mean, she absolutely looks like 12. I mean, she looks like a 12-year-old young girl. She doesn't look like a 12-year-old girl dressing up, trying to be like 16 or trying to be like one of the big girls or trying to be 18 or, I mean, if I were to say, hey, Euryce, would you like to get a tattoo? She would look at me like, what? So that's, yeah. She is absolutely her age, and I think it is the most spectacular thing for a 12-year-old girl to want to be 12. It's just, or a 12-year-old boy for that. I mean, it's just not, I mean, again, one could argue I'm a little bit more protective of her because she's a girl, but, again, she's also Gracie's, daughter. So there's that bias. I mean, trust me, every 12-year-old girl I see in the Philippines, I'm not like, oh yeah, I'm going to protect you. Whereas like, no, I'm like, Euryce, you're going to university in Singapore. Get cracking on that trigonometry because you're going to be a rock star engineer. Whether you like it or not, no, it's up to her for sure. But yeah, I agree with that, dude. Now, to be fair, she's also versed in taking a, well, I don't know if she's really, I was going to say jeepney, but I don't know if she's taking a jeepney by herself from like her hometown to like a bigger city. I mean, I'd feel fairly safe her doing that by herself. But again, I would feel much safer of her being by herself on the BTS, brother. So I'm right there with you, man. I am right there with you. I met my adopted brother on a bus in Bangkok. That is so cool, dude. I'll tell you, I took a bus, and I felt like I was so Thai, because it's one thing to get on what they refer to as smart buses here, which simply means it's a newer bus. Yeah, it's got GPS and you can kind of follow it, but for the most part, it's not really any smarter than any other. It's got a physical person on the bus that is the way that you pay. So there's no like QR code, smartness going on there like it is like Taipei or something. But It's air conditioned and it's fairly new. And most of these buses, if you know what I mean, the blue ones that are around here, they're in better condition than the buses in San Diego. I mean, these things are like, these are brand new buses. These are nice. And so I got on one of those and I'm like, okay, fine. I'm like taking the buses. And then I needed to go like this next route that I wanted to go. And again, part of this is like, well, if it's a challenge, let me see how good I am at it, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to get on this bus. And it's not air conditioned. And again, I know how to pay because, all you do is you wait for the person to walk around and you listen for the ching, 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 ching sound because they have this like metal tube that's got like the rolls of tickets that they rip off. And then it's got like the coins inside, and of course, they also have like, different variables of bills like folded, like they have like 20s here and 50s here and 100 baht here. And if you pay them with 1,000 baht, they basically just look at you and be like, come on, dude, it's a bus. It's going to be 20 baht. Like, what are you doing with your 1,000 baht, you fancy 1,000 baht farang money? But anyway, so I get on this one and I'm on a bus with obviously only Thais. And the majority of them are women. And they're looking at me like, okay, like, I mean, I'm a novelty. I mean, it's Bangkok. They've seen a foreigner before. But, you don't necessarily see a guy, that's about, like our age sort of thing, like on a bus, right? It's kind of like, it's kind of, so they can tell I'm a tourist, obviously. And I'm looking down at my phone and I'm looking up and then I'm looking around and I'm looking at maps. And so one of them, after a while, she's like realizing I have no clue where I'm going. And so they asked me like, where you go, right? And one of them was like, her English was good enough where we could communicate. She's like, where are you going? And I'm like, oh, I'm going here. And so then she starts talking to her friend and then another friend and then the third friend. And then they asked the lady who's with the ching, 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 ching with the bus lady, with the change lady, to basically say, is he on the right number bus? Because they didn't believe I was going on the right route. And so then they finally, told me like, okay. So then I'm supposed to get off at this next thing. But then this one woman, she was a little bit elderly. Sorry, she wasn't elderly in general. She was just older than the other girls. And so she, the other girls were like in their late 20s, maybe 30s kind of thing. And this woman, she was probably over 40. And so she basically conveyed to the other people that where she was going, because I told them like I was going to this mall or whatever. And she's like, okay, so what I believe happened is they talked about the fact that where she was going and the stop that she was getting off, if I were to get off at that stop and follow her, then I would be going to where she was going because she was going where I was going. Great. Well, she's my new friend, right? I mean, it was like really cool. And they were all, here's what was hilarious, is after I decided, okay, I guess I trust all of you kind of thing. And now I'm going to get off. And so for whatever reason, I decided that because what I believe happened was when I got on, the way that I conveyed to her how far I needed to go, I don't believe I told her the right thing, and therefore I don't believe she charged me the right amount. I believe she totally undercharged me. That was my belief. So I leave, and then I'm like, okay, like I don't need, and she was looking at me like, kind of like, okay, based on how much you've paid us so far, Farang, like you should have gotten off a while ago. I think that was another tip for them. And so I got off, and I could tell. I mean, she didn't want to like embarrass me. She didn't want me to lose face, and so she didn't. And so I gave her like 20 baht, and she was like ready to give me change. I said, no. I said, thank you so much. I was like, Kab Kumaka. And so like 4 of these ladies, they were all like applauding as I like got off, and then like followed this new Thai friend of mine that was like taking me. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I'll sit in a train and get my white shirt dirty all day long to experience something like that. I mean, it's just part of it. I tried a tuk-tuk in Bangkok being 6'2", and I didn't exactly in the damn thing. Guess how tall I am, Richard? 6'2". So trust me, a jeepney is not a fun thing. A trike in the Philippines is not a fun thing either. And I can completely relate to being less than the average size of a tuk-tuk occupant. Believe me, it was an absolute challenge. And, I rarely don't smile the whole way, though. So... So I kind of dig it. Damo says, yeah, Aztec, I can absolutely agree. Need to be packing a Glock to get on a train in Perth. Really? That's news to me, guys. I mean, again, I don't know anything. I literally could not find Perth on the map. I mean, I couldn't like look at the geography. And so, I apologize for that 160,000% ignorance of that. Combat group. Is that why you do it? So you're like, dude, look, and here's the reason that I do Muay Thai, Mike, when I go to Thailand, just so that I can get my ass back. I can go to Perth and I don't have to basically carry a firearm to be able to handle it. Jay International, good to see you, man. Good to see you, friend. Do you have a Thai driver's license? Any plans to drive in Thailand? Yes, I have a Thai driver's license. I have one for the car and I have one for the motorbike. And I absolutely drive in Thailand on motorbikes and rent cars and that sort of thing outside of Bangkok. I have driven in Bangkok. I've driven the freeways on the outskirts of Bangkok. I've done it in a what are those very common trucks around here? Hilux, right? The Hilux version. And it was a stick shift. And I got to tell you guys, I mean, again, from Australia, you're like, yeah, so big deal, Mike. So when I'm used to shifting with my right hand and all of a sudden I do it with my left, that was weird. I mean, obviously the pedals are in the same spot. The fact that every time I turned, I wanted to use the turn signal, the silly wipers went on. That was mildly annoying, but it was no big deal. But I really felt as though there was a safety issue with my driving because of the way that I was using it. It just felt completely bizarre. I understood it and I got the mechanics down, but I was really distracted by it. I mean, because basically, let's face it, once you get over the age of about 18 or 19, like, you know, using a 5-speed or 6-speed or the stick shift, manual transmission, manual gearbox, you know, you can pretty much do it blindfolded, right? I mean, you don't think about it. You're like, okay, I'm in second. I need to go up and to the right to go to third. No, it's just like muscle memory almost. But here, that was like really weird. Compound that by the fact that I was driving on the left for arguably one of the first 5 times in my life, and I was doing it at the time in Mali's truck. You know, merging onto major freeways in Bangkok. And I'm like, I was uncomfortable. But yeah, Gracie and I have like rented cars before and we rent motorbikes when we cruise around. I mean, I rented a motorbike when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan and I was like driving on the left. I now think about driving on the left, meaning before when I would like come to a crosswalk and I would be walking, my default setting was the United States. And so therefore you look left because the cars, right, are coming from But I mean, I literally had to think about it right then to like describe how I was supposed to do it in the US because my default setting now is to look right because the cars are coming, you know, they're driving on the left. And I like default to driving on the left now. It's going to be very interesting to go back to Boston and, you know, hopefully my dad won't be like, you drive. I'll be like, tell you what, why don't you get us home first? Then let me get a good night's sleep. Then let me get up in the morning and then let me have a little bit of a 3-in-1. Then I'll get into the car that's got this silly steering wheel on the left business. What the hell's going on in this crazy? Yeah. So I don't feel so I got the two of them, Jay, when I was living in Cha Am. I got my 2 driver's licenses down there. Ron says, sorry, let me go there. To Mike, how long did it take you to get rid of everything before moving to Thailand? Okay, so let me go into an answer about that. I got to get rid of. Oh, you know what? No, hold on. I said I was going to play something. So before I answer that, Ron, because it's not just it took me 2.5 weeks of selling everything on eBay. It was a process, and it all started with me selling my house. And so so the short answer is how long did it take me to get rid of like everything at the end? The short answer to that question is about 3 months. However, there can be, again, there's some emotional attachment to that, right, guys? And so I had gotten over all of that because I sold my house in 2013 and I moved from a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house to a 1-bedroom cottage. And so that changed from, okay, well, I need to, you know, keep any of this nostalgic stuff to, okay, this has absolutely no use to me. And, you know, I went and in that house, I had a lot of stuff that I absolutely would never have in a, you know, single room, you know, 1 room, like 500 square foot, you know, little mini house on a mini estate right next to the pool, basically the pool house. And what that involved is getting rid of my vacuum tube amplifier. Okay. So anyway, the reason I want to take some time to answer that. So I'm trying to find like one of my more recent videos, guys, that I did when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan. I'm going to throw that on and then I'm going to take the infamous 60-second break. How many guys we got hanging out here? How many cool 28, 27, 53 likes. Oh man. Look at this, guys. You want to talk about livingthedream.com. This is what's occurring right now. So for some reason, my my display of Dropbox is functioning just disgustingly horribly. And so anyway, so I'm unable to, just see one video on Dropbox. So unfortunately, it looks like I can't play a video. That's really frustrating. Hold on. Let me make sure I can, because I want to take a little bit of a break. I actually kind of I'm feeling a little oily on my face. So I'm going to go in the restroom and wash my face and hang out with you guys. How long we got going on now? It's like 2:30, right? So what does that mean? How long have we been here? 6.5 hours. All right, that's cool. Oh, we're way past the 5.5 hour train ride. Oh, that's we're living the dream. What's my record? Oh, my record's like 9.5 hours so far. So I don't think we'll do that today. But it's, oh my God, Dropbox is so incompetent. Like, why can't you? It's such a horrible solution. Although, you know what? If I go to Photos, I believe all my videos get synced up to Google Photos. And so from there, it's going to do it reverse chronologically, which is great. So I'm going to get the more recent ones here, and then let me cruise back to just before I left Prachuap Khiri Khan, because I believe I was like cruising around a little bit. That's a 19-second video. I believe there was a longer one though, as I did some walking. I could have sworn I did it at the market. So that's a 28-second one. So that's not really that long. This is, oh yeah, there we go. So I cruised over to, okay. I know exactly what I'm going to play for you guys. All right. This is going to be pretty cool. So this is Wat Ao Noi, and Wat Ao Noi is just to the north of Prachuap Khiri Khan. And Wat Ao Noi is really, really beautiful. And I'm going to share a little bit of what's around it. And I believe at the same time, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share some. Okay, so what's funny is this family here. Okay, so cool. All right, this is a little bit of commentary here, but let me see if I can do this correctly and do it fairly professionally. As you know, I'm not great at that with this stuff here, but let me go to the Chrome tab. Let me go to this, and let me get back here and make sure that I'm sharing it with you guys appropriately. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this, and I will be back. Basically, this is a 3-minute, 27-second video. I anticipated skipping a little bit, so I apologize ahead of time for that. In fact, what I will do is I will get rid of the YouTube live stream, just so we're not doing extra. And let's give this a shot, and I will be back in about 3 minutes, guys. Probably less than that. Boom. Okay, so what's funny is this family here. I think they're like here at a tour. They're Thai, and they're obviously very well educated Thai, and they're not high so, but they're obviously pretty educated and wealthy. But you see the woman taking a picture right now? She's got like kind of a shorter outfit on. Maybe you can't see. Yeah, so she's got shorts. It's not like a mini skirt or anything. But when she came up here, they started talking to me, told me it's about 400 years old, this place. But she had on one of these, basically, which is a covering around her waist because she was showing too much leg. You can't show your shoulders. You can't, anything above the knees is too much for Buddha. She also told me that that there's a reclining Buddha, which is what that talks about, which is 400 to 500 years old. And the reclining Buddha is apparently up here, like inside the cave, but she thinks that it's closed and I can't get in there because of COVID. And what's funny is I just gotten off the motorbike and I'd taken off my helmet and I didn't have my mask on. And she's sitting there like talking to me with her mask on, and her friend's got her mask on. She's like, yeah, you can't go in there because of COVID. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I put my mask right on. So anyway, hope I didn't kind of freak her out. But, oh yeah, so they came like a taxi. It's her first time here, she said. She asked me if I live here. I said, no, I live in Bangkok, down here for holiday. She said, oh, you work in Bangkok? I said, no, I'm retired. but her English was excellent. So anyway, but you know what's funny? And I mean, again, this is just sort of an observation. So those women and those people were arguably overweight. And what I found, sadly, in a lot of these countries, as the family gets more affluent, I don't know whether it's they are just like not, physically outdoors kind of thing or exercising because they don't do any manual labor. They're in an office the whole time, or whether it's they're eating a horribly Western diet that has high fructose corn syrup in it or fat and that sort of thing. And anyway, but it's the sad reality. It seems as though it's higher occurrences of diabetes. People are more overweight. I mean, don't get me wrong. The United States is still one of the fattest countries in the world, but our diet is pretty bad. But I don't know if that's the case here. These people right here, they're just selling lottery tickets, but I don't know how that works. Like, in other words, all the lottery tickets are printed already, so you don't like choose your numbers. I'm not really sure, but in any case, I don't really have a desire to play. But that's beautiful. Wat Ao Noi. You guys got to come. Highly recommend it. Okay, so what's funny?
Greetings, guys. What's going on? I am
think
absolutely back.
They're Thai.
And let me stop this now. And let me go to here. There we go. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate you hanging out there. So, yeah, Wat Ao Noi was really neat. And I actually grabbed an apple as well and some peanuts. These are my favorite peanuts. These are like really crisp, like hard peanuts. Awesome. I dig it. So let me see if I can. I got this light ring, but it doesn't really, anyway, a little bit of my face because I'm competing with the sun, competing with the big shiny red ball in the sky, which of course, is a big one. Anyway, yeah, and I grabbed an apple. So there you go. Okay, so how long did it take? So one thing to keep in mind is that came to Thailand first time 2013. And after that, decided, oh my God, I got to figure out how to way to live there. At that time, I had also already sold my house. So I had that going for me. But to basically, when I sold my house and I moved into the really small house, I got a storage unit because, of course, that's what you're supposed to do. And then 3 years after owning that storage unit, I realized that I literally have now paid for everything inside of it. If I had thrown everything away, taken the amount of money that I paid every month for 3 years and just basically put it into a cookie jar, and then I would take that money, I could have rebought every single thing inside of it. So that was a little bit of a bummer. One of the things, as I mentioned, that I had in there was actually a vacuum tube amplifier. So it was a Macintosh MC250. And it was a beautiful, beautiful amplifier, but it was in storage, right? And I wasn't using it because I didn't have a giant house. I didn't have huge Klipsch monitors everywhere, right? So I put it up on Craigslist, and I sold it to a kid who was buying it for his dad for his birthday for $1,500. Or maybe it was $2,000. Maybe it was $2,500. Anyway, it was an amount that basically it was the amount of money that I had paid for this storage unit over 3 years. So I lucked out. So basically it was a wash. The rest of it I gave away, that sort of thing. Now, when I was like, okay, I am definitely moving, okay? So that meant that I had to, make sure that I had the right visa, that I had the right all that. So I would say basically, Ron, about 3 months, because some of the stuff that I absolutely did keep, I needed to put in suitcases that, maximum of 50 pounds each, right? Fly back to see my folks and then leave that in there. So that was basically a week. I left, I came home, I, did all that. I then, gave some stuff away to buddies. And as part of the whole getting rid of everything, and don't take this the wrong way, I was getting rid of friendships. And I don't mean I was stopping having these people that I loved and cared about in my life. But it was important. It was important for me, but I realized it was actually infinitely more important for them that we meet and have coffee. And for at least 50% of them, thank God I have these wonderful people in my life. It wasn't just like, okay, well, let's have like just one coffee before you leave. What turned out to be the real cool way to do it was to have a coffee with this person, and then have another one. So that final one, like, you kind of knew it was final, but it wasn't like, oh my God, we haven't seen each other in 2 years. Let's totally catch up over coffee, and then you go to Thailand. Okay, so because again, I was taking me with me, and I was going the next indicated right step to me. I was going to my girlfriend. I was going to my new life. I was going to excitement. I was going to a solution. I was going to epic medical care for like $1. And they were going to stay there and do the same thing tomorrow that they did yesterday, which is, potentially never talked. This is going to sound never talk to me again. And I know that sounds bad, but that's the reality of it, right? And that's why, I met with people that I had not talked to, that were basically friends of mine that I hadn't talked to or sat down across the table with for like 3 years. But we were really, really good friends, but our life gets busy, and we lived in the same city. So one of the things that's important as far as get rid of everything, Ron, for me, was that I had to appropriately sort of terminate. I know that sounds so definite, like we just like broke up or something, or we just said we hate each other. But I had to like take some time to get rid of that. So it's not just the getting rid of like, all those extra magazines that I had that I no longer needed. Like, it was throwing those away. But it was a series of about 3 or 4 weeks of trash pickup, right? To get rid of the physical stuff. I needed to go to Goodwill a number of times. Some of the stuff that I got rid of, I put in Bollock buy-in boxes, and I shipped those to the Philippines, to Gracie in the Philippines. 2 reasons. One is so that I could, I kind of wanted to keep it, and I wanted to keep it over here in this part of the world. So effectively, they're in storage at our house in the Philippines, at Gracie's house in the Philippines. So there was that, and I did that like 3 or 4 times, and each of those Bollock buy-in boxes weighs like 50 pounds, and I had to like fill it up and go. So that was like another, sort of amount of time. The getting rid of my car, obviously that took, 3 hours one afternoon, but there was a lot of junk I had to do before it. Like, I had to clean it and make sure that it was good, because there's no way I was going to like turn in a leased car and have them be like, well, Mike, you're going to owe us for there's a ding here, whatever. So fine. So I had to have it like, I didn't have like $300 detail, but I had to do kind of like some of those things. I had to get rid of, the expectation of frequency with spending time with the people that I was regularly spending time with. I mean, I was spending time with my guys 8 hours a day, basically 5 days a week kind of thing. And those are my guys. I mean, they're before this cool kids table, there was another cool kids table, and that was my job at work. And I worked there because my job was to support my guys. The guys that reported to me basically on the org chart was the reason that I was there. I was to make sure that they had 110% of everything they needed to be wildly successful. I've said that before in another video. I truly believe it. So, yeah, when people are like, oh, yeah, I'm going to pick up everything, or, JC, to his credit, and I actually went through those steps, but I disagree with his. He believes there's a 30-day plan that he has you go through. That every day, you do something again, and then 30 days, basically his 30-day making the move checklist is what he calls it. And if in 30 days you can do all of that, and you can get over here. Absolutely wrong. Absolutely incorrect as far as I'm concerned. Unless you are ridiculously obsessed with what's going on, and you're totally willing to live life in a stressful format to get everything. Because look, here's the thing that's going to happen is you're going to go and you're going to get your photos taken, and for whatever reason you're going to be like, okay, well, I'm not a professional photo person for visas. You're going to get it done at a CVS or whatever, or you're going to go up there, and the person's going to be like, oh no, these pictures aren't good enough. My point is that pop-ups are going to happen. Okay, so do not if you're going to do JC's checklist and you're going to be like, okay, 30 days to making the move, give yourself 60 days, double that, start early, get yourself time to, because there are things that are just going to happen. I had absolutely no idea that it was going to take as long as it took to get my fingerprints from the FBI. Once I went to physically have them take the fingerprints and then have the results of not being a criminal come back to me, that didn't take any time at all. to fill out the paperwork and figure out all of that stuff, it took me like 3 days ahead of time to read all. I mean, I have a friend who literally works at the FBI, like down the street, Cyber Crimes Division, Federal Bureau of Investigation, San Diego. How do I do this, Rick? And he's like, I don't know. Because he doesn't do that. He doesn't deal with background checks in his job, right? So, I mean, but he's like, oh, hold on. So then he has to like reach out to a buddy of his in the FBI. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Like, there's not just like do this. So anyway, so there was all that stuff. I needed to get a medical certificate to basically say that I don't have lupus and I don't have, all of these other things, leprosy or whatever. And that was, again, all of this stuff is simple, but it takes attention units. And so I emailed my doctor and I said, hey, can you like give me a medical? And he's worked at Kaiser Permanente his entire life, San Diego, plenty of travelers in San Diego, right? Plenty of people who have probably applied for Thai visas in San Diego, right? Okay, what is this? He was responding to, I said, okay, well, here's the form that I need you to fill out and sign for my Thai visa. And he looks at it, he goes, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this before in my life. He's like, yeah, sure, I'll sign it. So he signs it. Well, he's not going to send it back to me. He leaves it at the front desk. I needed to physically drive to Kaiser, which only takes less than that from my house to Kaiser, 30 minutes, even in traffic. So I got to go do that. And there's all of these things. So really, guys, give yourself like 60 to 90 days. The other thing, too, is that, as far as getting rid of all of my everything before moving, there are absolutely going to be things that, for example, if you probably saw a vacuum tube amplifier, you would be like, okay, well, whatever. That is a piece of old garbage. I need to throw it away or I need to get rid of whatever. But there was like some degree of emotional attachment to that to me. I hadn't used it in 3 years and I wasn't about to use it. But like to get rid of it, I had to like talk to my buddy Patrick and we had to like wax nostalgically about this like euphoric recall we had of the first time we saw a Macintosh amplifier, right? So there's all of that stuff that goes into getting rid of something. There's so much front-loaded attention units that go into the last 5 minutes of you taking this giant cardboard box full of sweatshirts and dropping it off on the back steps of the Goodwill. There's a ton of stuff that goes into front of that. And I would submit to you that if you don't allow yourself that, then you're going to be over here and you're going to be distracted and you're going to be like, oh my God, what if I should have kept, I can't believe I forgot to have that second breakfast with Mike, who I've known for the last 28 years tomorrow. So it was really good that I didn't have everything scheduled to the last minute so that after we met for coffee, it's like, well, you still want to hang out? I was able to say, absolutely. Yeah, I've got a finite amount of time between now and like I gotta be in Los Angeles. Like there's no like moving this ticket, dude. Like there is a finite time. But thank God, like 4 weeks ahead of time, 5 weeks ahead of time, 3 weeks ahead of time, I jockeyed stuff around so that I was able to say, Mike, after we have this coffee, and I think that our appointment is basically over so that we can catch up, I've absolutely got 1 hour. I've got 6 hours because I'm going to swing by his house and I'm going to talk to his mom, who's 90 years old, who I haven't seen. Actually over that. Well, I haven't seen it forever. And I don't want to be like, oh yeah, you know what? My life is so freaking important right now. I need to go. I got to handle this. No. Mickey, what do you got going on right now? Absolutely nothing except talking to you, Mrs. G. What do you got going on? Oh my God, you're moving to Thailand. Tell me all about it. Okay, great. I will. I absolutely will tell you all about Thailand and why I'm moving there. And I hadn't sat down with that woman in like 8 years and had a conversation like that with her. So give yourself 90 days. How was that for a long answer, Ron? My God, I should do this for a living. The doctor says, I have a Thai driver's license off a non-immigrant O visa. Very simple. Okay, cool. I don't know really what that means. You don't necessarily need a visa really to get a Thai driver's license, but yeah, it was very simple for me too. I mean, it was simple. It took time, but I had to do one thing and then do the next thing. But yeah, agreed. Very simple. Now, make it fix it. The heart attack was about Christmas time. He's been training some light gym work before lockdown. He's in pretty good shape, to be honest. Now a broken heart. Yeah, dude, that is just, I'm sorry, buddy. Sorry to hear that. That's a real bummer. MedTech says, I should sleep, Mike. I have a full brake job due on a customer's truck tomorrow. Good night, and thank you for the live stream. MedTech, thank you so much for coming by. He said that at 2:12. It is now 2:50. Sorry I wasn't able. I'm going to say, yeah, there we go. That's what I was hoping for. That's really, like, awesome. Bob is saying good night to him. And then ER says he really liked the train improv. Thoroughly enjoyed. Good, man. I think that's really great. And I'm not showing some of these. I apologize. I want to skip down and I want to do these as quickly as I can so I can kind of catch up with you guys because I know I'm about 40 minutes behind. Maybe because I spent 39 minutes talking to Ron about how long it took me to get rid of my stuff. I moved to our laptop. It's working now. Okay, very cool. How far can you on Dollars Challenge? How far can you on Dollars Challenge? Sorry, buddy. I don't know what you're referencing that. And then again, it's my fault. Joseph said, it's costing me 615,000 baht for 90 days with room and all my meals. 615,000 baht. So that's basically, so for the sake of argument, it's like 200,000 baht a month, which is about it's about $8,000. Yeah, okay, I get it. Oh, a $10 challenge, so like $10 a day kind of thing. Yeah, bunch of night owls here, and I get it, guys. It sounds fun too. Yeah, absolutely. Gonna get working in the way. Gotta go work in front of this tube. That's crazy. Oh, a Road King. Dude, good for you. That's pretty awesome. Kenny, ready, Holly Davidson? So the short answer is I don't know. However, I believe so. If you're in Pattaya, I'm quite certain you can rent a road. I don't know about a Road King, but I'm pretty sure you can rent a Harley down there. It won't be cheap. But in Bangkok, I would not recommend you rent that up here. It'll be such an absolute disaster on the roads. It's such a pain in the neck. It's such a big bike. It's so non-normal here that I think it would be pretty distracting for you and a lot of people to enjoy yourself on it. That's just my opinion. Paul T says, just pretend this is a super long nonstop flight to Thailand. Yeah, hanging out on the old live stream, right? And Joseph says, I have an international driver's license. You have an international driving permit, Joe, but I know what you meant by that. Meaning that you probably have a U.S. driver's license that's valid in a state, and you went to the local, like, sort of office, AAA, that sort of thing. And Paul T says, nice bumper video. Cool. I'm glad you liked it, guys. That's, like, really cool. Yeah, it was fun. It was neat being down there, actually. I was really digging it. I did not plan on going to Ao Noi. But the neat part is that I just kind of like hopped on the motorbike and looked down at Google Maps and I'm like, oh, guys, I am off. This is like totally awesome. 17 watching and 55 thumbs up. Thank you guys so much. That's like totally fantastic. Okay, so it's 2:54. The last comment came in from Paul at 2:38, which is the nice bumper video comment. So thanks very much, man. That's pretty cool. Paul T, absolutely. Only 14 hours left to go, buddy. Thanks for the accountability. Yeah, you know what's interesting about renting those big bikes? I mean, and this is only like 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 7 years ago. When I first went to Pattaya my first time, and I went down, because the Soys, they have guys that just like basically rent motorbikes, and they had these regular standard 125, 110 cc motorbikes that you guys see. And they got those, and then within a couple of years, they would have, like a Kawasaki Ninja or something like that. They would have like something like that, or they would have like a bigger, kind of longer riding Honda sort of thing, and those would be available. And then let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. King Leeway sent me a message on Facebook. He goes, "At Van Nuys, fly away." Good for you, man. That's like totally awesome that you're. Damo shared a video with me. But I'm a little cautious about. I think we're gonna go with not safe for work on that one. So we'll delay playing that as the next bumper video. Hopefully that came out good. It looked like it was decent towards the end, and it looked like it started out okay. So hopefully it didn't skip too much. So that's pretty cool. Stand by. So I'm on those side roads and I'm looking for like rental bikes, right? And so anyway, so I was there. When was I there last? I was there last in February, and there were so few people, and there was like easy public transport everywhere. I love the bot bus, basically the Song Taos in Pattaya, because for like 10 baht you can get in a ridiculously far distance. So I was doing those, and that was fine. And then I was like walking down the street. I was going to meet a buddy. I think it was like Soy. I want to say like it's either 12-1 or 12-2. You know, like the next one over from Soy Post Office in Pattaya. And so I was walking down there, and he had some big bikes. I mean, I think he had like some 250s, and that's, I mean, again, you know, from a Harley perspective, that's a tiny bike. But I mean, these were like large bikes for basically, you know. And now, what you'll probably need to do is you will probably need to rent it from a likely a Harley dealer that probably rents, because that's a pretty big financial outlay to actually, you know, front load your inventory with Harley Davidson motorcycles, especially Road Kings down there. They are not inexpensive. That is an expensive bike for down there. So, anyway, I'm quite certain you're going to be able to enjoy yourself, and you're going to be able to find a solution down there that you'll totally dig. But you know, I would say, let's see. Okay, so I rent a motorbike. It's like, you know, 200 baht is cheap, 250, whatever, 300 baht a day. Man, I'm in a resort area. I don't think I've ever paid over 350 a day. I don't think I've ever paid over 300 baht a day, actually. So if that's like the standard Honda Click 110cc bike, I'm gonna go with you're probably gonna pay, I bet, about 2,000 baht a day for a bike that's like in good shape and reliable. So Joseph, thank you for that. Relative to his international driver's license comment, I got it 3 years ago when he rode through Europe on a Road King. I have one, just love it. Now, okay, so when you say you got it 3 years ago, do you mean you got your international driver's license? Because I will correct myself. If you're from the U.S., you cannot get an international driver's license. You get an international driving permit that basically sort of attaches to your current valid driver's license based on the state that you get it in. But I have heard there are, in fact, international driving licenses available in Europe. And one thing that I will tell you guys that I did, and so here's another thing to Ron's point, how long did it take you to, okay? One of the things that I wanted to do, because I wanted to make sure there wasn't any sort of nonsense around it, was the fact that, yes, permit. Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't really sure. But in any case, I took a motorcycle driving class, motorcycle training class, so that I could then get my motorcycle endorsement on my California driver's license, which was basically only a automotive license up to that point. Because, at least in California, when you get your international driving permit, they give you your qualifications on it. So you can drive in, you know, internationally, right, in all of the countries that are listed on this thing based on like some Geneva Convention, I think, of 1949, where they all sort of agree that, hey, the translation that's going to occur on this piece of paper is all of us agreeing that whatever license this person comes to us with from their home country, all of the translation of that will occur, and we in this country will basically accept that as the ability to drive here, okay? So you get that, and then, but what they're going to do, or at least what they did for me, is the first time I got my international driving permit, I went in, and on it, you check on what you want. And so I have a California driver's license that's good for, you know, Class C, basically, right, for driving an automobile. And, or, you know, a trailer up to like 26 feet or 36 feet or whatever it is. And so I just checked off automotive and motorbike. And the woman really didn't pay any attention. And she just said, okay, blah, blah, blah. So I had this international driving permit that effectively said, yes, you can drive a motorbike. Now, again, my driver's license, again, that this sort of this permit effectively is in support of globally. 6 hours. No, is that right? Or is that 7 hours? Hold on. It's 3:00. Have I been seriously? Hold on. Let me make sure that I got that right. I want to make sure I got that right, guys. We've been hanging out here at the Coke. Oh, yeah, 7 hours. Very cool. Oh, this was easy. Well, it's easy with you guys because I'm having fun. So welcome to, all right, I'm sorry, it's 3:00. Once it's 3:03 or 3:02, because I got here late, then it's 7 hours. Let's not misspeak. So she stands, but in reality, my international driving permit is not going to allow me to legally drive a motorbike in another country unless the Sami's still going on. OMG, absolutely. It's not even 7 hours yet. Give it a minute. And so what I said was, okay, like, I mean, there was this, if you guys watch enough of these, like, sort of videos of these, expats coming over here and they do various things, there always seems to be sort of a trend. So for a while, the trend was, oh my God, it's a pain in the neck to get a visa to go to Thailand. Fine. Oh my God, for your visa in Thailand, you got to get insurance. Oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And then it was like, oh my God, to be able to like ride a motorbike in Vietnam, you have to have legal ability to drive a motorbike. And guys were like, yeah, but I've never had to have a motorcycle endorsement. And effectively, I've had an automotive driver's license. So therefore, in my mind, that should allow me to, drive a motorbike here. And it's like, okay, well, let's be clear. Like, if you have an automotive driver's license in California and you like go from your Honda Civic to like your Kawasaki Ninja and you drive down the freeway and you get pulled over, the cop's going to be like, okay, look, obviously you've proved to the DMV and paid them to be able to drive a car. But there's no proof here that you have the skill set to be able to drive a motorcycle. So you're breaking the law, okay? So then you transpose that into Vietnam, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, my God, my rights are again. I said, oh, forget it. Come on. The solution to this is so friggin' simple. So I went and I got my motorcycle training class, which is great because then it's much easier to then go to the DMV with the certificate that says he went through, and I wanted the training as well, too. Let's be very clear. I was no expert at driving a motorcycle. And the things that I learned in that 1 weeknight and three full and then 1/2 weekend days of learning how to corner and learning how to look, because, you look and then you turn, and then learning about basically, being on the other side and making these like total turns going maybe 3 miles an hour and like not having to put your leg down, and like turning the motorbike. I am so grateful that I took that class. It was all about, they were obsessed with safety. And I will tell you that a lot of the things that they want you to prove to them as far as getting your driver's licenses here in Thailand are about safety. And so I was like, man, that's pretty cool. Anyway, considering, all the chatter, oh my God, Thais don't know how to drive. They're the worst Thais, So anyway, so I got went through the motorcycle training. So grateful that I did it. I even thought about it 2 days ago when I was on my motorbike down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, and I took a certain corner, and the way that I took it felt so smooth and unawkward. The immediate thing that I thought of is, thank God my trainer taught me this. I was like, he was so awesome. I wish somehow I could contact this guy and thank him right now because I just took a turn and I just felt so natural in it. Man, that was awesome. So I did that. Then I went to the DMV, and then I had a new driver's license that they gave me, actually, that took a week and a half to get in the mail. Okay. So I had the physical license that now had basically the classification for automotive and big trucks or whatever, and the motorcycle endorsement. I then took that license to AAA, basically the automotive club. They then gave me the motorcycle driving permit that gives me the permission to and legal ability to drive a motorcycle in all of these other countries. And I'm going to be chewing because I haven't had any lunch and I really felt like an apple. So there you go. Driving motorcycle slowly is the hardest part. Absolutely. It's one thing to drive a motorcycle slowly and put your feet down. It's another thing to drive it really slowly and be like, man. And I was actually practicing that when I was down in Prachuap Khiri Khan. So, again, to that instructor's credit, that guy gave me some amazing pointers, and I was stoked for it. So then when I got over here, I had the ability to basically drive a car and a motorcycle. But here's the reason why I got my driver's licenses. Because the easiest way, and again, the second easiest way would have been very difficult, but the easiest way for me to prove to AIS, my cell phone carrier, that I was basically living here permanently, and therefore I could get a post-pay cell phone, which meant that I could get an amazing plan with unlimited data for a very low price and get a free Netflix membership and get all this other stuff through AIS, is that if I proved to them that I was here, by giving them a driver's license. So the main reason that Gracie and I went to immigration to get a verification of residency, to then take that piece of paper and go to the Division of Land Transport to get my 2 driver's licenses, automotive and motorcycle, is so I can then take one of those IDs and then go to AIS, the cell phone provider, and get the plan that I'm on now, which allows me to basically take my cell phone and go out in the middle of Lumpini Park and stream a live video stream to you guys without any worry whatsoever of the amount of data that I'm using on my phone. So wait, to quickly answer your question, yes, I have my Thai driver's license. Would you have preferred the second way of response? I know the first was a definite Mike's answer, that's for sure. Bob Sear says that Joseph Pinto, high was 650,000 baht for 90 days of mistype, $214 a day. So yeah, so I mean, I can understand why you might think that, but I mean, again, he did clarify the fact that that included his, I believe, I want to quote him exactly, room and all my meals. It is costing me $650. And again, I'm going to assume that's also the cost of his plane ticket to get there and back. And, I mean, if you're over here on vacation and you're just like, living really well, spending $100 on like lodging per day, I mean, that's not excessive. Okay. Again, that's a pretty high budget. And I can understand why Bob was like, dude, $215 a day, but I get it, because again, I mean, maybe if you were to subtract, I mean, for all I know, his round trip plane ticket is going to cost $3,000, right? So I mean, there's 180,000 baht right there, right? And sorry, jeez, Mike, 100,000 baht right there, $3,000. So anyway, and so who knows? But yeah, I mean that could be construed as like a lot of money, but it's a great budget, man. Because quite frankly, all you're going to do is come in under budget. Because if you're going to be here in 90 days on that, after like about day 20, you're going to be in the mode of not spending, $300-400 a day. Now, let's be clear. When I first came to Thailand, I wasn't staying 90 days, but I was sometimes staying, 2, 3, 4 weeks. And I wanted to get the maximum amount of exploration out of each of those days. And there were times where, each day I would go to easily there were days in a row where I would go to the ATM and I would take out 10,000 baht a day. And that wasn't to pay for my hotel. My hotel room was already paid for, and my, food or whatever was going to be part of that. But it was like, 10, sometimes 20. I remember I was there with Rob and Kev, and we were on Bacau. And I'm like, hold on, let me just get some extra money, because I'm not quite sure what we're going to do tonight. But I don't want to have to be like, oh, yeah, guys, I'm having a really great time. Give me 15 or 20 minutes while I walk across the street to the ATM. No, I wanted to front. So that was that day, I took out 20,000 baht that day. So, I mean, again, it's vacation, right, versus living. And I mean, I'm living here. So what did it cost me to cruise down to Prachuap Khiri Khan for those days when I was down there just on vacation? And I live here, and I basically I don't necessarily spend like a Thai, but I mean, I didn't spend a whole lot. And if you guys were watching my Facebook, you saw how little I paid for my beachfront room. I think it was $24 one night and $29 the other nights. But let me pull, because I was actually just totaling stuff. Because I'm like, I wonder what it's going to cost me to basically go on vacation while I'm on vacation. And so it will be an interesting exercise. And so I did that. I can't remember the number, but I have it here in a mighty Google sheet. Stand by. Sorry. How's that? A little bit less annoying. See, that's how you know we're buddies. because you guys are literally consciously watching a live stream on YouTube, watching some dude eat an apple. You guys are living the dream. Talk about lucky. Oh, Joe says that's for school, room, and food. Yeah. So for 90 days of school, you're probably going to spend, what are you going to spend, like 30,000 baht for the school? So, yeah. Had a bike for over 35 years. Right on, dude. You must be an expert rider. I am still, I'm still not the, and as Sammy said, yeah, absolutely agree. It's the slow stuff that's the hardest part, man. Not with my airfare. But as you mentioned, yeah, he's going to school. Got it. Training 6 days a week. Yeah, it's not nothing. I mean, when you sign up to, people, I'm going to get an education visa over there. Well, that doesn't mean you're going to lay at the beach all day, dude. I mean, you're going to have class, obviously 6 days, but most people 5 days a week. Some people will only do it 3 days a week. Depends on the school you're going to. Sasma says, 4 hours ago I was here, left, and now I see you are still going strong. Yeah, well, I don't know how strong I am. I mean, I'm having to eat. I'm having to entertain you guys with talking with my mouth full. Which, interestingly enough, doesn't bother me at all. It just seems to bother my mouth. My mom quite a bit when I was younger. Sammy says, insert elevator music here. Oh, I hope not, man. I hope not. Air Force a little over 14,000 USD. Your airfare is 14,000 USD? Dude, you must be flying first class. Where are you coming from? Good for you. Ha ha ha. Sammy knows how to laugh in Thai. Look at that. Boom. Ha ha ha. Totally. It's totally. Oh my God. So here's where. So Mike's there in his apartment by himself and he's live streaming. Unfortunately, he needs the Heimlich. Paulty says the guys who all said goodnight and went to bed will be saying good morning next. Let's hope so. Right, Paul? Absolutely, dude. Tampa, Florida. I mean, again, I'm not going to get into your budget or whatever. I'm just saying that's pretty awesome. Because from Tampa, are you going to cross the Atlantic or are you going to cross the Pacific? I can't remember whether you said you were doing Qatar. Oh, first class? Yeah. Good for you, Joe. That's awesome, dude. I don't know why this sheet isn't pulling up, guys. I mean, it's not that difficult, Google. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. Open with Google Sheets. How's that? I got to tell you, man, Google has never disappointed me so much except in the last, few months. Meaning, they obviously don't have the ability to notify you guys properly with their YouTube product. I literally cannot open a Google Sheet right now that is, I'll tell you exactly how big it is. It doesn't say the file size. It doesn't say the file size for my, you got to be kidding me. Anyway, it's not a gigabyte. I'll tell you that right now. Come on. Okay, so including the ticket that I bought but I didn't use because I couldn't get to the train station before 5 a.m., meaning it was another 208 baht. My hotel, cruising down, cruising back. That little stint was it was exactly 10,390 baht, or about $325. So I was down there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was down there 5 days, all in. So, or 6 days rather. And I mean, that was just so cool, guys. Like a little million. So now, again, to be fair, that was $325 that I spent, over the course of X amount of days, which was not me living in Bangkok, right? So, you know, it's so when people tell you, yeah, I'm living in Bangkok on $1,000 a month. Yeah, but I mean, Mike just cruised down on ridiculously disgusting cheap trains, okay? And he still spent $325. And, I bought a pair of shorts when I was down there and I had, or whatever. But I mean, I certainly didn't go out and eat Western food every single night. There was only one night that I had like fish and chips, and that was like, again, it was very cheap considering it was like, $11 or something like that. I think they gave the lady like, $2 tip, which is like, oh my God, 60 baht, for a tip. But anyway, Sammy says my holiday budget is $500 a month. Still going to have fun all day, every day. Absolutely, Sammy. That's great, dude. I mean, if you can do that for $500 a month, that's great. Less than a week basically that I spent down in Prachuap Khiri Khan, all in. Again, $325. And I don't live like a king by any means, but I didn't. But what I was grateful for is, for me, I didn't need to think about anything that I was spending. I was just like, okay, yeah, well, that'll be fine. I wrote a panhead to high school. I am 64 now, and I'm proud to say I am living the dream. Right on. Go, gotta love Thailand. Good for you, man. Good for you. Oh, so you're probably helping your buddy too. But that's good. Just says 6-hour layover in Frankfurt, Germany. So that's not too bad, actually. So are you going Tampa, right so Tampa, Frankfurt, BKK? Good for you, dude. That's pretty easy. When you can do one layover going over the Atlantic, that's pretty sweet. Very easy to go from the West Coast of the United States with just one layover. That's easy. But going through Frankfurt. Are you flying Lufthansa? Lufthansa flies directly out of San Diego, which is pretty cool. That and JAL, JAL, Japan Airlines, are basically the only international companies that fly in and out of San Diego. JAL is great in the sense that their customer service is really good, but their advertised fairly reasonable flights, they get to be $500 more just like that because I need extra legroom. And so that's been a real bummer because, they're part of the American Airlines. What is that? Is that One World that American Airlines is part of? I can't remember. Maybe that's what Delta is. Anyway, regardless, American Airlines, from my experience, totally incompetent. They are just like, I mean, their customer service is horrible. They don't smile. No, and the airlines that they partner with, like British Airways, I've taken them before. Totally horrible. I was in business class, and like half, how the tray comes out of the handle, and then it like folds over. Like half of it wasn't even there. Like it was missing. It was like, I want to say $1,600 each way. San Diego to Barcelona. And the guy just like made some excuse like, oh, well, just don't use it. And then, we'll only give you like half as much food. And I was like, oh, dude, look what you got going on right there. Wow. Aztec, thank you so much, man. Testing again from browser. Hello, world. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Means I can buy another apple tonight. Aztec, that's so cool, man. I really am honored. That's totally cool. You're the best, man. You're the best. 23 people list. Oh my goodness, look at this. And how many? What we got? 56 thumbs up. What lottery did my soul just win? Oh, this is great. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, absolutely. Beers are on Aztec, right? What I'm thinking is tomorrow, what I'm probably going to do. Oh, good to know. My mobile YouTube was what failed me. So when you were using the app on your phone, you couldn't do a super chat. But if you cruise up into a browser, you can. That's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. And then he gave us a what? What you looking at? What you talking about, Willis? I'm not a cheap Charlie. Me either, dude. Why do you think I buy apples that cost $2? Weird. That's so lame. I'm bummed that you're mobile. Yeah, exactly. So Tampa 2. Oh, got it. Okay, so you're hopping through Miami and then 6 to Frankfurt, and then 2 hours to Munich, and then what? From Munich to Bangkok? Apples are expensive in Thailand. Not joking, they actually are kind of expensive. These were 15 baht each, so 50 cents for an apple, which, it was a little market last night. But what's interesting, so I should do a video of this guy. This kid who basically sits in front of all the fruit. He's like a fruit stand at this little market down the street. He's probably, I don't know, I don't think he's out of college, but great guy, super, super appropriate, very respectful. Just a great kid. And anyway, so he sits there and he plays an acoustic guitar when people aren't buying stuff. And the minute they walk up, he stops and he goes, "Krapom." He's right there with you. So I go in and he knows I like sweet apples, right? So I look at the apples and these were 20 baht and I just reached out to him and he goes, no, more sweet. And he sends me right over to the apples that cost 15 baht. And I'm like, I'm going to hang out with this guy all day long. No, sir. Spend less money, would you? Great. Absolutely great. I don't know what kind it is. Doesn't matter. It's a good tasting apple. That's the kind I buy. And that's the kind that this kid sells me. So he and I are going to hang out all day long. And I guess I don't even know, really. Is 50 cents a lot for an apple? I guess it's a lot. It's a good tasting apple, so it's worth 60 to me. I can take the cheap Charlie hat. Can you? Okay. Oh, right, because you said 1,500 baht per month for vacation. Whatever, dude. I mean, look, who cares? Who cares, man? I'll hang out with you all day long. I actually am very curious to learn, Sammy, where you live, if you're coming to Thailand for $500 a month, meaning how you live, such that your apartment and your food and I don't know. Do you show up like in one spot and then basically you're like, okay, cool. Now I'm in Bangkok. I'm going to stay in this apartment and I'm going to walk around and but I'm not going to like, okay, I got this apartment and now I'm going to get on a train or a bus and I'm going to go 300 kilometers south and hang out there and pay for that hotel while I've also got this other hotel here, So, anyway, it would be really interesting to learn $500 a month, what you end up doing. That's pretty cool. Aztec says, man, I so rarely even see apples for sale in Bangkok. Really? Dude, I see them all over the place. Like, so this place I go to, I'll take a picture of it tonight because I actually kind of want to cruise over there a little earlier because I went there about 7:30 last night, which is about when they're starting to close. Because for the most part, all the Thais have like now come home and they bought their dinner on the way home, and so they're now home eating that dinner. So I'm usually, if I'm there at like 7:30, 8 o'clock, if I'm there at 8, I'm there kind of too late. Even 7:30, there's one place I like to go to chicken for chicken. The lady like cooks it in, like a little cart, like right on front. It's a 7-Eleven. She's got a big thing of sticky rice and then, things of chicken. So I usually get that. One piece of chicken and one thing of sticky rice is 30 baht. So 20 baht for the chicken, 10 baht for the rice. And anyway, so I want to actually go back to the thing. And, I only bought 4 apples. So, I mean, shoot, if this live stream's long enough, I may need to buy a whole new set of apples. But anyway, those are really good. And I see them frequently, actually. But maybe I'm looking for them. So, they're normally 2 in a pack for a fortune. Oh, really? Okay, so, again, I'm not disputing anything you're saying. Here's been my experience. They're either like stacked up, basically. So at the market I go to, everything's just stacked up one on top of another. Where I buy them, when I buy them from like the grocery store and I have them delivered, they come in 4 packs. But I honestly have no clue how much they cost because I'm like, well, I want an apple. I mean, if all of a sudden they said something like 1,000 baht, I would be like, okay, well, no, I'm not doing that. But I don't really pay attention to what groceries cost, I guess. Maybe I should. Saswin says, the super chat messed up my connection. Wait, what? So in other words, you tried to do a super chat and it like refreshed the page? What is with these guys, man? I mean, I am honored that you guys try and do this. I'm really sad that it goes through such a hassle, but I don't know. I guess if you use a browser, then apparently, it works there, right? I mean, that's kind of like what I'm seeing. I don't know, man. Just disappointed in their technology. But again, it's all free to me, so it's free to you guys too. So whatever. Super chat messed up his connection. Now it's back. All right, awesome, dude. Good to hear. Joe says, yes, those my layovers Munich to Bangkok. Oh, cool. No, that's not so bad. I mean, again, at the end of the day, right, you know that when you're going to get from like the U.S. to Thailand, it's, you know, you're chewing up a whole day. I mean, and that's just the way it is. And if you're lucky, when you leave and when you land are at times such that you don't feel completely crippled. I don't particularly like landing when it's really like in the middle of the night kind of thing, because I'm usually pretty awake because I've come here and I'm excited. So it's like if I get in it, like by the time I get to my hotel, check in, and I'm getting ready to like, you know, basically start my vacation, and it's like 2:30 in the morning. It's like, all right, well, I really should be sleeping right now, but it's like, well, I can't because I'm really excited or whatever, and I want to like hang out. I want to go like explore. So I really prefer when I get here, especially when it's like daylight. Because after like a few hours, then I'm like, okay, now I'm getting tired because I just got off a plane. So if I get here like around, you know, when I get here in the morning, I love it because then I go the whole day. And by the time sunset, I am like really tired. So then I fall asleep. You know, I go to sleep sometimes at like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, right? And then I get an amazing night's sleep. I wake up when the sun rises at like 6 a.m. and I'm like, okay, no more jet lag ever. I am going to have a great room. Sorry, I'm going to have a great time. So anyway, Tosa Sammy's cheap room, mostly cooked by myself. Ah, see, that's pretty interesting. I actually don't like to cook. And I really prefer eating like street food and that sort of thing. And then every now and then I'll go to like a sort of a Western thing. Because every now and then I want a cheeseburger. And every now and then I want a pizza. And those are not inexpensive here if you want a decent one. So if you have like a cheap room and you're cooking by yourself, that's cool, Sammy. That's just like totally awesome. Just as it landed like at 9:30 p.m. Yeah, see, that's actually not so bad because if after all that travel, Joe, you land and it's like 9:30, you get to your hotel like 11 o'clock, boom, you're like, I am sleeping. So that'd be pretty cool. So far, that still may change. Isn't that the default saying of our lives right now, right? And looking at it with a positive attitude, guys, I mean, again, you know, I appreciate the fact that some people, you know, will respond and say, well, I'm not looking at this through rose-colored glasses, Mike. And, you know, it's like, okay, well, that's fine, you know, but I don't understand why some people, they seem to get a lot of joy out of, like, finding all of the things that are wrong around us. Like, you know, and, you know, why are we all quarantined? Why do I have to wear a mask? Why do I have to get my temperature taken to go into the mall and then get my temperature taken to go into the next store? And I'm not doing it. I'm like putting this out. I'm not scanning the QR code. I'm not putting down my name and phone number. Okay. Or, you know what? I do all that stuff. And guess what? I don't complain like you, and I am having the best time of my life. Well, what are you doing in all this quarantine? I'm hanging out with my buddies for like 7 hours straight on a YouTube live stream that is costing me $0. Like literally, the cost of this apple yesterday is more money than I have spent today to enjoy myself hanging out with you guys. Oh yeah, but I'm not giving my temperature, you know, when I go in. When I go in, I'm not doing it anymore. And, you know, what did he say recently? Like went home to his condo and he's like, okay, that's it. I'm done having people take my temperature today. I'm not doing it anymore. You can call the cops, but I'm not taking my temperature to come into my own condo. Okay. Well, guess what? Where I live in my condo, I'm really glad that they're taking the temperature of everybody else. Because when I come home, I want to feel safe and I don't want some guy who basically just through some social engineering, annoying verbosity has the ability to yell his way past getting his temperature taken. And you know what? If you're living in my condo and you do that and they let you in, well, then I'm calling the cops. Because I'm actually okay with them making sure that everyone is not sick effectively. Because I don't want to be sick. I want to live here. I want to have the absolute best experience. I want to come home. I don't want to have to dread coming home because I'm like, oh, yeah, there's this other guy. And the last time he came home, he basically felt like the rules didn't apply to him, so he doesn't have to get his temperature taken. Bah. So here I am being negative. But I got to tell you, I am telling you, I'm having a great time. I'm having a great time. Am I disappointed Gracie's not here? Yeah. But I'm all like, oh, my God, I'm going to die. You know, no, are you kidding me? Gracie's healthy. She's at home. She's having a great time. She just got braces the other day, like literally 2 days ago. She got braces. Her daughter has braces. So they're like, okay, what can I do to improve my life now that I'm basically just sitting around? Okay, well, let me like fix my teeth. Because I'm not like, you know, doing a whole lot. Like, let me just, you know, and then I'm local, so I can go to the orthodontist regularly. Because that's the big challenge, right? Especially with Gracie and I traveling so much. Yeah, I mean, let's get braces because they're reasonably priced here and they're going to do a fine job. And the nice thing about braces is they're not so complex so that if you're like traveling somewhere else and you go, especially in Thailand, and you go into an orthodontist and you give them some degree of data, they can look at it and say, okay, well, we can figure out like how far along the path you are and we know whether to tighten you or how to like just, you know. So it's very doable. It's sort of like a portable, it's a transportable type of sort of treatment that you can have done. Then you can be still wildly successful with while you're traveling. And so I'm so excited that they did that. And, you know, again, Aztec says the only upside for me in this whole lockdown is I'm going to throw solar on the roof out of our travel budget instead. Nice. That's pretty cool. Because quite frankly, I mean, you don't have to pay a whole lot, right? I mean, I don't know where you live, but there's a ton of, you know, incentives, certainly in Southern California, specifically in San Diego, that came from, you know, Sempra Energy Group, or basically San Diego Gas and Electric, to sort of subsidize it, right? And because of that, the out-of-pocket cost for you to put solar, for the individual to put solar on there, was actually not that much. So that's cool, dude. Good for you. That's great. Paul T., good night. Thank you for another fun marathon live stream. LiveMyAssOff.com. You're great, Paul. Thank you again for the code. I promise I'll take a look at it and figure out my next steps. But I really appreciate the time you spent on it and how you really cared about that, because it was something that I care about, because I care about thanking you guys to the best of my ability, which there is no way I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe not. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this ahead of time now before I forget, is what I'm going to do. And Bob said, yeah, cool. And you guys are saying good night to Paul. Thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it. I'm going to go into my YouTube studio and I'm going to open up the appropriate tab so that I make sure that even though you're not here, I will thank all the gentlemen that gave to the channel. Now, again, I don't get notified by PayPal every single time that I get a PayPal. I know Jeremy has this problem too, and it's just amazing to me that these guys are like, so they don't have the ability to do that reliably. But I think I thanked Nick already. Let me make sure. Yeah, the $5 from Nick came in. $5 Aussie came in from Nick this morning at 9:26, and so that's the last notification I have from PayPal. So I want to take 1,294 subscribers. That just popped in my head. I just thought I'd mention that. But let me go down here and find out, because I can click on supers and it'll tell me, let's see who did today. What is today? Yeah, so Reener was from a few days ago. So far today, Blue Room, that guy, Blue Room. I had no idea you did twice. Blue Room did $10 and then he did $5, man. Thank you very much. $15. Are you kidding me? It's a week's pay, bro. It's a week's pay. No, it's a little bit less than that, but, or actually that's it. Yeah, that's actually not a week's pay, but that's very appreciative. 2 days pay. You're great, man. You're great. That guy for $2, and then so Blue Room for $5, Blue Room for $10, and then Todd, thank you so much for $5. Brian for $9.99, which is basically $10. Meaning Brian Mitchell for $10, Brian Polito for $10, and then Aztec. There we go. Just, testing again. You guys are just so cool, man. I really appreciate it. I'm absolutely honored. It's so cool, you guys. I'll have to figure out something to do in some way to like update you guys on what I do, because a lot of times I like sort of forget what I spend money on, which is why I keep that Excel spreadsheet. But Yep. It's great to see you guys here, and great that you guys like hang out for the whole thing, and great that you hang out with each other when I'm not there. That's just like really awesome. Very cool. I want to store my gym so I can work out here. And so by that you mean like all of your gear, you want to like put it in storage while you travel, and then when you get back, you want to like put it into a new place. Because I mean, it's possible. It might be kind of a pain in the neck, but I mean, I'm sure you could have, buddies help you move it all, but that might not be where you're going with that. So I apologize. Caesar says, wow, still talking. I just got a lovely massage from a new friend. Oh, very cool, dude. That your buddy that you met over, or your friend that you met over at Chinatown. Good for you. I guess that's really the only way they're sort of doing it right now, right? Because I mean, you can't go into like a massage place. So they like, come over. Well, that's cool. Good for you. How much, man? Was it like about what? Like about 1,000 baht? Probably. That's probably not too bad. Joseph says, 10 p.m. I go for my 3-mile run. Very cool. Good job. That's great, man. Caesar says more like a day and a half. Thai minimum wage, I think. My new girlfriend makes 10,000 a month with 6 days off. Yep. There you go, man. 10,000 a month. And that's actually pretty low. I mean, especially in Bangkok, usually they're doing at least 15,000 baht a month. So she makes $300 a month, guys. $300 a month, and she works 6 days. So she gets she's not working exactly 6 days every week. But she's she's definitely working more than 5 days a week on average. And I would submit there's a pretty high likelihood, Caesar, that she's working 12-hour days, huh? Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Sammy, Rob was just live for standby. Rob was just live for 7 minutes. Kev's ceremony in England is today. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, so did he just say, hey, his ceremony is today? Or did he have like sort of any footage? I mean, I know that's kind of tough, right? I'm sure he doesn't have a whole, I know that the rest of Kev's family wasn't like a whole YouTube family. I'm sure they're not streaming it live right now, but that's cool. I'm glad that, that those things occur. I'm glad that people are doing those sorts of things. I'm a big celebration of life guy, I mean, based on kind of the group that I hang out with. The sad reality is that we have people die way too young because not everyone gets this thing, as they say. But I can tell you that one of the best things to do is for me at least, is do the whole celebration of life. Caesar says he paid her $100 to travel and $300. Sorry, paid her 100 baht travel, 300 special rate. Normal is 200 for an hour. I fell asleep, but dude, if you fall asleep during massage, I would submit to you that is the best compliment you can give a massage therapist. I love when I fall asleep. That is just, provided it's like cool enough. Because don't you hate like when you kind of like fall asleep and you wake up and you're like, I'm like kind of sweaty, like whatever. But that's pretty cool. I mean, that's just awesome. I mean, that is so cheap, guys. An hour and basically 400 baht. I mean, what is that in the exchange right now? I mean, exactly. Is it like $13 or something? Yeah, $12.55, and he had someone come to his condo and give him an hour massage. Come on. Absolutely. Joseph, thank you very much, man. I really appreciated that. I really, really appreciate that. It's like totally cool. What did you give me? Is that a pear or whatever? I can't really, I think that's a peach, right? That's cool, man. Thanks a lot. That's just like, I don't know, man. It's just like really, really cool. I really appreciate it. It does say, yeah, very cool, a peach. $1, absolutely. I can, you know what? I don't know how many I can get for $1. So $1.49 and then minus a third. So basically I get $1 of that. And so I'll get about a 30 baht. And so that means I can buy 2 apples. Absolutely. Joseph, I'm buying 2 apples, buddy, when I go to the market tonight. Thank you so much, man. Joseph, that's really cool. That's really, really cool. I'm hoping that that you're able to come over here when you want to come over here. That's the first thing. Secondly, selfishly, I'm hoping that we can like hang out But to be fair, I also know that you said you're going to be working or in class like 6 days a week. Now, remind me, where are you in class? I can't remember exactly where you're going to be. So because I have a pretty good memory with some things. I have a bad memory with other things, and that is showing up right now because I cannot remember where our friend Joseph is going to be going to class. So I apologize for that, buddy. But anyway, yeah, if we can hang out, that'd be great. Because if we can, then I can tell you right now that I'm buying $1. I'm buying 50 cents of Apple today, and then when I see you, then I'm buying another 50 cents of Apple because we're going to enjoy those things all day long, right? Caesar says her new job is elderly care facility. Oh, wow. I'll tell you what, I think that's going to be a hugely growing business in Thailand. It is not obviously going to be at the scale and the level of lucrativeness that you get in the United States to basically overcharge, but elder care, that's really cool, man. That's really cool. Yes, on the 12-hour, they live at work. So guys, okay, so she's making, what is 10,000? At the current exchange rate, that is $313. So she makes $313 a month. Now, she gets a place to live, though, so that's not so bad. But, so when you guys send me $10 and you think, God, maybe he's overreacting. No, it's a lot of money, guys. It's a lot of money. And I really appreciate it. Buy an Apple. Done. Joe, I'm on it. Because really, this is all I got left. This is all I can afford, Joe. So, how's that for a dynamic microphone? Okay, sorry. Now I'm just being six. Joe, I'll do it. I'll absolutely do it, Joe. Too bad I can't. Actually, I can. I guess in the community tab, I can post a picture of the Apple that I bought on Joe's Cash. That was cool. Sammy says it was just info. Ceremony is family only, I believe. Yeah, and that's appropriate, right? I mean, that should be the case. But thank you for sharing that, Sammy. That's really cool. I'm sure that Rob's followers really appreciated that because I know that they, obviously a lot of Rob's followers are a lot of Kev's followers, and they love the guy. He's a really cool guy. Caesar says, I might marry her. Simply a sweetheart. Absolutely, dude. Because, I mean, let's face it. You can give her a 50% raise and change her life for less than $500 a month for you. And then she'll give you a massage like 4 times a day. You'd be like, you know what? This elderly care thing, I'm going to need you to focus on this elder. I'm going to need you to take care of me. Wonder if she cooks. Oh, man. Are you kidding me? She's a good cook and she's a massage therapist. All day long. Aztec says, slow down, brother. Good for you. Yeah, I tell you what, Paul, you listen to, or Caesar, you listen, I mean, I know that's your name, but Caesar, you listen to the guys here at the Cool Kids table about about when you're going to pop the question. Check in with us first. How's that? Check in with us first. 1333 at my bank exchange. I got her coffee and water too. Very humble girl. There you go, man. There you go. No downside to having friends like that. That is for darn sure. Only problem with her is she likes to remind me that I am fat. Ha ha ha. All you say to that is, well, I tell you what, then you're the one who's going to be cooking the correct food every time. Get to work. Get to work making me thin, young lady. So there you go. Joe says 14 days in Bangkok, 10 days of that are at work. All right, cool. Well, I mean, again, I don't think you're going to be working 12-hour days, right, Joe? That's right. You said that. I forgot. You said, yeah, you said 14 days Bangkok, 90, or the remaining in Pattaya. So I remember that now. Sorry about that. Anyway, dude, obviously, I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. And so, let's definitely stay in touch. And I can tell you right now, good old Caesar there, he's going to have a pretty bitchin' girlfriend, and they're going to be very close by the time you get here. And she is going to be making him excellent, healthy food. And so as far as I see it, Joe, you and me are going to be hanging out with Caesar and his girlfriend eating damn good food. Oh, she can cook too. Oh, my God. Well, I don't know about that, Aztec. Maybe he's not moving fast enough. I need one of those cooking girlfriends also. Ha, ha, ha. Absolutely. Have you, Aztec, I love that. Hey, Caesar, have you spreadsheet all this out first? That's cool, man. Yeah, no, totally, man. That'd be really cool, Joe. Let's reach out. And you know it would be fun, guys, if you like come into town or whatever. I mean, again, this is a cool kids table, right? And so it would be kind of cool if I like met you somewhere and we like hung out and we just like threw up a live stream and we got everyone else on here and we all just, you know, sort of hung out. You could be like, you know, and I'll be like, hey, I got to go to the restroom. And then everybody, Joe will be like, okay, dude, guys. So Mike, he's really insane. Like, first of all, he's a complete liar. He takes all of his money and he spends it on he spends it on peanuts. He hasn't bought an apple in months. Totally not taking care of himself. He's fatter than Caesar, and his girlfriend will never remind him. I mean, it's an absolute disaster over here. This guy is just a piece of work. Stop giving him money. He spends it on peanuts, for God's sake. I remember when Malie had her farm. Oh, she still has her farm as far as I know. I haven't talked to her in like over almost 3 years. Probably. Man, that's at least 3 years. Anyway, she was going to do peanuts for a while. She was going to do potatoes for a while. But she tried a bunch of things. She tried the peanuts, she tried potatoes, she tried mangoes and stuff. And I don't know where she ended up with that, but yeah, I got to tell you, man, running a farm, it is a tough business. You are not taking a day off when you want to necessarily. You're not going on a 2-week cruise owning a farm. Aziza says you can meet the good girl type at massage. I've met others. Yeah, you can meet. Yeah, totally, dude. I mean, you can meet lame girls everywhere. Plenty of wrong girls to get hooked up with in the United States. And there's plenty to do it over here. And obviously there's the connotation. Oh, well, I met her at a massage place. She came back to my apartment. Okay, whatever. It's all the kind of person that you are. You set the standards, trust me. It's not like they're like, oh, yeah, I'm going to tell this guy exactly the way it works. Not over here, okay? We're in charge of the relationship, and they expect it. Unless they're weird and it's completely dysfunctional or whatever. They're like, no, you're the man. You're supposed to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, then this isn't going to work for me. A lot of sort of bright Asian girls will say. So no fooling around, but still affectionate. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's totally cool. I get it. It's the way. That's why Thai massage is so spectacular. I mean, the problem is that you go anywhere in the United States. Oh, yeah, I get a massage in Thailand. Oh, and then every place, you know, in everybody's mind, every place is like soy 6 in Pattaya. No, trust me. 99% of all places in Thailand are not like soy 6. That's kind of how it works over here. Green shakes all day long. Yeah, I wonder what Jeremy puts in his shakes. Ha, ha, ha. Good job. Yeah, there we go. The ER doc. How you doing, man? Caesar, in quotes, I have a saying with myself. My money is my first girlfriend. If second girlfriend is not good with first girlfriend, it's not going to work. Cute, man. That's pretty cool. Bob Sears, does PayPal take less from donation than YouTube? Absolutely, Bob. So YouTube takes 30%, and PayPal, depending upon how I spend it, meaning if I just keep it in PayPal and I spend it in PayPal, it's maybe 4%. If I move it around and, you know, I will PayPal somebody else, that sort of thing to get it, then there's a little bit more, but it's nowhere near 10%. So yeah, so PayPal, think of it as like basically 5% and think of YouTube as 30. So, but again, I'm not using the PayPal 100% reliable global video streaming service. I'm using the YouTube streaming service. So, you know, okay, I get it. They take a portion of it. Data centers aren't free. Data center girls can't eat love, guys. That's what Mike says. How's that? I'm not dead for wrong walking. I am like crazy Mike's from livemyassoff.com. Data center girls can't eat love. There you go. Joseph says, I am up for that. I'll do it before the 90 days, then after. Yeah, cool, man. That's weird. Sammy says, yeah, shout out to Soy Six. Yeah, you want to talk about nowhere else like it in the world. Although right now it would be very entertaining to go and walk down that street at like 11 p.m. because, I mean, I bet it's so quiet there's not even crickets. I mean, it's just, you know, I'm trying to think if I walked down there just from an entertainment perspective, like to see what was going. Wait, who was I? That's right. Okay, so The last time I was in Pattaya, I was down there and there was a conference and there was a bunch of guys that had basically never been to Pattaya. In fact, there was one of them that was like living up here in Bangkok and he went down there to Pattaya and he was staying around. He goes, dude, you're not going to believe this. I like walked down the street the other day and it was like only like 7 or 8 at night and I was going to McDonald's and I sit down to eat and like these 3 girls came up and they tried to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, dude, you're in Pattaya. I'm like, if you don't want any of that, then you either go over to Jom Tien. I mean, he's right on Beach Road, for God's sake, you know. And I said, yeah, it's just a different thing, dude. I mean, but again, that's not all of Pattaya. I mean, if you go to the Terminal 21, you're not going to find that in the food court, okay? But, I mean, if you're sitting there at the McDonald's right there on Beach Road, basically right down pretty much between Soi 5 and Soi 6, well, spoiler alert, you know, that's kind of the hub of some of that nonsense. And so therefore, and he's like, oh, well, what's Soi 6? And I said, oh, boy. I'm like, okay, so like, look, are you going to be offended by, are you like into the, do you want to like actually know what this is so that you can have some ability to talk about it? I said, look, I'm not going to, I would recommend you not partake in anything, especially if you don't know what it is and that's not kind of your lifestyle. It will throw you for a loop. And it's kind of like saying, you know what, let's go take a look at this heroin, but you probably shouldn't eat any of it. No, this like, no, don't even go there. So anyway, so he's like, okay, well, yeah, I want to check it out. I'm really curious what everyone's talking about. Okay, fine. And he's like, let's go over there. And it's like the 4 PM. I said, I see, don't go over there. I said, look, how late do you normally stay up? He goes, I don't know. I've been getting to bed about 11. Whatever. I said, great. So like 10 o'clock, let's meet here at the hotel. And we'll, because it was over near like Soi 2 or 3 on Beach Road. And I said, all right, so we'll walk down and we can go down there. And if you want to have another McDonald's hamburger now that you're in, or we could go for street food. Yeah, absolutely. There's no crickets because the rats got all of the crickets off of Soi 6. I said, so let's walk down there. So he's like, okay. And so we walked down like from Beach Road all the way up to Second Road on, you know, on Soi 6. And it's me and him. And, you know, it's basically, you know, 2 guys in their 50s kind of thing. And, you know, so he's getting the chatter and that sort of thing. And if you've ever walked down that street at any time after about 6 or 7 PM, you know that the lady boys are traditionally a little bit more aggressive. And, you know, much like any predator, they can smell the fear of the prey. And so this guy, you know, had one of those scents that he was letting off, poor guy. And so we were walking down. And so, you know, I mean, they walk right up to you, right? And you know, and so the good news is that they didn't really sort of, you know, really freak him out or anything, you know, but of course I was laughing my ass off. Right. And, you know, I mean, so anyway, so we're walking up and I said, don't worry about it. I said, like, at the end of the day, yeah, there's a chance that one of them might reach into your pockets and steal your wallet, but it's pretty unlikely. I said, look, just be smart. Don't like have money hanging out of your pocket. Put it in a pocket that zips or do something with it, but don't be an idiot is the short answer. And, so anyway, so we walk, you know, from there up to Second Road. And so we get up to Second Road, right, on Soi 6. And of course, in his mind, he's like, so what do? We like walk back down? And so I say, well, no, I tell you what, I said, the next alley over is Soi 6/1. I said, let's walk down there, right? So he's thinking, okay, well, he looks down there and there's less people, right, down the back alley of Soi 6/1. And he's like, okay, what's the worst that can happen? He's probably thinking to himself. And so we walk down there. And again, it's about 9:30, 10, so it's not like super late. But as you know, right, like, I mean, that's the alley. That's like the backside of all of the bars, right? And so the girls will be back there. They'll be like having cigarettes or they're hanging out with their, you know, or the ones that basically can't make it in the front. And they'll be sitting out in the back. And, you know, and a lot of times after a few drinks, they get a little bit more aggressive and stuff. So the good news is that, I mean, no one knifed him or anything, you know, but I figured we'd do that because if nothing else, I wanted to make sure that he never went back down 6/1. And if he's going to do it, he's going to stay on Soi 6 because, again, you know, with all the lights and the noise and everything, you could argue it's like, you know, it's the Disneyland of red light districts, sort of. I mean, it's pretty nasty. Not nasty. It's just intense. It's a high density amount of that, right? And you know, and he'd never been to Nana Plaza, and he, you know, the Soy Cowboy. He's like, oh yeah, I've heard about that, the Hangover, blah blah blah. I said, no, well, and actually they talk about it as Soy Cowboy, but it was actually filmed elsewhere. But regardless, anyway, it was very entertaining to see that, and so absolutely, I completely agree with you, Sammy. Shout out to Soi 6, and shout out to the Nightwish group. Those guys are doing great things down there. They're certainly not making it worse So that's pretty good. They're sort of, I mean, think about it. LK Metro used to be nothing, right? And now there's like clubs in there that are expensive, like Champagne or whatever. I mean, today, of course, everyone's bankrupt, but anyway, LK Metro used to be nothing, and then that got incredibly popular. And now that's, size 6 is a different kind of popular, but Sammy says, same with soy dogs. You need to show who's the boss. Absolutely. Yeah. No, totally. And at the end of the day, that wasn't his scene at all. And he really didn't even have any desire to sort of, see it and be like, okay, so like, what's this like? Like, what do they do here? He's like, nah, it's not, And he had also just gotten out of a pretty lousy relationship where he basically let the girl take advantage of him for over a year, and admitted that. And so he was feeling, basically less than, and woe is me and that sort of thing. So I'm like, dude, you need to go somewhere where you can build up your self-esteem, and the last thing you need to do is get in another relationship right now, dude. Do not use that as to fix your own internal issues with, what you think you're worthy of. So looks like fun. I will have to do that. Yeah. I mean, give it a shot, dude. I mean, it's not entertaining. How's that for double negative? Bob, later, everyone. Have a great day/night. Thanks, Mike. You're very welcome. Good to see you, Bob. Glad you guys came by. What are we looking at, guys? Okay, so this is 4:00. So that means we are at 7 hours and 54 minutes. And so I tell you what, since this has been a full day for me, and we've talked about that on a number of levels, as far as Caesar's new girlfriend, who works 12-hour days and that sort of thing. What I am going to do is, when it is 4:02, which means it will be exactly 8 hours that I've done this, I'm going to call it a day. And the reason is because it is around 4:00 right now. And so I can clean up some stuff here. I can deal with putting my laundry out that I should have put out probably about 6 hours ago. So I may have to do another load of laundry if it still kind of smells, although I think that the fact that it's in the washer probably doesn't smell. But I'm going to put my drying out, and then by that time it'll be about 5:36, because what I want to do is I want to go outside just before the sun sets. I kind of want to walk around. I want to check out my park a little bit. And then before 6:30 or 7, I want to go back down to the market. I want to get the Memorial Joseph apple that I'll be able to do. And then I'll think I'll probably call it a day. And I'm not quite sure when my next live stream will be. I'll try to announce it to the best of my ability. I kind of did this about 12 hours early. Caesar says, how about a beach tour on a cleaner day? Absolutely, dude. I would absolutely love to do that, Caesar. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to heading back down to the beach. I don't know if it's going to be back down to Prachuap Khiri Khan. One of the reasons I did not stay at Cha Am or stop at Cha Am on the way back is I verified with JC actually that Cha Am Beach was closed. And so I wasn't going to get into the issue of having to, basically, I'm not going to go there and debate and be like sneaking around, and they're like, oh, well, I didn't see the sign that said it would be 100,000 baht fine or 1 year in Thai jail if I go on this beach. Yeah, okay, well, stupidity is not, sorry, dude, we need the money and you're going to jail. And we're going to make a mockery out of you, and we're going to make an example out of you because, no, forget it. I'm not doing that. How is that going to be enjoyable? So, but yeah, definitely got to catch a sunset too. I completely agree. And that's really awesome. Joseph asks, have you been to Tijuana? That was fun. I have been to Tijuana. I don't know exactly where you mean. I lived down in Tijuana for about a month and a half while Gracie was there, because I could only get her into Mexico. I couldn't get into the United States. This was several years ago before we got her visa. But we lived in Playas, so we lived at the beach. We also lived right near the border in brand new condos. But again, if you're talking about sort of the soy 6 version of Tijuana, yeah, there's basically one outstanding club there called Hong Kong, right? And then everything else is sort of subpar. But yeah, it can be fun. But I'll tell you, after going to Thailand, then you go to Tijuana, forget it. There is no Thailand in America. Nada. Azek, always a great stream. It's a champion factor 10. Thank you very much, buddy. I really appreciate you coming by. Thank you so much for the commitment, for the for the donation. I really appreciate that, even though I know you were only testing. But seriously, man, no, I really appreciate that. And before I forget, I want to thank Aztec. I want to thank Brian Polito, Brian Mitchell, Todd Yoel, Blue Room twice for his multiple donations, and definitely that guy. That is just outstanding, guys. I cannot tell you. I just really appreciate it like crazy. And once they take all the fees out and everything, I'll be able to know exactly how much money that puts in my pocket to buy actual food. But yeah, whether you did a super chat or you did a super sticker, you guys are totally my heroes. And I really appreciate your participation. I appreciate you guys, like I said, keeping me sane and keeping me feel comfortable in my own skin. Caesar, I saw you back already. That's why you said the beach. Yeah, I got back yesterday, Caesar. And that was it was really great to be down there. But it's also good to be home, and I'm glad to catch up on some things here. And I'm to possibly take the train up to Ayutthaya. ERMD, awesome, Mike. It's 11 p.m. Wait a minute, ERMD in Honolulu. Oh, so you work in Honolulu, okay? Because I was going to say, dude, I've been to the Maui. I've been to the Kaiser system in Maui, and I've been over to Maui Memorial, and they took great care of me over there. So anyway, so thank you for what you do. I really appreciate it. Have a good night. Gotta love Thailand. Absolutely. Got to. Thank you for coming by. You the champ with that. Awesome. I totally appreciate it, Caesar. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And, your son's bachelor party in Tijuana. Oh my God, dude, that must've been a disaster. Surprised it didn't turn out like Hangover Part 5, my friend. Anyway, you guys, thank you so much for coming by. It is Mike from livemyassoff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream. If you're not, you just don't know it yet. If you really don't know how to do it, then just reach out to me. I'd love to help with you, or come back to another live stream and ask all of our buddies over there. Is that right? Hold on. Over there in the chat. The guys over there. Ask those guys over there how to live the dream, because they're part of the Cool Kids table. And again, the only reason it's cool is because they're at the table. So later, Sammy, thank you guys so much. Joseph, 20 guys, you guys are just outstanding. We ended up here with almost 20 people watching, 56 thumbs up. Thank you guys so much. Again, it's Mike from livemyassoff.com saying, I hope you're living the dream, because if you're not living the dream, you're doing it wrong, and it's so easy to do it right. I'll talk to you guys soon. Ciao.